Chapter 4. She couldn't have said what it was, in the conditions, that renewed the whole solemnity, but by the end of 20 minutes a kind of wistful hush had fallen upon them. As before, something poignant in which her visitor also participated. That was nothing verily but the perfection of the charm, or nothing rather but their excluded disinherited state in the presence of it. The charm turned on them a face that was cold in its beauty, that was full of a poetry never to be theirs, that spoke with an ironic smile of a possible but forbidden life. It all rolled afresh over Milly. Oh, the impossible romance! The romance for her, yet once more, would be to sit there forever, through all her time, as in a fortress. And the idea became an image of never going down, of remaining aloft in the divine dustless air, where she would hear but the plash of the water against stone. The great floor on which they moved was at an altitude, and this prompted the rueful fancy. Ah, not to go down, never, never to go down, she strangely sighed to her friend. But why shouldn't you, he asked, with that tremendous old staircase in your court? There ought of course always to be people at top and bottom, in Veronese costumes, to watch you do it. She shook her head both lightly and mournfully enough at his not understanding. Not even for people in Veronese costumes. I mean that the positive beauty is that one needn't go down. I don't move, in fact, she added, now. I've not been out, you know. I stay up. That's how you happily found me. Lord Mark wondered. He was, oh yes, adequately human. You don't go about? She looked over the place, the story above the apartments in which she had received him, the sala corresponding to the sala below and fronting the great canal with its Gothic arches. The casements between the arches were open, the ledge of the balcony broad, the sweep of the canal, so overhung, admirable. And the flutter toward them of the loose white curtain an invitation to she scarce could have said what. But there was no mystery after a moment. She had never felt so invited to anything as to make that, and that only, just where she was, her adventure. It would be, to this it kept coming back, the adventure of not stirring. I go about just here. Do you mean, Lord Mark presently asked, that you're really not well? They were at the window, pausing, lingering, with the fine old faded palaces opposite and the slow Adriatic tide beneath. But after a minute, and before she answered, she had closed her eyes to what she saw and unresistingly dropped her face into her arms, which rested on the coping. She had fallen to her knees on the cushion of the window place, and she leaned there, in a long silence, with her forehead down. She knew that her silence was itself too straight an answer, but it was beyond her now to say that she saw her way. She would have made the question itself impossible to others, impossible for example to such a man as Merton Densher. And she could wonder even on the spot what it was a sign of in her feeling for Lord Mark that from his lips it almost tempted her to break down. This was doubtless really because she cared for him so little. To let herself go with him thus, suffer his touch to make her cup overflow, would be the relief, since it was actually, for her nerves, a question of relief, that would cost her least. If he had come to her moreover with the intention she believed, or even if this intention had but been determined in him by the spell of their situation. He mustn't be mistaken about her value, for what value did she now have? It throbbed within her as she knelt there that she had none at all, though, holding herself, not yet speaking, she tried, even in the act, to recover what might be possible of it. With that there came to her a light. Wouldn't her value, for the man who should marry her, be precisely in the ravage of her disease? She mightn't last, but her money would. For a man in whom the vision of her money should be intense, in whom it should be most of the ground for making up to her. Any prospective failure on her part to be long for this world might easily count as a positive attraction. Such a man, proposing to please, persuade, secure her, appropriate her for such a time, shorter or longer, as nature and the doctors should allow, would make the best of her, ill, damaged. Disagreeable though she might be, for the sake of eventual benefits, she being clearly a person of the sort esteemed likely to do the handsome thing by a stricken and sorrowing husband. She had said to herself betimes, in a general way, that whatever habits her youth might form, That of seeing an interested suitor in every bush should certainly never grow to be one of them, an attitude she had early judged as ignoble, as poisonous. She had had accordingly in fact as little to do with it as possible, and she scarce knew why at the present moment she should have had to catch herself in the act of imputing an ugly motive. It didn't sit, the ugly motive, in Lord Mark's cool English eyes. The darker side of it at any rate showed, to her imagination, but briefly. Suspicion moreover, with this, simplified itself. There was a beautiful reason, indeed there were two, why her companion's motive shouldn't matter. One was that even should he desire her without a penny she wouldn't marry him for the world. The other was that she felt him, after all, perceptively, kindly, very pleasantly and humanly, concerned for her. They were also two things, his wishing to be well, to be very well, with her, and his beginning to feel her as threatened, haunted, blighted. But they were melting together for him, making him, by their combination, only the more sure that, as he probably called it to himself, he liked her. That was presently what remained with her, his really doing it, and with the natural and proper incident of being conciliated by her weakness. Would she really have had him? She could ask herself that, disconcerted or disgusted by it. If he could only be touched enough to do what she preferred, not to raise, not to press any question, he might render her a much better service than by merely enabling her to refuse him. Again it was strange, but he figured to her for the moment as the one safe sympathizer. It would have made her worse to talk to others, but she wasn't afraid with him of how he might wince and look pale. She would keep him, that is, her one easy relation, in the sense of easy for himself. Their actual outlook had meanwhile such charm, what surrounded them within and without did so much toward making appreciative stillness as natural as at the opera, that she could consider she hadn't made him hang on her lips when at last, instead of saying if she were well or ill, she repeated, "I go about here. I don't get tired of it. I never should, it suits me so. I adore the place," she went on, "and I don't want in the least to give it up. Neither should I if I had your luck. Still, with that luck, for one's all. Should you positively like to live here?" "I think I should like," said poor Milly after an instant, "to die here." Which made him, precisely, laugh. That was what she wanted, when a person did care, it was the pleasant human way, without depths of darkness. "Oh, it's not good enough for that. That requires picking. But can't you keep it? It is, you know, the sort of place to see you in. You carry out the note, fill it, people it, quite by yourself, and you might do much worse, I mean for your friends, than show yourself here a while, 3 or 4 months, every year. But it's not my notion for the rest of the time. One has quite other uses for you." "What sort of a use for me is it?" she smilingly inquired. "To kill me? Do you mean we should kill you in England? Well, I've seen you and I'm afraid. You're too much for me, too many. England bristles with questions. This is more, as you say there, my form." "Oh ho, oh ho." He laughed again as if to humor her. "Can't you then buy it, for a price? Depend upon it they'll treat for money. That is for money enough. I've exactly," she said, "been wondering if they won't. I think I shall try. But if I get it I shall cling to it." They were talking sincerely. "It will be my life, paid for as that. It will become my great gilded shell, so that those who wish to find me must come and hunt me up." "Ah, then you will be alive," said Lord Mark. "Well, not quite extinct perhaps, but shrunken, wasted, wizened, rattling about here like the dried kernel of a nut." "Oh," Lord Mark returned, "we, much as you mistrust us, can do better for you than that." "In the sense that you'll feel it better for me really to have it over?" He let her see now that she worried him, and after a look at her, of some duration. Without his glasses, which always altered the expression of his eyes, he resettled the nippers on his nose and went back to the view. But the view, in turn, soon enough released him. "Do you remember something I said to you that day at Matcham, or at least fully meant to?" "Oh yes, I remember everything at Matcham. It's another life. Certainly it will be, I mean the kind of thing, what I then wanted it to represent for you. Matcham, you know, he continued, is symbolic. I think I tried to rub that into you a little. She met him with the full memory of what he had tried, not an inch, not an ounce of which was lost to her. What I meant is that it seems 100 years ago. Oh, for me it comes in better. Perhaps a part of what makes me remember it, he pursued, is that I was quite aware of what might have been said about what I was doing. I wanted you to take it from me that I should perhaps be able to look after you, well, rather better. Rather better, of course, than certain other persons in particular. Precisely, than Mrs. Lowder, than Miss Croy, even than Mrs. Stringham. Oh, Mrs. Stringham's all right. Lord Mark promptly amended. It amused her even with what she had else to think of. And she could show him at all events how little, in spite of the 100 years, she had lost what he alluded to. The way he was with her at this moment made in fact the other moment so vivid as almost to start again the tears it had started at the time. You could do so much for me, yes. I perfectly understood you. I wanted, you see, he despite this explained, to fix your confidence. I mean, you know, in the right place. Well, Lord Mark, you did, it's just exactly now, my confidence, where you put it then. The only difference, said Milly, is that I seem now to have no use for it. Besides, she then went on, I do seem to feel you disposed to act in a way that would undermine it a little. He took no more notice of these last words than if she hadn't said them, only watching her at present as with a gradual new light. Are you really in any trouble? To this, on her side, she gave no heed. Making out his light was a little a light for herself. Don't try to say, anything that's impossible. There are much better things you can do. He looked straight at it and then straight over it. It's too monstrous that one can't ask you as a friend what one wants so to know. What is it you want to know? She spoke, as by a sudden turn, with a slight hardness. Do you want to know if I'm badly ill? The sound of it in truth, though from no raising of her voice, invested the idea with a kind of terror, but a terror all for others. Lord Mark winced and flushed, clearly couldn't help it. But he kept his attitude together and spoke even with unwonted vivacity. Do you imagine I can see you suffer and not say a word? You won't see me suffer, don't be afraid. I shan't be a public nuisance. That's why I should have liked this, it's so beautiful in itself and yet it's out of the gangway. You won't know anything about anything, she added. And then as if to make with decision an end, and you don't. No, not even you. He faced her through it with the remains of his expression, and she saw him as clearly, for him, bewildered. Which made her wish to be sure not to have been unkind. She would be kind once for all, that would be the end. I'm very badly ill. And you don't do anything? I do everything. Everything's this, she smiled. I'm doing it now. One can't do more than live. Ah, then live in the right way, no. But is that what you do? Why haven't you advice? He had looked about at the rococo elegance as if there were 50 things it didn't give her, so that he suggested with urgency the most absent. But she met his remedy with a smile. I've the best advice in the world. I'm acting under it now. I act upon it in receiving you, in talking with you thus. One can't, as I tell you, do more than live. Oh, live! Lord Mark ejaculated. Well, it's immense for me. She finally spoke as if for amusement. Now that she had uttered her truth, that he had learnt it from herself as no one had yet done, her emotion had, by the fact, dried up. There she was, but it was as if she would never speak again. I shan't, she added, have missed everything. Why should you have missed anything? She felt, as he sounded this, to what, within the minute, he had made up his mind. You're the person in the world for whom that's least necessary, for whom one would call it in fact most impossible. For whom missing at all will surely require an extraordinary amount of misplaced goodwill. Since you believe in advice, for God's sake take mine. I know what you want. Oh, she knew he would know it. But she had brought it on herself, or almost. Yet she spoke with kindness. I think I want not to be too much worried. You want to be adored. It came at last straight. Nothing would worry you less. I mean as I shall do it. It is so, he firmly kept it up. You're not loved enough. Enough for what, Lord Mark? Why, to get the full good of it. Well, she didn't after all mock at him. I see what you mean. That full good of it which consists in finding oneself forced to love in return. She had grasped it, but she hesitated. Your idea is that I might find myself forced to love you? Oh, forced. He was so fine and so expert, so awake to anything the least ridiculous. And of a type with which the preaching of passion somehow so ill consorted, he was so much all these things that he had absolutely to take account of them himself. And he did so, in a single intonation, beautifully. Milly liked him again, liked him for such shades as that, liked him so that it was woeful to see him spoiling it. And still more woeful to have to rank him among those minor charms of existence that she gasped at moments to remember she must give up. Is it inconceivable to you that you might try? To be so favorably affected by you? To believe in me. To believe in me, Lord Mark repeated. Again she hesitated. To try in return for your trying? Oh, I shouldn't have to, he quickly declared. The prompt neat accent, however, his manner of disposing of her question, failed of real expression, as he himself the next moment intelligently, helplessly, almost comically saw, a failure pointed moreover by the laugh into which Milly was immediately startled. As a suggestion to her of a healing and uplifting passion it was in truth deficient, it wouldn't do as the communication of a force that should sweep them both away. And the beauty of him was that he too, even in the act of persuasion, of self-persuasion, could understand that. And could thereby show but the better as fitting into the pleasant commerce of prosperity. The way she let him see that she looked at him was a thing to shut him out, of itself, from services of danger. A thing that made a discrimination against him never yet made at least to any consciousness of his own. Born to float in a sustaining air, this would be his first encounter with a judgment formed in the sinister light of tragedy. The gathering dusk of her personal world presented itself to him, in her eyes, as an element in which it was vain for him to pretend he could find himself at home. Since it was charged with depressions and with dooms, with the chill of the losing game. Almost without her needing to speak, and simply by the fact that there could be, in such a case, no decent substitute for a felt intensity. He had to take it from her that practically he was afraid, whether afraid to protest falsely enough, or only afraid of what might be eventually disagreeable in a compromised alliance. Being a minor question. She believed she made out besides, wonderful girl, that he had never quite expected to have to protest about anything beyond his natural convenience, more, in fine, than his disposition and habits. His education as well, his personal moyens, in short, permitted. His predicament was therefore one he couldn't like, and also one she willingly would have spared him hadn't he brought it on himself. No man, she was quite aware, could enjoy thus having it from her that he wasn't good for what she would have called her reality. It wouldn't have taken much more to enable her positively to make out in him that he was virtually capable of hinting, had his innermost feeling spoken, at the propriety rather, in his interest. Of some cutting down, some dressing up, of the offensive real. He would meet that halfway, but the real must also meet him. Milly's sense of it for herself, which was so conspicuously, so financially supported, couldn't, or wouldn't, so accommodate him. And the perception of that fairly showed in his face after a moment like the smart of a blow. It had marked the 1 minute during which he could again be touching to her. By the time he had tried once more, after all, to insist, he had quite ceased to be so. By this time she had turned from their window to make a diversion, had walked him through other rooms, appealing again to the inner charm of the place. Going even so far for that purpose as to point afresh her independent moral, to repeat that if one only had such a house for one's own and loved it and cherished it enough, it would pay one back in kind, would close one in from harm. He quite grasped for the quarter of an hour the perch she held out to him, grasped it with one hand, that is, while she felt him attached to his own clue with the other. He was by no means either so sore or so stupid, to do him all justice, as not to be able to behave more or less as if nothing had happened. It was one of his merits, to which she did justice too, that both his native and his acquired notion of behavior rested on the general assumption that nothing to make a deadly difference for him, ever could happen. It was, socially, a working view like another, and it saw them easily enough through the greater part of the rest of their adventure. Downstairs again, however, with the limit of his stay in sight, the sign of his smarting, when all was said, reappeared for her, breaking out moreover, with an effect of strangeness, in another quite possibly sincere allusion to her state of health. He might for that matter have been seeing what he could do in the way of making it a grievance that she should snub him for a charity, on his own part, exquisitely roused. "It's true, you know, all the same, and I don't care a straw for your trying to freeze one up." He seemed to show her, poor man, bravely, how little he cared. Everybody knows affection often makes things out when indifference doesn't notice. And that's why I know that I notice. "Are you sure you've got it right?" the girl smiled. "I thought rather that affection was supposed to be blind." "Blind to faults, not to beauties," Lord Mark promptly returned. "And are my extremely private worries, my entirely domestic complications, which I'm ashamed to have given you a glimpse of, are they beauties?" "Yes, for those who care for you, as everyone does. Everything about you is a beauty. Besides which I don't believe," he declared, "in the seriousness of what you tell me. It's too absurd you should have any trouble about which something can't be done. If you can't get the right thing, who can, in all the world, I should like to know? You're the first young woman of your time. I mean what I say." He looked, to do him justice, quite as if he did. Not ardent, but clear, simply so competent, in such a position, to compare, that his quiet assertion had the force not so much perhaps of a tribute as of a warrant. "We're all in love with you. I'll put it that way, dropping any claim of my own, if you can bear it better. I speak as one of the lot. You weren't born simply to torment us, you were born to make us happy. Therefore you must listen to us." She shook her head with her slowness, but this time with all her mildness. "No, I mustn't listen to you, that's just what I mustn't do. The reason is, please, that it simply kills me. I must be as attached to you as you will, since you give that lovely account of yourselves. I give you in return the fullest possible belief of what it would be," and she pulled up a little. "I give and give and give, there you are, stick to me as close as you like and see if I don't. Only I can't listen or receive or accept, I can't agree. I can't make a bargain. I can't really. You must believe that from me. It's all I've wanted to say to you, and why should it spoil anything?" He let her question fall, though clearly, it might have seemed, because, for reasons or for none, there was so much that was spoiled. "You want somebody of your own." He came back, whether in good faith or in bad, to that, and it made her repeat her headshake. He kept it up as if his faith were of the best. "You want somebody, you want somebody." She was to wonder afterwards if she hadn't been at this juncture on the point of saying something emphatic and vulgar, "Well, I don't at all events want you." What somehow happened, nevertheless, the pity of it being greater than the irritation, the sadness, to her vivid sense, of his being so painfully astray, wandering in a desert in which there was nothing to nourish him, was that his error amounted to positive wrongdoing. She was moreover so acquainted with quite another sphere of usefulness for him that her having suffered him to insist almost convicted her of indelicacy. Why hadn't she stopped him off with her first impression of his purpose? She could do so now only by the allusion she had been wishing not to make. Do you know, I don't think you're doing very right? And as a thing quite apart, I mean, from my listening to you. That's not right either, except that I'm not listening. You oughtn't to have come to Venice to see me, and in fact you've not come, and you mustn't behave as if you had. You've much older friends than I, and ever so much better. Really, if you've come at all, you can only have come, properly, and if I may say so honorably, for the best friend, as I believe her to be, that you have in the world. When once she had said it, he took it, oddly enough, as if he had been more or less expecting it. Still, he looked at her very hard, and they had a moment of this during which neither pronounced a name, each apparently determined that the other should. It was Milly's fine coercion, in the event, that was the stronger. "Miss Croy?" Lord Mark asked. It might have been difficult to make out that she smiled. "Mrs. Lowder." He did make out something, and then fairly colored for its attestation of his comparative simplicity. "I call her on the whole the best. I can't imagine a man's having a better." Still with his eyes on her, he turned it over. "Do you want me to marry Mrs. Lowder?" At which it seemed to her that it was he who was almost vulgar. But she wouldn't in any way have that. "You know, Lord Mark, what I mean. One isn't in the least turning you out into the cold world. There's no cold world for you at all, I think," she went on. "Nothing but a very warm and watchful and expectant world that's waiting for you at any moment you choose to take it up." He never budged, but they were standing on the polished concrete and he had within a few minutes possessed himself again of his hat. "Do you want me to marry Kate Croy?" "Mrs. Lowder wants it. I do no wrong, I think, in saying that, and she understands moreover that you know she does." Well, he showed how beautifully he could take it. And it wasn't obscure to her, on her side, that it was a comfort to deal with a gentleman. "It's ever so kind of you to see such opportunities for me. But what's the use of my tackling Miss Croy?" Milly rejoiced on the spot to be so able to point out. "Because she's the handsomest and cleverest and most charming creature I ever saw, and because if I were a man I should simply adore her. In fact I do as it is." It was a luxury of response. "Oh, my dear lady, plenty of people adore her. But that can't further the case of all." "Ah," she went on, "I know about people. If the case of one's bad, the case of another's good. I don't see what you have to fear from anyone else," she said, "save through your being foolish, this way, about me." So she said, but she was aware the next moment of what he was making of what she didn't see. "Is it your idea, since we're talking of these things in these ways, that the young lady you describe in such superlative terms is to be had for the asking?" "Well, Lord Mark, try. She is a great person. But don't be humble." She was almost gay. It was this apparently, at last, that was too much for him. "But don't you really know?" As a challenge, practically, to the commonest intelligence she could pretend to, it made her of course wish to be fair. "I know, yes, that a particular person's very much in love with her." "Then you must know by the same token that she's very much in love with a particular person." "Ah, I beg your pardon." And Milly quite flushed at having so crude a blunder imputed to her. "You're wholly mistaken. It's not true. It's not true." His stare became a smile. "Are you very, very sure?" "As sure as one can be," and Milly's manner could match it, when one has every assurance. "I speak on the best authority." He hesitated. "Mrs. Lowder's?" "No. I don't call Mrs. Lowder's the best." "Oh, I thought you were just now saying," he laughed, "that everything about her's so good." "Good for you," she was perfectly clear. "For you," she went on, "let her authority be the best. She doesn't believe what you mention, and you must know yourself how little she makes of it. So you can take it from her." "I take it," but Milly, with the positive tremor of her emphasis, pulled up. "You take it from Kate?" "From Kate herself." "That she's thinking of no one at all?" "Of no one at all." Then, with her intensity, she went on. She has given me her word for it. Oh, said Lord Mark. To which he next added, and what do you call her word? It made Milly, on her side, stare, though perhaps partly but with the instinct of gaining time for the consciousness that she was already a little further in than she had designed. Why, Lord Mark, what should you call her word? Ah, I'm not obliged to say. I've not asked her. You apparently have. Well, it threw her on her defense, a defense that she felt, however, especially as of Kate. We're very intimate, she said in a moment. So that, without prying into each other's affairs, she naturally tells me things. Lord Mark smiled as at a lame conclusion. You mean then she made you of her own movement the declaration you quote? Milly thought again, though with hindrance rather than help in her sense of the way their eyes now met as for their each seeing in the other more than either said. What she most felt that she herself saw was the strange disposition on her companion's part to disparage Kate's veracity. She could be only concerned to stand up for that. I mean what I say, that when she spoke of her having no private interest. She took her oath to you? Lord Mark interrupted. Milly didn't quite see why he should so catechize her. But she met it again for Kate. She left me in no doubt whatever of her being free. At this Lord Mark did look at her, though he continued to smile. And thereby in no doubt of your being too? It was as if as soon as he had said it, however, he felt it as something of a mistake, and she couldn't herself have told by what queer glare at him she had instantly signified that. He at any rate gave her glare no time to act further. He fell back on the spot, and with a light enough movement, within his rights. That's all very well, but why in the world, dear lady, should she be swearing to you? She had to take this dear lady as applying to herself. Which disconcerted her when he might now so gracefully have used it for the aspersed Kate. Once more it came to her that she must claim her own part of the aspersion. Because, as I've told you, we're such tremendous friends. Oh, said Lord Mark, who for the moment looked as if that might have stood rather for an absence of such rigours. He was going, however, as if he had in a manner, at the last, got more or less what he wanted. Milly felt, while he addressed his next few words to leave-taking, that she had given rather more than she intended or than she should be able, when once more getting herself into hand. Theoretically to defend. Strange enough in fact that he had had from her, about herself, and, under the searching spell of the place, infinitely straight, what no one else had had, neither Kate, nor Aunt Maude, nor Merton Densher, nor Susan Shepherd. He had made her within a minute, in particular, she was aware, lose her presence of mind, and she now wished he would take himself off. So that she might either recover it or bear the loss better in solitude. If he paused, however, she almost at the same time saw, it was because of his watching the approach, from the end of the sala, of one of the gondoliers, who, whatever excursions were appointed for the party with the attendance of the others, always, as the most decorative, most sashed and starched, remained at the palace on the theory that she might whimsically want him, which she never, in her caged freedom, had yet done. Brown Pasquale, slipping in white shoes over the marble and suggesting to her perpetually charmed vision she could scarce say what, either a mild Hindu, too noiseless almost for her nerves, or simply a barefooted seaman on the deck of a ship. Pasquale offered to cite a small salver, which he obsequiously held out to her with its burden of a visiting card. Lord Mark, and as if also for admiration of him, delayed his departure to let her receive it, on which she read it with the instant effect of another blow to her presence of mind. This precarious quantity was indeed now so gone that even for dealing with Pasquale she had to do her best to conceal its disappearance. The effort was made, none the less, by the time she had asked if the gentlemen were below and had taken in the fact that he had come up. He had followed the gondolier and was waiting at the top of the staircase. I'll see him with pleasure. To which she added for her companion, while Pasquale went off, Mr. Merton Densher. Oh, said Lord Mark, in a manner that, making it resound through the great cool hall, might have carried it even to Densher's ear as a judgment of his identity heard and noted once before. Book. Chapter 8. Chapter 1. Densher became aware, afresh, that he disliked his hotel, and all the more promptly that he had had occasion of old to make the same discrimination. The establishment, choked at that season with the polyglot herd, cockneys of all climes, mainly German, mainly American, mainly English, it appeared as the corresponding sensitive nerve was touched. Sounded loud and not sweet, sounded anything and everything but Italian, but Venetian. The Venetian was all a dialect, he knew, yet it was pure Attic beside some of the dialects at the bustling inn. It made, abroad, both for his pleasure and his pain that he had to feel at almost any point how he had been through everything before. He had been 3 or 4 times, in Venice, during other visits, through this pleasant irritation of paddling away from the concert of false notes in the vulgarist hall. Away from the amiable American families and overfed German porters. He had in each case made terms for a lodging more private and not more costly, and he recalled with tenderness these shabby but friendly asylums, the windows of which he should easily know again in passing on Canal or through Campo. The shabbiest now failed of an appeal to him, but he found himself at the end of 48 hours forming views in respect to a small independent courtier, far down the Grand Canal, which he had once occupied for a month with a sense of pomp and circumstance and yet also with a growth of initiation into the homelier Venetian mysteries. The humor of those days came back to him for an hour, and what further befell in this interval, to be brief, was that, emerging on a traghetto in sight of the recognized house, he made out on the green shutters of his young windows the strips of white pasted paper that figure in Venice as an invitation to tenants. This was in the course of his very first walk apart, a walk replete with impressions to which he responded with force. He had been almost without cessation, since his arrival, at Palazzo Leporelli, where, as happened, a turn of bad weather on the second day had kept the whole party continuously at home. The episode had passed for him like a series of hours in a museum, though without the fatigue of that. And it had also resembled something that he was still, with a stirred imagination, to find a name for. He might have been looking for the name while he gave himself up, subsequently, to the ramble. He saw that even after years he couldn't lose his way, crowned with his stare across the water at the little white papers. He was to dine at the palace in an hour or 2, and he had lunched there, at an early luncheon, that morning. He had then been out with the 3 ladies, the 3 being Mrs. Lowder, Mrs. Stringham and Kate, and had kept afloat with them, under a sufficient Venetian spell, until Aunt Maude had directed him to leave them and return to Miss Theale. Of 2 circumstances connected with this disposition of his person he was even now not unmindful. The first being that the lady of Lancaster Gate had addressed him with high publicity and as if expressing equally the sense of her companions, who had not spoken, but who might have been taken, yes, Susan Shepherd quite equally with Kate, for inscrutable parties to her plan. What he could as little contrive to forget was that he had, before the 2 others, as it struck him, that was to say especially before Kate, done exactly as he was bidden. Gathered himself up without a protest and retraced his way to the palace. Present with him still was the question of whether he looked a fool for it, of whether the awkwardness he felt as the gondola rocked with the business of his leaving it, they could but make. In submission, for a landing place that was none of the best, had furnished his friends with such entertainment as was to cause them, behind his back, to exchange intelligent smiles. He had found Milly Theale 20 minutes later alone, and he had sat with her till the others returned to tea. The strange part of this was that it had been very easy, extraordinarily easy. He knew it for strange only when he was away from her, because when he was away from her he was in contact with particular things that made it so. At the time, in her presence, it was as simple as sitting with his sister might have been, and not, if the point were urged, very much more thrilling. He continued to see her as he had first seen her, that remained ineffaceably behind. Mrs. Lowder, Susan Shepherd, his own Kate, might, each in proportion, see her as a princess, as an angel, as a star, but for himself, luckily, She hadn't as yet complications to any point of discomfort. The princess, the angel, the star, were muffled over, ever so lightly and brightly. With the little American girl who had been kind to him in New York and to whom certainly, though without making too much of it for either of them, he was perfectly willing to be kind in return. She appreciated his coming in on purpose, but there was nothing in that, from the moment she was always at home, that they couldn't easily keep up. The only note the least bit high that had even yet sounded between them was this admission on her part that she found it best to remain within. She wouldn't let him call it keeping quiet, for she insisted that her palace, with all its romance and art and history, had set up round her a whirlwind of suggestion that never dropped for an hour. It wasn't therefore, within such walls, confinement, it was the freedom of all the centuries, in respect to which Densher granted good-humouredly that they were then blown together, she and he. As much as she liked, through space. Kate had found on the present occasion a moment to say to him that he suggested a clever cousin calling on a cousin afflicted, and bored for his pains. And though he denied on the spot the bored, he could so far see it as an impression he might make that he wondered if the same image wouldn't have occurred to Milly. As soon as Kate appeared again the difference came up, the oddity, as he then instantly felt it, of his having sunk so deep. It was sinking because it was all doing what Kate had conceived for him. It wasn't in the least doing, and that had been his notion of his life, anything he himself had conceived. The difference, accordingly, renewed, sharp, sore, was the irritant under which he had quitted the palace and under which he was to make the best of the business of again dining there. He said to himself that he must make the best of everything. That was in his mind, at the traghetto, even while, with his preoccupation about changing quarters, he studied, across the canal, the look of his former abode. It had done for the past, would it do for the present? Would it play in any manner into the general necessity of which he was conscious? That necessity of making the best was the instinct, as he indeed himself knew, of a man somehow aware that if he let go at one place he should let go everywhere. If he took off his hand, the hand that at least helped to hold it together, the whole queer fabric that built him in would fall away in a minute and admit the light. It was really a matter of nerves. It was exactly because he was nervous that he could go straight, yet if that condition should increase he must surely go wild. He was walking in short on a high ridge, steep down on either side, where the proprieties, once he could face at all remaining there, reduced themselves to his keeping his head. It was Kate who had so perched him, and there came up for him at moments, as he found himself planting one foot exactly before another, a sensible sharpness of irony as to her management of him. It wasn't that she had put him in danger, to be in real danger with her would have had another quality. There glowed for him in fact a kind of rage at what he wasn't having. An exasperation, a resentment, begotten truly by the very impatience of desire, in respect to his postponed and relegated, his so extremely manipulated state. It was beautifully done of her, but what was the real meaning of it unless that he was perpetually bent to her will? His idea from the very first of his knowing her, had been to be, as the French called it, bon prince with her, mindful of the good humor and generosity, the contempt, in the matter of confidence, for small outlays and small savings, that belonged to the man who wasn't generally afraid. There were things enough, goodness knew, for it was the moral of his plight, that he couldn't afford. But what had had a charm for him if not the notion of living handsomely, to make up for it, in another way? Of not at all events reading the romance of his existence in a cheap edition. All he had originally felt in her came back to him, was indeed actually as present as ever, how he had admired and envied what he called to himself her pure talent for life. As distinguished from his own, a poor weak thing of the occasion, amateurishly patched up. Only it irritated him the more that this was exactly what was now, ever so characteristically, standing out in her. It was thanks to her pure talent for life, verily, that he was just where he was and that he was above all just how he was. The proof of a decent reaction in him against so much passivity was, with no great richness, that he at least knew, that is, how he was. And how little he liked it as a thing accepted in mere helplessness. He was, for the moment, wistful, that above all described it. That was so large a part of the force that, as the autumn afternoon closed in, kept him, on his traghetto, positively throbbing with his question. His question connected itself, even while he stood, with his special smothered soreness, his sense almost of shame. And the soreness and the shame were less as he let himself, with the help of the conditions about him, regard it as serious. It was born, for that matter, partly of the conditions, those conditions that Kate had so almost insolently braved, had been willing, without a pang, to see him ridiculously so far as just complacently, exposed to. How little it could be complacently he was to feel with the last thoroughness before he had moved from his point of vantage. His question, as we have called it, was the interesting question of whether he had really no will left. How could he know, that was the point, without putting the matter to the test? It had been right to be Bon Prince, and the joy, something of the pride, of having lived, in spirit, handsomely, was even now compatible with the impulse to look into their account. But he held his breath a little as it came home to him with supreme sharpness that, whereas he had done absolutely everything that Kate had wanted, she had done nothing whatever that he had. So it was in fine that his idea of the test by which he must try that possibility kept referring itself, in the warm early dusk, the approach of the southern night, conditions these, such as we just spoke of, to the glimmer, more and more ghostly as the light failed, of the little white papers on his old green shutters. By the time he looked at his watch he had been for a quarter of an hour at this post of observation and reflection. But by the time he walked away again he had found his answer to the idea that had grown so importunate. Since a proof of his will was wanted, it was indeed very exactly in wait for him, it lurked there on the other side of the canal. A ferryman at the little pier had from time to time accosted him. But it was a part of the play of his nervousness to turn his back on that facility. He would go over, but he walked, very quickly, round and round, crossing finally by the Rialto. The rooms, in the event, were unoccupied. The ancient padrona was there with her smile all a radiance but her recognition all a fable. The ancient rickety objects too, refined in their shabbiness, amiable in their decay, as to which, on his side, demonstrations were tenderly veracious. So that before he took his way again he had arranged to come in on the morrow. He was amusing about it that evening at dinner, in spite of an odd first impulse, which at the palace quite melted away, to treat it merely as matter for his own satisfaction. This need, this propriety, he had taken for granted even up to the moment of suddenly perceiving, in the course of talk, that the incident would minister to innocent gaiety. Such was quite its effect, with the aid of his picture, an evocation of the quaint, of the humblest rococo, of a Venetian interior in the true old note. He made the point for his hostess that her own high chambers, though they were 1,000 grand things, weren't really this. Made it in fact with such success that she presently declared it his plain duty to invite her on some near day to tea. She had expressed as yet, he could feel it as felt among them all, no such clear wish to go anywhere, not even to make an effort for a parish feast, or an autumn sunset. Nor to descend her staircase for Titian or John Bellini. It was constantly Densher's view that, as between himself and Kate, things were understood without saying, so that he could catch in her, as she but too freely could in him, innumerable signs of it. The whole soft breath of consciousness meeting and promoting consciousness. This view was so far justified tonight as that Milly's offer to him of her company was to his sense taken up by Kate in spite of her doing nothing to show it. It fell in so perfectly with what she had desired and foretold that she was, and this was what most struck him, sufficiently gratified and blinded by it not to know. From the false quality of his response, from his tone and his very look, which for an instant instinctively sought her own, that he had answered inevitably, almost shamelessly. In a mere time-gaining sense. It gave him on the spot, her failure of perception, almost a beginning of the advantage he had been planning for, that is at least if she too were not darkly dishonest. She might, he was not unaware, have made out, from some deep part of her, the bearing, in respect to herself, of the little fact he had announced. For she was after all capable of that, capable of guessing and yet of simultaneously hiding her guess. It wound him up a turn or two further, none the less, to impute to her now a weakness of vision by which he could himself feel the stronger. Whatever apprehension of his motive in shifting his abode might have brushed her with its wings, she at all events certainly didn't guess that he was giving their friend a hollow promise. That was what she had herself imposed on him. There had been in the prospect from the first a definite particular point at which hollowness, to call it by its least compromising name, would have to begin. Therefore its hour had now charmingly sounded. Whatever in life he had recovered his old rooms for, he had not recovered them to receive Milly Theale, which made no more difference in his expression of happy readiness than if he had been, just what he was trying not to be, fully hardened and fully base. So rapid in fact was the rhythm of his inward drama that the quick vision of impossibility produced in him by his hostess's direct and unexpected appeal had the effect, slightly sinister, of positively scaring him. It gave him a measure of the intensity, the reality of his now mature motive. It prompted in him certainly no quarrel with these things, but it made them as vivid as if they already flushed with success. It was before the flush of success that his heart beat almost to dread. The dread was but the dread of the happiness to be compassed, only that was in itself a symptom. That a visit from Milly should, in this projection of necessities, strike him as of the last incongruity, quite as a hateful idea, and above all as spoiling, should one put it grossly. His game, the adoption of such a view might of course have an identity with one of those numerous ways of being a fool that seemed so to abound for him. It would remain none the less the way to which he should be in advance most reconciled. His mature motive, as to which he allowed himself no grain of illusion, had thus in an hour taken imaginative possession of the place, that precisely was how he saw it seated there. Already unpacked and settled, for Milly's innocence, for Milly's beauty, no matter how short a time, to be housed with. There were things she would never recognize, never feel, never catch in the air, but this made no difference in the fact that her brushing against them would do nobody any good. The discrimination and the scruple were for him. So he felt all the parts of the case together, while Kate showed admirably as feeling none of them. Of course, however, when hadn't it to be his last word, Kate was always sublime. That came up in all connections during the rest of these first days. Came up in especial under pressure of the fact that each time our plighted pair snatched, in its passage, at the good fortune of half an hour together, they were doomed, though Densher felt it as all by his act, to spend a part of the rare occasion in wonder at their luck and in study of its queer character. This was the case after he might be supposed to have got, in a manner, used to it. It was the case after the girl, ready always, as we say, with the last word, had given him the benefit of her righting of every wrong appearance. A support familiar to him now in reference to other phases. It was still the case after he possibly might, with a little imagination, as she freely insisted, have made out, by the visible working of the crisis, what idea on Mrs. Lowder's part had determined it. Such as the idea was, and that it suited Kate's own book she openly professed, he had only to see how things were turning out to feel it strikingly justified. Densher's reply to all this vividness was that of course Aunt Maude's intervention hadn't been occult, even for his vividness, from the moment she had written him, with characteristic concentration. That if he should see his way to come to Venice for a fortnight she should engage he would find it no blunder. It took Aunt Maude really to do such things in such ways, just as it took him, he was ready to confess, to do such others as he must now strike them all, didn't he, as committed to Mrs. Lowder's admonition had been of course a direct reference to what she had said to him at Lancaster Gate before his departure the night Milly had failed them through illness. Only it had at least matched that remarkable outbreak in respect to the quantity of good nature it attributed to him. The young man's discussions of his situation, which were confined to Kate. He had none with Aunt Maude herself, suffered a little, it may be divined, by the sense that he couldn't put everything off, as he privately expressed it, on other people. His ears, in solitude, were apt to burn with the reflection that Mrs. Lowder had simply tested him, seen him as he was and made out what could be done with him. She had had but to whistle for him and he had come. If she had taken for granted his good nature, she was as justified as Kate declared. This awkwardness of his conscience, both in respect to his general plasticity, the fruit of his feeling plasticity, within limits, to be a mode of life like another, certainly better than some. And particularly in respect to such confusion as might reign about what he had really come for, this inward ache was not wholly dispelled by the style, charming as that was, of Kate's poetic versions. Even the high wonder and delight of Kate couldn't set him right with himself when there was something quite distinct from these things that kept him wrong. In default of being right with himself, he had meanwhile, for one thing, the interest of seeing, and quite for the first time in his life, whether, on a given occasion, that might be quite so necessary to happiness as was commonly assumed and as he had up to this moment never doubted. He was engaged distinctly in an adventure, he who had never thought himself cut out for them, and it fairly helped him that he was able at moments to say to himself that he mustn't fall below it. At his hotel, alone, by night, or in the course of the few late strolls he was finding time to take through dusky labyrinthine alleys and empty campi, overhung with mouldering palaces, where he paused in disgust at his want of ease and where the sound of a rare footstep on the enclosed pavement was like that of a retarded dancer in a banquet hall deserted, during these interludes he entertained cold views. Even to the point, at moments, on the principle that the shortest follies are the best, of thinking of immediate departure as not only possible but as indicated. He had however only to cross again the threshold of Palazzo Leporelli to see all the elements of the business compose, as painters called it, differently. It began to strike him then that departure wouldn't curtail, but would signally coarsen his folly, and that above all, as he hadn't really begun anything, had only submitted, consented, but too generously indulged and condoned the beginnings of others, he had no call to treat himself with superstitious rigor. The single thing that was clear in complications was that, whatever happened, one was to behave as a gentleman, to which was added indeed the perhaps slightly less shining truth that complications might sometimes have their tedium beguiled by a study of the question of how a gentleman would behave. This question, I hasten to add, was not in the last resort Densher's greatest worry. 3 women were looking to him at once, and, though such a predicament could never be, from the point of view of facility, quite the ideal, it yet had, thank goodness, its immediate workable law. The law was not to be a brute, in return for amiabilities. He hadn't come all the way out from England to be a brute. He hadn't thought of what it might give him to have a fortnight, however handicapped, with Kate in Venice, to be a brute. He hadn't treated Mrs. Lowder as if in responding to her suggestion he had understood her, he hadn't done that either to be a brute. And what he had prepared least of all for such an anticlimax was the prompt and inevitable, the achieved surrender, as a gentleman, oh that indubitably. To the unexpected impression made by poor pale exquisite Milly as the mistress of a grand old palace and the dispenser of an hospitality more irresistible, thanks to all the conditions, than any ever known to him. This spectacle had for him an eloquence, an authority, a felicity, he scarce knew by what strange name to call it, for which he said to himself that he had not consciously bargained. Her welcome, her frankness, sweetness, sadness, brightness, her disconcerting poetry, as he made shift at moments to call it, helped as it was by the beauty of her whole setting and by the perception at the same time, on the observer's part, that this element gained from her, in a manner, for effect and harmony, as much as it gave. Her whole attitude had, to his imagination, meanings that hung about it, waiting upon her, hovering, dropping and quavering forth again, like vague faint snatches, mere ghosts of sound, of old-fashioned melancholy music. It was positively well for him, he had his times of reflecting, that he couldn't put it off on Kate and Mrs. Lowder, as a gentleman so conspicuously wouldn't, that, well, that he had been rather taken in by not having known in advance. There had been now 5 days of it all without his risking even to Kate alone any hint of what he ought to have known and of what in particular therefore had taken him in. The truth was doubtless that really, when it came to any free handling and naming of things, they were living together, the 5 of them, in an air in which an ugly effect of blurting out might easily be produced. He came back with his friend on each occasion to the blessed miracle of renewed propinquity, which had a double virtue in that favouring air. He breathed on it as if he could scarcely believe it, yet the time had passed, in spite of this privilege, without his quite committing himself, for her ear, to any such comment on Milly's high style and state as would have corresponded with the amount of recognition it had produced in him. Behind everything for him was his renewed remembrance, which had fairly become a habit, that he had been the first to know her. This was what they had all insisted on, in her absence, that day at Mrs. Lowder's, and this was in especial what had made him feel its influence on his immediately paying her a second visit. Its influence had been all there, been in the high-hung, rumbling carriage with them, from the moment she took him to drive, covering them in together as if it had been a rug of softest silk. It had worked as a clear connection with something lodged in the past, something already their own. He had more than once recalled how he had said to himself even at that moment, at some point in the drive, that he was not there, not just as he was in so doing it, through Kate and Kate's idea, but through Milly and Milly's own, and through himself and his own, unmistakably, as well as through the little facts, whatever they had amounted to, of his time in New York. Chapter 2. There was at last, with everything that made for it, an occasion when he got from Kate, on what she now spoke of as his eternal refrain, an answer of which he was to measure afterwards the precipitating effect. His eternal refrain was the way he came back to the riddle of Mrs. Lowder's view of her prophet, a view so hard to reconcile with the chances she gave them to meet. Impatiently, at this, the girl denied the chances, wanting to know from him, with a fine irony that smote him rather straight, whether he felt their opportunities as anything so grand. He looked at her deep in the eyes when she had sounded this note. It was the least he could let her off with for having made him visibly flush. For some reason then, with it, the sharpness dropped out of her tone, which became sweet and sincere. "Meet, my dear man," she expressively echoed. "Does it strike you that we get, after all, so very much out of our meetings? On the contrary, they're starvation diet. All I mean is, and it's all I've meant from the day I came, that we at least get more than Aunt Maude." "Ah, but you see," Kate replied, "you don't understand what Aunt Maude gets." "Exactly so, and it's what I don't understand that keeps me so fascinated with the question. She gives me no light, she's prodigious. She takes everything as of a natural. She takes it as, of a natural that at this rate I shall be making my reflections about you. There's every appearance for her," Kate went on, "that what she had made her mind up to as possible is possible, that what she had thought more likely than not to happen is happening. The very essence of her, as you surely by this time have made out for yourself, is that when she adopts a view she, well, to her own sense, really brings the thing about. Fairly terrorizes with her view any other, any opposite view, and those, not less, who represent that. I've often thought success comes to her," Kate continued to study the phenomenon, "by the spirit in her that dares and defies her idea not to prove the right one. One has seen it so again and again, in the face of everything, become the right one." Densher had for this, as he listened, a smile of the largest response. "Ah, my dear child, if you can explain I of course needn't not understand." "I'm condemned to that," he on his side presently explained, "only when understanding fails." He took a moment. Then he pursued, "Does she think she terrorizes us?" To which he added while, without immediate speech, Kate but looked over the place, "Does she believe anything so stiff as that you've really changed about me?" He knew now that he was probing the girl deep, something told him so, but that was a reason the more. "Has she got it into her head that you dislike me?" To this, of a sudden, Kate's answer was strong. "You could yourself easily put it there." He wondered. "By telling her so?" "No," said Kate as with amusement at his simplicity. "I don't ask that of you." "Oh my dear," Densher laughed, "when you ask, you know, so little." There was a full irony in this, on his own part, that he saw her resist the impulse to take up. "I'm perfectly justified in what I've asked," she quietly returned. "It's doing beautifully for you." Their eyes again intimately met, and the effect was to make her proceed. "You're not a bit unhappy?" "Oh, ain't I?" he brought out very roundly. "It doesn't practically show, which is enough for Aunt Maude." "You're wonderful, you're beautiful," Kate said. "And if you really want to know whether I believe you're doing it, you may take from me perfectly that I see it coming." With which, by a quick transition, as if she had settled the case, she asked him the hour. "Oh, only 12:10, he had looked at his watch. "We've taken but 13 minutes, we've time yet. Then we must walk. We must go toward them." Densher, from where they had been standing, measured the long reach of the square. "They're still in their shop. They're safe for half an hour." "That shows then, that shows," said Kate. This colloquy had taken place in the middle of Piazza San Marco, always, as a great social saloon, a smooth-floored, blue-roofed chamber of amenity, favorable to talk. Or rather, to be exact, not in the middle, but at the point where our pair had paused by a common impulse after leaving the great mosque-like church. It rose now, domed and pinnacled, but a little way behind them, and they had in front the vast empty space, enclosed by its arcades, to which at that hour movement and traffic were mostly confined. Venice was at breakfast, the Venice of the visitor and the possible acquaintance, and, except for the parties of importunate pigeons picking up the crumbs of perpetual feasts, their prospect was clear, and they could see their companions hadn't yet been, and weren't for a while longer likely to be, disgorged by the lace shop, in one of the loggie, where, shortly before, they had left them for a look-in, the expression was artfully Densher's, at St. Mark's. Their morning had happened to take such a turn as brought this chance to the surface, yet his allusion, just made to Kate, hadn't been an overstatement of their general opportunity. The worst that could be said of their general opportunity was that it was essentially in presence of everyone. Everyone consisting at this juncture, in a peopled world, of Susan Shepherd, Aunt Maude and Milly. But the proof how, even in presence, the opportunity could become special was furnished precisely by this view of the compatibility of their comfort with a certain amount of lingering. The others had assented to their not waiting in the shop, it was of course the least the others could do. What had really helped them this morning was the fact that, on his turning up, as he always called it, at the palace, Milly had not, as before, been able to present herself. Custom and use had hitherto seemed fairly established. On his coming round, day after day, 8 days had been now so conveniently marked, their friends, Milly's and his, conveniently dispersed and left him to sit with her till luncheon. Such was the perfect operation of the scheme on which he had been, as he phrased it to himself, had out, so that certainly there was that amount of justification for Kate's vision of success. He had, for Mrs. Lowder, he couldn't help it while sitting there, the air, which was the thing to be desired, of no absorption in Kate sufficiently deep to be alarming. He had failed their young hostess each morning as little as she had failed him, it was only today that she hadn't been well enough to see him. That had made a mark, all round. The mark was in the way in which, gathered in the room of state, with the place, from the right time, all bright and cool and beflowered, as always, to receive her descent. They, the rest of them, simply looked at each other. It was lurid, in all probability, for each of them privately, that they had uttered no common regrets. It was strange for our young man above all that, if the poor girl was indisposed to that degree, the hush of gravity, of apprehension, of significance of some sort, should be the most the case, that of the guests, could permit itself. The hush, for that matter, continued after the party of 4 had gone down to the gondola and taken their places in it. Milly had sent them word that she hoped they would go out and enjoy themselves, and this indeed had produced a second remarkable look, a look as of their knowing, one quite as well as the other, what such a message meant as provision for the alternative beguilement of Densher. She wished not to have spoiled his morning, and he had therefore, in civility, to take it as pleasantly patched up. Mrs. Stringham had helped the affair out, Mrs. Stringham who, when it came to that, knew their friend better than any of them. She knew her so well that she knew herself as acting in exquisite compliance with conditions comparatively obscure, approximately awful to them, by not thinking it necessary to stay at home. She had corrected that element of the perfunctory which was the slight fault, for all of them, of the occasion. She had invented a preference for Mrs. Lowder and herself. She had remembered the fond dreams of the visitation of lace that had hitherto always been brushed away by accidents, and it had come up as well for her that Kate had, the day before, spoken of the part played by fatality in her own failure of real acquaintance with the inside of St. Mark's. Densher's sense of Susan Shepherd's conscious intervention had by this time a corner of his mind all to itself. Something that had begun for them at Lancaster Gate was now a sentiment clothed in a shape. Her action, ineffably discreet, had at all events a way of affecting him as for the most part subtly, even when not superficially, in his own interest. They were not, as a pair, as a team, really united. There were too many persons, at least three, and too many things, between them. But meanwhile something was preparing that would draw them closer. He scarce knew what, probably nothing but his finding, at some hour when it would be a service to do so, that she had all the while understood him. He even had a presentiment of a juncture at which the understanding of everyone else would fail and this deep little person's alone survive. Such was today, in its freshness, the moral air, as we may say, that hung about our young friends. These had been the small accidents and quiet forces to which they owed the advantage we have seen them in some sort enjoying. It seemed in fact fairly to deepen for them as they stayed their course again. The splendid square, which had so notoriously, in all the years, witnessed more of the joy of life than any equal area in Europe, furnished them, in their remoteness from earshot, with solitude and security. It was as if, being in possession, they could say what they liked, and it was also as if, in consequence of that, each had an apprehension of what the other wanted to say. It was most of all for them, moreover, as if this very quantity, seated on their lips in the bright historic air, where the only sign for their ears was the flutter of the doves, begot in the heart of each a fear. There might have been a betrayal of that in the way Densher broke the silence resting on her last words. "What did you mean just now that I can do to make Mrs. Lowder believe?" "For myself, stupidly, if you will, I don't see, from the moment I can't lie to her, what else there is but lying." Well, she could tell him. "You can say something both handsome and sincere to her about Milly, whom you honestly like so much. That wouldn't be lying, and, coming from you, it would have an effect. You don't, you know, say much about her." And Kate put before him the fruit of observation. "You don't, you know, speak of her at all." "And has Aunt Maude," Densher asked, "told you so?" Then as the girl, for answer, only seemed to bethink herself, "You must have extraordinary conversations," he exclaimed. Yes, she had bethought herself. "We have extraordinary conversations." His look, while their eyes met, marked him as disposed to hear more about them, but there was something in her own, apparently, that defeated the opportunity. He questioned her in a moment on a different matter, which had been in his mind a week, yet in respect to which he had had no chance so good as this. "Do you happen to know then, as such wonderful things pass between you, what she makes of the incident, the other day, of Lord Mark's so very superficial visit? His having spent here, as I gather, but the 2 or 3 hours necessary for seeing our friend and yet taken no time at all, since he went off by the same night's train, for seeing anyone else. What can she make of his not having waited to see you, or to see herself, with all he owes her?" "Oh, of course," said Kate, "she understands. He came to make Milly his offer of marriage, he came for nothing but that. As Milly wholly declined it, his business was for the time at an end. He couldn't quite on the spot turn round to make up to us." Kate had looked surprised that, as a matter of taste on such an adventurer's part, Densher shouldn't see it. But Densher was lost in another thought. "Do you mean that when, turning up myself, I found him leaving her, that was what had been taking place between them? Didn't you make it out, my dear?" Kate inquired. "What sort of a blundering weathercock then is he?" the young man went on in his wonder. "Oh, don't make too little of him." Kate smiled. "Do you pretend that Milly didn't tell you?" How great an ass he had made of himself. Kate continued to smile. You are in love with her, you know. He gave her another long look. Why, since she has refused him, should my opinion of Lord Mark show it? I'm not obliged, however, to think well of him for such treatment of the other persons I've mentioned, and I feel I don't understand from you why Mrs. Lowder should. She doesn't, but she doesn't care, Kate explained. You know perfectly the terms on which lots of London people live together even when they're supposed to live very well. He's not committed to us, he was having his try. Mayn't an unsatisfied man, she asked, always have his try? And come back afterwards, with confidence in a welcome, to the victim of his inconstancy? Kate consented, as for argument, to be thought of as a victim. Oh, but he has had his try at me. So it's all right. Through your also having, you mean, refused him? She balanced an instant during which Densher might have just wondered if pure historic truth were to suffer a slight strain. But she dropped on the right side. I haven't let it come to that. I've been too discouraging. Aunt Maude, she went on, now as lucid as ever, considers, no doubt, that she has a pledge from him in respect to me, a pledge that would have been broken if Milly had accepted him. As the case stands, that makes no difference. Densher laughed out. It isn't his merit that he has failed. It's still his merit, my dear, that he's Lord Mark. He's just what he was, and what he knew he was. It's not for me either to reflect on him after I've so treated him. Oh, said Densher impatiently, you've treated him beautifully. I'm glad, she smiled, that you can still be jealous. But before he could take it up she had more to say. I don't see why it need puzzle you that Milly's so marked line gratifies Aunt Maude more than anything else can displease her. What does she see but that Milly herself recognizes her situation with you as too precious to be spoiled? Such a recognition as that can't but seem to her to involve in some degree your own recognition. Out of which she therefore gets it that the more you have for Milly the less you have for me. There were moments again, we know that from the first they had been numerous, when he felt with a strange mixed passion the mastery of her mere way of putting things. There was something in it that bent him at once to conviction and to reaction. And this effect, however it be named, now broke into his tone. Oh, if she began to know what I have for you. It wasn't ambiguous, but Kate stood up to it. Luckily for us we may really consider she doesn't. So successful have we been. Well, he presently said, I take from you what you give me, and I suppose that, to be consistent, to stand on my feet where I do stand at all, I ought to thank you. Only, you know, what you give me seems to me, more than anything else, the larger and larger size of my job. It seems to me more than anything else what you expect of me. It never seems to me somehow what I may expect of you. There's so much you don't give me. She appeared to wonder. And pray what is it I don't? I give you proof, said Densher. You give me none. What then do you call proof? She after a moment ventured to ask. You're doing something for me. She considered with surprise. Am I not doing this for you? Do you call this nothing? Nothing at all. Ah, I risk, my dear, everything for it. They had strolled slowly further, but he was brought up short. I thought you exactly contend that, with your aunt so bamboozled, you risk nothing. It was the first time since the launching of her wonderful idea that he had seen her at a loss. He judged the next instant moreover that she didn't like it, either the being so or the being seen, for she soon spoke with an impatience that showed her as wounded. An appearance that produced in himself, he no less quickly felt, a sharp pang of indulgence. What then do you wish me to risk? The appeal from danger touched him, but all to make him, as he would have said, worse. What I wish is to be loved. How can I feel at this rate that I am? Oh, she understood him, for all she might so bravely disguise it, and that made him feel straighter than if she hadn't. Deep, always, was his sense of life with her, deep as it had been from the moment of those signs of life that in the dusky London of 2 winters ago they had originally exchanged. He had never taken her for unguarded, ignorant, weak, and if he put to her a claim for some intenser faith between them, this was because he believed it could reach her and she could meet it. "I can go on perhaps," he said, "with help. But I can't go on without." She looked away from him now, and it showed him how she understood. "We ought to be there, I mean when they come out." "They won't come out, not yet. And I don't care if they do." To which he straightway added, as if to deal with the charge of selfishness that his words, sounding for himself, struck him as enabling her to make, "Why not have done with it all and face the music as we are?" It broke from him in perfect sincerity. "Good God, if you'd only take me." It brought her eyes round to him again, and he could see how, after all, somewhere deep within, she felt his rebellion more sweet than bitter. Its effect on her spirit and her sense was visibly to hold her an instant. "We've gone too far," she none the less pulled herself together to reply. "Do you want to kill her?" He had an hesitation that wasn't all candid. "Kill, you mean, Aunt Maude?" "You know whom I mean. We've told too many lies." Oh, at this his head went up. "I, my dear, have told none." He had brought it out with a sharpness that did him good, but he had naturally, none the less, to take the look it made her give him. "Thank you very much." Her expression, however, failed to check the words that had already risen to his lips. "Rather than lay myself open to the least appearance of it, I'll go this very night." "Then go," said Kate Croy. He knew after a little, while they walked on again together, that what was in the air for him, and disconcertingly, was not the violence, but much rather the cold quietness of the way this had come from her. They walked on together, and it was for a minute as if their difference had become of a sudden, in all truth, a split, as if the basis of his departure had been settled. Then, incoherently and still more suddenly, recklessly moreover, since they now might easily, from under the arcades, be observed, he passed his hand into her arm with a force that produced for them another pause. "I'll tell any lie you want, any your idea requires, if you'll only come to me." "Come to you?" "Come to me." "How? Where?" She spoke low, but there was somehow, for his uncertainty, a wonder in her being so equal to him. "To my rooms, which are perfectly possible, and in taking which, the other day, I had you, as you must have felt, in view. We can arrange it, with 2 grains of courage. People in our case always arrange it." She listened as for the good information, and there was support for him, since it was a question of his going step by step, in the way she took no refuge in showing herself shocked. He had in truth not expected of her that particular vulgarity, but the absence of it only added the thrill of a deeper reason to his sense of possibilities. For the knowledge of what she was, he had absolutely to see her now, incapable of refuge, stand there for him in all the light of the day and of his admirable merciless meaning. Her mere listening in fact made him even understand himself as he hadn't yet done. Idea for idea, his own was thus already, and in the germ, beautiful. "There's nothing for me possible but to feel that I'm not a fool. It's all I have to say, but you must know what it means. With you I can do it, I'll go as far as you demand or as you will yourself. Without you, I'll be hanged. And I must be sure." She listened so well that she was really listening after he had ceased to speak. He had kept his grasp of her, drawing her close, and though they had again, for the time, stopped walking, his talk, for others at a distance, might have been, in the matchless place, that of any impressed tourist to any slightly more detached companion. On possessing himself of her arm he had made her turn, so that they faced afresh to St. Mark's, over the great presence of which his eyes moved while she twiddled her parasol. She now, however, made a motion that confronted them finally with the opposite end. Then only she spoke, "Please take your hand out of my arm." He understood at once. She had made out in the shade of the gallery the issue of the others from their place of purchase. So they went to them side by side, and it was all right. The others had seen them as well and waited for them, complacent enough, under one of the arches. They themselves too, he argued that Kate would argue, looked perfectly ready, decently patient, properly accommodating. They themselves suggested nothing worse, always by Kate's system, than a pair of the children of a supercivilized age making the best of an awkwardness. They didn't nevertheless hurry, that would overdo it, so he had time to feel, as it were, what he felt. He felt, ever so distinctly, it was with this he faced Mrs. Lowder, that he was already in a sense possessed of what he wanted. There was more to come, everything, he had by no means, with his companion, had it all out. Yet what he was possessed of was real, the fact that she hadn't thrown over his lucidity the horrid shadow of cheap reprobation. Of this he had had so sore a fear that its being dispelled was in itself of the nature of bliss. The danger had dropped, it was behind him there in the great sunny space. So far she was good for what he wanted. Chapter 3. She was good enough, as it proved, for him to put to her that evening, and with further ground for it. The next sharpest question that had been on his lips in the morning, which his other preoccupation had then, to his consciousness, crowded out. His opportunity was again made, as befell, by his learning from Mrs. Stringham, on arriving, as usual, with the close of day, at the palace, that Milly must fail them again at dinner, but would to all appearance be able to come down later. He had found Susan Shepherd alone in the great saloon, where even more candles than their friend's large common allowance, she grew daily more splendid. They were all struck with it and chaffed her about it, lighted up the pervasive mystery of style. He had thus 5 minutes with the good lady before Mrs. Lowder and Kate appeared, minutes illumined indeed to a longer reach than by the number of Milly's candles. May she come down, ought she if she isn't really up to it? He had asked that in the wonderment always stirred in him by glimpses, rare as were these, of the inner truth about the girl. There was of course a question of health, it was in the air, it was in the ground he trod, in the food he tasted, in the sounds he heard, it was everywhere. But it was everywhere with the effect of a request to him, to his very delicacy, to the common discretion of others as well as his own, that no allusion to it should be made. There had practically been none, that morning, on her explained non-appearance, the absence of it, as we know, quite monstrous and awkward, and this passage with Mrs. Stringham offered him his first license to open his eyes. He had gladly enough held them closed, all the more that his doing so performed for his own spirit a useful function. If he positively wanted not to be brought up with his nose against Milly's facts, what better proof could he have that his conduct was marked by straightness? It was perhaps pathetic for her, and for himself was perhaps even ridiculous, but he hadn't even the amount of curiosity that he would have had about an ordinary friend. He might have shaken himself at moments to try, for a sort of dry decency, to have it, but that too, it appeared, wouldn't come. In what therefore was the duplicity? He was at least sure about his feelings, it being so established that he had none at all. They were all for Kate, without a feather's weight to spare. He was acting for Kate, not, by the deviation of an inch, for her friend. He was accordingly not interested, for had he been interested he would have cared, and had he cared he would have wanted to know. Had he wanted to know he wouldn't have been purely passive, and it was his pure passivity that had to represent his dignity and his honor. His dignity and his honor, at the same time, let us add, fortunately fell short tonight of spoiling his little talk with Susan Shepherd. One glimpse, it was as if she had wished to give him that. And it was as if, for himself, on current terms, he could oblige her by accepting it. She not only permitted, she fairly invited him to open his eyes. "I'm so glad you're here." It was no answer to his question, but it had for the moment to serve. And the rest was fully to come. He smiled at her and presently found himself, as a kind of consequence of communion with her, talking her own language. It's a very wonderful experience. Well, and her raised face shone up at him, that's all I want you to feel about it. If I weren't afraid, she added, there are things I should like to say to you. And what are you afraid of, please? He encouragingly asked. Of other things that I may possibly spoil. Besides, I don't, you know, seem to have the chance. You're always, you know, with her. He was strangely supported, it struck him, in his fixed smile, which was the more fixed as he felt in these last words an exact description of his course. It was an odd thing to have come to, but he was always with her. Ah, he none the less smiled, I'm not with her now. No, and I'm so glad, since I get this from it. She's ever so much better. Better? Then she has been worse? Mrs. Stringham waited. She has been marvelous, that's what she has been. She is marvelous. But she's really better. Oh then if she's really better. But he checked himself, wanting only to be easy about it and above all not to appear engaged to the point of mystification. We shall miss her the more at dinner. Susan Shepherd, however, was all there for him. She's keeping herself. You'll see. You'll not really need to miss anything. There's to be a little party. Ah, I do see, by this aggravated grandeur. Well, it is lovely, isn't it? I want the whole thing. She's lodged for the first time as she ought, from her type, to be. And doing it, I mean bringing out all the glory of the place, makes her really happy. It's a Veronese picture, as near as can be, with me as the inevitable dwarf, the small blackamoor, put into a corner of the foreground for effect. If I only had a hawk or a hound or something of that sort I should do the scene more honor. The old housekeeper, the woman in charge here, has a big red cockatoo that I might borrow and perch on my thumb for the evening. These explanations and sundry others Mrs. Stringham gave, though not all with the result of making him feel that the picture closed him in. What part was there for him, with his attitude that lacked the highest style, in a composition in which everything else would have it? They won't, however, be at dinner, the few people she expects, they come round afterwards from their respective hotels. And Sir Luke Strett and his niece, the principal ones, will have arrived from London but an hour or two ago. It's for him she has wanted to do something, to let it begin at once. We shall see more of him, because she likes him, and I'm so glad, she'll be glad too, that you're to see him. The good lady, in connection with it, was urgent, was almost unnaturally bright. So I greatly hope. But her hope fairly lost itself in the wide light of her cheer. He considered a little this appearance, while she let him, he thought, into still more knowledge than she uttered. What is it you hope? Well, that you'll stay on. Do you mean after dinner? She meant, he seemed to feel, so much that he could scarce tell where it ended or began. Oh that, of course. Why we're to have music, beautiful instruments and songs. And not Tasso declaimed as in the guidebooks either. She has arranged it, or at least I have. That is Eugenio has. Besides, you're in the picture. Oh, I. Said Densher almost with the gravity of a real protest. You'll be the grand young man who surpasses the others and holds up his head and the wine cup. What we hope, Mrs. Stringham pursued, is that you'll be faithful to us, that you've not come for a mere foolish few days. Densher's more private and particular shabby realities turned, without comfort, he was conscious, at this touch, in the artificial repose he had in his anxiety about them but half managed to induce. The way smooth ladies, travelling for their pleasure and housed in Veronese pictures, talked to plain embarrassed workingmen. Engaged in an unprecedented sacrifice of time and of the opportunity for modest acquisition. The things they took for granted and the general misery of explaining. He couldn't tell them how he had tried to work, how it was partly what he had moved into rooms for, only to find himself, almost for the first time in his life, stricken and sterile. Because that would give them a false view of the source of his restlessness, if not of the degree of it. It would operate, indirectly perhaps, but infallibly, to add to that weight as of expected performance which these very moments with Mrs. Stringham caused more and more to settle on his heart. He had incurred it, the expectation of performance, the thing was done, and there was no use talking, again the cold breath of it was in the air. So there he was. And at best he floundered. I'm afraid you won't understand when I say I've very tiresome things to consider. Botherations, necessities at home. The pinch, the pressure in London. But she understood in perfection. She rose to the pinch and the pressure and showed how they had been her own very element. Oh, the daily task and the daily wage, the golden guerdon or reward? No one knows better than I how they haunt one in the flight of the precious deceiving days. Aren't they just what I myself have given up? I've given up all to follow her. I wish you could feel as I do. And can't you, she asked, write about Venice? He very nearly wished, for the minute, that he could feel as she did, and he smiled for her kindly. Do you write about Venice? No, but I would, oh wouldn't I, if I hadn't so completely given up. She's, you know, my princess, and to one's princess. One makes the whole sacrifice? Precisely. There you are. It pressed on him with this that never had a man been in so many places at once. I quite understand that she's yours. Only you see she's not mine. He felt he could somehow, for honesty, risk that, as he had the moral certainty she wouldn't repeat it, and least of all to Mrs. Lowder, who would find in it a disturbing implication. This was part of what he liked in the good lady, that she didn't repeat, and also that she gave him a delicate sense of her shyly wishing him to know it. That was in itself a hint of possibilities between them, of a relation, beneficent and elastic for him, which wouldn't engage him further than he could see. Yet even as he afresh made this out he felt how strange it all was. She wanted, Susan Shepherd then, as appeared, the same thing Kate wanted, only wanted it, as still further appeared, in so different a way and from a motive so different. Even though scarce less deep. Then Mrs. Lowder wanted, by so odd an evolution of her exuberance, exactly what each of the others did, and he was between them all, he was in the midst. Such perceptions made occasions, well, occasions for fairly wondering if it mightn't be best just to consent, luxuriously, to be the ass the whole thing involved. Trying not to be and yet keeping in it was of the two things the more asinine. He was glad there was no male witness, it was a circle of petticoats, he shouldn't have liked a man to see him. He only had for a moment a sharp thought of Sir Luke Strett, the great master of the knife whom Kate in London had spoken of Milly as in commerce with. And whose renewed intervention at such a distance, just announced to him, required some accounting for. He had a vision of great London surgeons, if this one was a surgeon, as incisive all round, so that he should perhaps after all not wholly escape the ironic attention of his own sex. The most he might be able to do was not to care, while he was trying not to he could take that in. It was a train, however, that brought up the vision of Lord Mark as well. Lord Mark had caught him twice in the fact of his absurd posture, and that made a second male. But it was comparatively easy not to mind Lord Mark. His companion had before this taken him up, and in a tone to confirm her discretion, on the matter of Milly's not being his princess. Of course she's not. You must do something first. Densher gave it his thought. Wouldn't it be rather she who must? It had more than he intended the effect of bringing her to a stand. I see. No doubt, if one takes it so. Her cheer was for the time in eclipse, and she looked over the place, avoiding his eyes, as in the wonder of what Milly could do. And yet she has wanted to be kind. It made him on the spot feel a brute. Of course she has. No one could be more charming. She has treated me as if I were somebody. Call her my hostess as I've never had nor imagined a hostess, and I'm with you altogether. Of course, he added in the right spirit for her, I do see that it's quite court life. She promptly showed how this was almost all she wanted of him. That's all I mean, if you understand it, of such a court as never was, one of the courts of heaven, the court of a reigning seraph, a sort of a vice-queen of an angel. That will do perfectly. Oh well, then I grant it. Only court life as a general thing, you know, he observed, isn't supposed to pay. Yes, one has read, but this is beyond any book. That's just the beauty here. It's why she's the great and only princess. With her, at her court, said Mrs. Stringham, "it does pay." Then, as if she had quite settled it for him, "You'll see for yourself." He waited a moment, but said nothing to discourage her. "I think you were right just now. One must do something first." "Well, you've done something." "No, I don't see that. I can do more." "Oh well," she seemed to say, if he would have it so. "You can do everything, you know." Everything was rather too much for him to take up gravely, and he modestly let it alone, speaking the next moment, to avert fatuity, of a different but a related matter. "Why has she sent for Sir Luke Strett if, as you tell me, she's so much better?" "She hasn't sent. He has come of himself," Mrs. Stringham explained. "He has wanted to come." "Isn't that rather worse then, if it means he mayn't be easy?" "He was coming, from the first, for his holiday. She has known that these several weeks." After which Mrs. Stringham added, "You can make him easy." "I can?" he candidly wondered. It was truly the circle of petticoats. "What have I to do with it for a man like that?" "How do you know," said his friend, "what he's like?" "He's not like anyone you've ever seen. He's a great beneficent being." "Ah, then he can do without me. I've no call, as an outsider, to meddle." "Tell him, all the same," Mrs. Stringham urged, "what you think." "What I think of Miss Theale." Densher stared. It was, as they said, a large order. But he found the right note. "It's none of his business." It did seem a moment for Mrs. Stringham to the right note. She fixed him at least with an expression still bright, but searching, that showed almost to excess what she saw in it, though what this might be he was not to make out till afterwards. "Say that to him then. Anything will do for him as a means of getting at you." "And why should he get at me?" "Give him a chance to. Let him talk to you. Then you'll see." All of which, on Mrs. Stringham's part, sharpened his sense of immersion in an element rather more strangely than agreeably warm, a sense that was moreover, during the next 2 or 3 hours, to be fed to satiety by several other impressions. Milly came down after dinner, half a dozen friends, objects of interest mainly, it appeared, to the ladies of Lancaster Gate, having by that time arrived. And with this call on her attention, the further call of her musicians ushered by Eugenio, but personally and separately welcomed. And the supreme opportunity offered in the arrival of the great doctor, who came last of all, he felt her diffuse in wide warm waves the spell of a general, a beatific mildness. There was a deeper depth of it, doubtless, for some than for others. What he in particular knew of it was that he seemed to stand in it up to his neck. He moved about in it and it made no plash. He floated, he noiselessly swam in it, and they were all together, for that matter, like fishes in a crystal pool. The effect of the place, the beauty of the scene, had probably much to do with it. The golden grace of the high rooms, chambers of art in themselves, took care, as an influence, of the general manner, and made people bland without making them solemn. They were only people, as Mrs. Stringham had said, staying for the week or 2 at the inns, people who during the day had fingered their Baedekers, gaped at their frescoes and differed, over fractions of francs, with their gondoliers. But Milly, let loose among them in a wonderful white dress, brought them somehow into relation with something that made them more finely genial. So that if the Veronese picture of which he had talked with Mrs. Stringham was not quite constituted, the comparative prose of the previous hours, the traces of insensibility qualified by beating down, were at last almost nobly disowned. There was perhaps something for him in the accident of his seeing her for the first time in white. But she hadn't yet had occasion, circulating with a clearness intensified, to strike him as so happily pervasive. She was different, younger, fairer, with the color of her braided hair more than ever a not altogether lucky challenge to attention. Yet he was loath wholly to explain it by her having quitted this once, for some obscure yet doubtless charming reason, her almost monastic, her hitherto inveterate black. Much as the change did for the value of her presence, she had never yet, when all was said, made it for him. And he was not to fail of the further amusement of judging her determined in the matter by Sir Luke Strett's visit. If he could in this connection have felt jealous of Sir Luke Strett, whose strong face and type, less assimilated by the scene perhaps than any others, he was anon to study from the other side of the saloon, that would doubtless have been most amusing of all. But he couldn't be invidious, even to profit by so high a tide. He felt himself too much in it, as he might have said. A moment's reflection put him more in than anyone. The way Milly neglected him for other cares while Kate and Mrs. Lowder, without so much as the attenuation of a joke, introduced him to English ladies, that was itself a proof. For nothing really of so close a communion had up to this time passed between them as the single bright look and the 3 gay words, all ostensibly of the last lightness, with which her confessed consciousness brushed by him. She was acquitting herself tonight as hostess. He could see, under some supreme idea, an inspiration which was half her nerves and half an inevitable harmony. But what he especially recognized was the character that had already several times broken out in her and that she so oddly appeared able, by choice or by instinctive affinity, to keep down or to display. She was the American girl as he had originally found her at certain moments, it was true, in New York, more than at certain others. She was the American girl as, still more than then, he had seen her on the day of her meeting him in London and in Kate's company. It affected him as a large though queer social resource in her, such as a man, for instance, to his diminution, would never in the world be able to command. And he wouldn't have known whether to see it in an extension or a contraction of a personality, taking it as he did most directly for a confounding extension of surface. Clearly too it was the right thing this evening all round, that came out for him in a word from Kate as she approached him to wreak on him a second introduction. He had under cover of the music melted away from the lady toward whom she had first pushed him, and there was something in her to affect him as telling evasively a tale of their talk in the piazza. To what did she want to coerce him as a form of penalty for what he had done to her there? It was thus in contact uppermost for him that he had done something. Not only caused her perfect intelligence to act in his interest, but left her unable to get away, by any mere private effort, from his inattackable logic. With him thus in presence, and near him, and it had been as unmistakable through dinner, there was no getting away for her at all. There was less of it than ever, so she could only either deal with the question straight, either frankly yield or ineffectually struggle or insincerely argue, or else merely express herself by following up the advantage she did possess. It was part of that advantage for the hour, a brief fallacious makeweight to his pressure, that there were plenty of things left in which he must feel her will. They only told him, these indications, how much she was, in such close quarters, feeling his. And it was enough for him again that her very aspect, as great a variation in its way as Milly's own, gave him back the sense of his action. It had never yet in life been granted him to know, almost materially to taste, as he could do in these minutes, the state of what was vulgarly called conquest. He had lived long enough to have been on occasion liked, but it had never begun to be allowed him to be liked to any such tune in any such quarter. It was a liking greater than Milly's, or it would be, he felt it in him to answer for that. So at all events he read the case while he noted that Kate was somehow, for Kate, wanting in luster. As a striking young presence she was practically superseded, of the mildness that Milly diffused she had assimilated all her share. She might fairly have been dressed tonight in the little black frock, superficially indistinguishable, that Milly had laid aside. This represented, he perceived, the opposite pole from such an effect as that of her wonderful entrance. Under her aunt's eyes, he had never forgotten it, the day of their younger friend's failure at Lancaster Gate. She was, in her accepted effacement, it was actually her acceptance that made the beauty and repaired the damage, under her aunt's eyes now, but whose eyes were not effectually preoccupied. It struck him none the less certainly that almost the first thing she said to him showed an exquisite attempt to appear if not unconvinced at least self-possessed. "Don't you think her good enough now?" Almost heedless of the danger of overt freedoms, she eyed Milly from where they stood, noted her in renewed talk, over her further wishes, with the members of her little orchestra. who had approached her with demonstrations of deference enlivened by native humors, things quite in the line of old Venetian comedy. The girl's idea of music had been happy, a real solvent of shyness, yet not drastic. Thanks to the intermissions, discretions, a general habit of mercy to gathered barbarians, that reflected the good manners of its interpreters. Representatives though these might be but of the order in which taste was natural and melody rank. It was easy at all events to answer Kate. "Ah, my dear, you know how good I think her." "But she's too nice," Kate returned with appreciation. "Everything suits her so, especially her pearls. They go so with her old lace. I'll trouble you really to look at them." Densher, though aware he had seen them before, had perhaps not really looked at them, and had thus not done justice to the embodied poetry, his mind, for Milly's aspects, kept coming back to that, which owed them part of its style. Kate's face, as she considered them, struck him. The long, priceless chain, wound twice round the neck, hung, heavy and pure, down the front of the wearer's breast, so far down that Milly's trick, evidently unconscious, of holding and vaguely fingering and entwining a part of it, conduced presumably to convenience. "She's a dove," Kate went on, "and one somehow doesn't think of doves as bejeweled. Yet they suit her down to the ground." Yes, down to the ground is the word. Densher saw now how they suited her, but was perhaps still more aware of something intense in his companion's feeling about them. Milly was indeed a dove. This was the figure, though it most applied to her spirit. Yet he knew in a moment that Kate was just now, for reasons hidden from him, exceptionally under the impression of that element of wealth in her which was a power, which was a great power. And which was dove-like only so far as one remembered that doves have wings and wondrous flights, have them as well as tender tints and soft sounds. It even came to him dimly that such wings could in a given case, had, truly, in the case with which he was concerned, spread themselves for protection. Hadn't they, for that matter, lately taken an inordinate reach, and weren't Kate and Mrs. Lowder, weren't Susan Shepherd and he, wasn't he in particular, nestling under them to a great increase of immediate ease? All this was a brighter blur in the general light, out of which he heard Kate presently going on. "Pearls have such a magic that they suit everyone." "They would uncommonly suit you," he frankly returned. "Oh yes, I see myself." As she saw herself, suddenly, he saw her, she would have been splendid. And with it he felt more what she was thinking of. Milly's royal ornament had, under pressure now not wholly occult, taken on the character of a symbol of differences, differences of which the vision was actually in Kate's face. It might have been in her face too that, well as she certainly would look in pearls, pearls were exactly what Merton Densher would never be able to give her. Wasn't that the great difference that Milly tonight symbolized? She unconsciously represented to Kate, and Kate took it in at every pore. That there was nobody with whom she had less in common than a remarkably handsome girl married to a man unable to make her on any such lines as that the least little present. Of these absurdities, however, it was not till afterwards that Densher thought. He could think now, to any purpose, only of what Mrs. Stringham had said to him before dinner. He could but come back to his friend's question of a minute ago. "She's certainly good enough, as you call it, in the sense that I'm assured she's better. Mrs. Stringham, an hour or two since, was in great feather to me about it. She evidently believes her better." "Well, if they choose to call it so." "And what do you call it, as against them?" "I don't call it anything to anyone but you." "I'm not against them," Kate added as with just a fresh breath of impatience for all he had to be taught. "That's what I'm talking about," he said. "What do you call it to me?" It made her wait a little. "She isn't better. She's worse." "But that has nothing to do with it." "Nothing to do?" He wondered. But she was clear. "Nothing to do with us. Except of course that we're doing our best for her. We're making her want to live." And Kate again watched her. "Tonight she does want to live." She spoke with a kindness that had the strange property of striking him as inconsequent. So much, and doubtless so unjustly, had all her clearness been an implication of the hard. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful indeed. He hated somehow the helplessness of his own note, but she had given it no heed. She's doing it for him, and she nodded in the direction of Milly's medical visitor. She wants to be for him at her best. But she can't deceive him. Densher had been looking too. Which made him say in a moment, "And do you think you can? I mean, if he's to be with us here, about your sentiments. If Aunt Maude's so thick with him." Aunt Maude now occupied in fact a place at his side and was visibly doing her best to entertain him, though this failed to prevent such a direction of his own eyes, determined. In the way such things happen, precisely by the attention of the others, as Densher became aware of and as Kate promptly marked. "He's looking at you. He wants to speak to you." "So Mrs. Stringham," the young man laughed, "advised me he would." "Then let him. Be right with him. I don't need," Kate went on in answer to the previous question, "to deceive him. Aunt Maude, if it's necessary, will do that. I mean that, knowing nothing about me, he can see me only as she sees me. She sees me now so well. He has nothing to do with me. Except to reprobate you," Densher suggested. "For not caring for you?" "Perfectly. As a brilliant young man driven by it into your relation with Milly, as all that I leave you to him." "Well," said Densher sincerely enough, "I think I can thank you for leaving me to someone easier perhaps with me than yourself." She had been looking about again meanwhile, the lady having changed her place, for the friend of Mrs. Lowder's to whom she had spoken of introducing him. "All the more reason why I should commit you then to Lady Wells." "Oh, but wait." It was not only that he distinguished Lady Wells from afar, that she inspired him with no eagerness, and that, somewhere at the back of his head, he was fairly aware of the question, in germ, of whether this was the kind of person he should be involved with when they were married. It was furthermore that the consciousness of something he had not got from Kate in the morning, and that logically much concerned him, had been made more keen by these very moments, to say nothing of the consciousness that, with their general smallness of opportunity, he must squeeze each stray instant hard. If Aunt Maude, over there with Sir Luke, noted him as a little attentive, that might pass for a futile demonstration on the part of a gentleman who had to confess to having, not very gracefully, changed his mind. Besides, just now, he didn't care for Aunt Maude except in so far as he was immediately to show. How can Mrs. Lowder think me disposed of with any finality, if I'm disposed of only to a girl who's dying? If you're right about that, about the state of the case, you're wrong about Mrs. Lowder's being squared. If Milly, as you say," he lucidly pursued, "can't deceive a great surgeon, or whatever, the great surgeon won't deceive other people, not those, that is, who are closely concerned. He won't at any rate deceive Mrs. Stringham, who's Milly's greatest friend, and it will be very odd if Mrs. Stringham deceives Aunt Maude, who's her own." Kate showed him at this the cold glow of an idea that really was worth his having kept her for. "Why will it be odd? I marvel at your seeing your way so little." Mere curiosity even, about his companion, had now for him its quick, its slightly quaking intensities. He had compared her once, we know, to a new book, an uncut volume of the highest, the rarest quality, and his emotion, to justify that, was again and again like the thrill of turning the page. "Well, you know how deeply I marvel at the way you see it. It doesn't in the least follow," Kate went on, "that anything in the nature of what you call deception on Mrs. Stringham's part will be what you call odd. Why shouldn't she hide the truth? From Mrs. Lowder?" Densher stared. "Why should she? To please you. And how in the world can it please me?" Kate turned her head away as if really at last almost tired of his density. But she looked at him again as she spoke. "Well then, to please Milly." And before he could question, "Don't you feel by this time that there's nothing Susan Shepherd won't do for you?" He had verily after an instant to take it in, so sharply it corresponded with the good lady's recent reception of him. It was queerer than anything again, the way they all came together round him. But that was an old story, and Kate's multiplied lights led him on and on. It was with a reserve, however, that he confessed this. She's ever so kind. Only her view of the right thing may not be the same as yours. How can it be anything different if it's the view of serving you? Densher for an instant, but only for an instant, hung fire. Oh, the difficulty is that I don't, upon my honor, even yet quite make out how yours does serve me. It helps you, put it then, said Kate very simply, to serve me. It gains you time. Time for what? For everything. She spoke at first, once more, with impatience, then as usual she qualified. For anything that may happen. Densher had a smile, but he felt it himself as strained. You're cryptic, love. It made her keep her eyes on him, and he could thus see that, by one of those incalculable motions in her without which she wouldn't have been a quarter so interesting. They half filled with tears from some source he had too roughly touched. I'm taking a trouble for you I never dreamed I should take for any human creature. Oh, it went home, making him flush for it, yet he soon enough felt his reply on his lips. Well, isn't my whole insistence to you now that I can conjure trouble away? And he let it, his insistence, come out again. It had so constantly had, all the week, but its step or two to make. There need be none whatever between us. There need be nothing but our sense of each other. It had only the effect at first that her eyes grew dry while she took up again one of the so numerous links in her close chain. You can tell her anything you like, anything whatever. Mrs. Stringham? I have nothing to tell her. You can tell her about us. I mean, she wonderfully pursued, that you do still like me. It was indeed so wonderful that it amused him. Only not that you still like me. She let his amusement pass. I'm absolutely certain she wouldn't repeat it. I see. To Aunt Maude. You don't quite see. Neither to Aunt Maude nor to anyone else. Kate then, he saw, was always seeing Milly much more, after all, than he was, and she showed it again as she went on. There, accordingly, is your time. She did at last make him think, and it was fairly as if light broke, though not quite all at once. You must let me say I do see. Time for something in particular that I understand you regard as possible. Time too that, I further understand, is time for you as well. Time indeed for me as well. And encouraged visibly by his glow of concentration, she looked at him as through the air she had painfully made clear. Yet she was still on her guard. Don't think, however, I'll do all the work for you. If you want things named you must name them. He had quite, within the minute, been turning names over. And there was only one, which at last stared at him there dreadful, that properly fitted. Since she's to die I'm to marry her? It struck him even at the moment as fine in her that she met it with no wincing nor mincing. She might for the grace of silence, for favor to their conditions, have only answered him with her eyes. But her lips bravely moved. To marry her. So that when her death has taken place I shall in the natural course have money? It was before him enough now, and he had nothing more to ask. He had only to turn, on the spot, considerably cold with the thought that all along, to his stupidity, his timidity, it had been only, what she meant. Now that he was in possession moreover she couldn't forbear, strangely enough, to pronounce the words she hadn't pronounced. They broke through her controlled and colorless voice as if she should be ashamed, to the very end, to have flinched. You'll in the natural course have money. We shall in the natural course be free. Oh, oh, oh. Densher softly murmured. Yes, yes, yes. But she broke off. Come to Lady Wells. He never budged, there was too much else. I'm to propose it then, marriage, on the spot? There was no ironic sound he needed to give it, the more simply he spoke the more he seemed ironic. But she remained consummately proof. "Oh, I can't go into that with you, and from the moment you don't wash your hands of me I don't think you ought to ask me. You must act as you like and as you can." He thought again. "I'm far, as I sufficiently showed you this morning, from washing my hands of you." "Then," said Kate, "it's all right." "All right?" His eagerness flamed. "You'll come?" But he had to see in a moment that it wasn't what she meant. "You'll have a free hand, a clear field, a chance, well, quite ideal. Your descriptions," her ideal was such a touch, "are prodigious. And what I don't make out is how, caring for me, you can like it." "I don't like it, but I'm a person, thank goodness, who can do what I don't like." It wasn't till afterwards that, going back to it, he was to read into this speech a kind of heroic ring, a note of character that belittled his own incapacity for action. Yet he saw indeed even at the time the greatness of knowing so well what one wanted. At the time too, moreover, he next reflected that he after all knew what he did. But something else on his lips was uppermost. "What I don't make out then is how you can even bear it." "Well, when you know me better you'll find out how much I can bear." And she went on before he could take up, as it were, her too many implications. That it was left to him to know her, spiritually, better, after his long sacrifice to knowledge, this for instance was a truth he hadn't been ready to receive so full in the face. She had mystified him enough, heaven knew, but that was rather by his own generosity than by hers. And what, with it, did she seem to suggest she might incur at his hands? In spite of these questions she was carrying him on. "All you'll have to do will be to stay." "And proceed to my business under your eyes?" "Oh dear no, we shall go." Go? He wondered. Go when, go where? "In a day or two, straight home. Aunt Maude wishes it now." It gave him all he could take in to think of. "Then what becomes of Miss Theale?" "What I tell you. She stays on, and you stay with her." He stared. "All alone?" She had a smile that was apparently for his tone. "You're old enough, with plenty of Mrs. Stringham." Nothing might have been so odd for him now, could he have measured it, as his being able to feel, quite while he drew from her these successive cues. That he was essentially, seeing what she would say, an instinct compatible for him therefore with that absence of a need to know her better to which she had a moment before done injustice. If it hadn't been appearing to him in gleams that she would somewhere break down, he probably couldn't have gone on. Still, as she wasn't breaking down there was nothing for him but to continue. "Is your going Mrs. Lowder's idea?" "Very much indeed. Of course again you see what it does for us. And I don't," she added, "refer only to our going, but to Aunt Maude's view of the general propriety of it." "I see again, as you say," Densher said after a moment. "It makes everything fit." Everything. The word, for a little, held the air, and he might have seemed the while to be looking, by no means dimly now, at all it stood for. But he had in fact been looking at something else. "You leave her here then to die?" "Ah, she believes she won't die." "Not if you stay." "I mean," Kate explained, "Aunt Maude believes. And that's all that's necessary." Still indeed she didn't break down. "Didn't we long ago agree that what she believes is the principal thing for us?" He recalled it, under her eyes, but it came as from long ago. "Oh yes. I can't deny it." Then he added, "So that if I stay, it won't," she was prompt, "be our fault." "If Mrs. Lowder still, you mean, suspects us?" "If she still suspects us." "But she won't." Kate gave it an emphasis that might have appeared to leave him nothing more, and he might in fact well have found nothing if he hadn't presently found, "But what if she doesn't accept me?" It produced in her a look of weariness that made the patience of her tone the next moment touch him. "You can but try." "Naturally I can but try. Only, you see, one has to try a little hard to propose to a dying girl. She isn't for you as if she's dying." It had determined in Kate the flash of justesse he could perhaps most, on consideration, have admired, since her retort touched the truth. There before him was the fact of how Milly tonight impressed him, and his companion, with her eyes in his own and pursuing his impression to the depths of them. Literally now perched on the fact in triumph. She turned her head to where their friend was again in range, and it made him turn his, so that they watched a minute in concert. Milly, from the other side, happened at the moment to notice them, and she sent across toward them in response all the candor of her smile, the luster of her pearls, the value of her life. The essence of her wealth. It brought them together again with faces made fairly grave by the reality she put into their plan. Kate herself grew a little pale for it, and they had for a time only a silence. The music, however, gay and vociferous, had broken out afresh and protected more than interrupted them. When Densher at last spoke it was under cover. "I might stay, you know, without trying." "Oh, to stay is to try." "To have for herself, you mean, the appearance of it?" "I don't see how you can have the appearance more." Densher waited. "You think it then possible she may offer marriage?" "I can't think, if you really want to know, what she may not offer. In the manner of princesses, who do such things. In any manner you like. So be prepared." Well, he looked as if he almost were. "It will be for me then to accept. But that's the way it must come." Kate's silence, so far, let it pass. But she presently said, "You'll, on your honor, stay then?" His answer made her wait, but when it came it was distinct. "Without you, you mean?" "Without us." "And you yourselves go at latest?" "Not later than Thursday." It made 3 days. "Well," he said, "I'll stay, on my honor, if you'll come to me." "On your honor." Again, as before, this made her momentarily rigid, with a rigor out of which, at a loss, she vaguely cast about her. Her rigor was more to him, nevertheless, than all her readiness. For her readiness was the woman herself, and this other thing a mask, a stopgap and a dodge. She cast about, however, as happened, and not for the instant in vain. Her eyes, turned over the room, caught at a pretext. "Lady Wells is tired of waiting, she's coming, see, to us." Densher saw in fact, but there was a distance for their visitor to cross, and he still had time. "If you decline to understand me I wholly decline to understand you. I'll do nothing." "Nothing?" It was as if she tried for the minute to plead. "I'll do nothing. I'll go off before you. I'll go tomorrow." He was to have afterwards the sense of her having then, as the phrase was, and for vulgar triumphs too, seen he meant it. She looked again at Lady Wells, who was nearer, but she quickly came back. "And if I do understand?" "I'll do everything." She found anew a pretext in her approaching friend. He was fairly playing with her pride. He had never, he then knew, tasted, in all his relation with her, of anything so sharp, too sharp for mere sweetness, as the vividness with which he saw himself master in the conflict. "Well, I understand." "On your honor?" "On my honor." "You'll come?" "I'll come." Book. Chapter 9. Chapter 1. It was after they had gone that he truly felt the difference, which was most to be felt moreover in his faded old rooms. He had recovered from the first a part of his attachment to this scene of contemplation, within sight, as it was, of the Rialto Bridge. On the hither side of that arch of associations and the left going up the canal. He had seen it in a particular light, to which, more and more, his mind and his hands adjusted it. But the interest the place now wore for him had risen at a bound, becoming a force that, on the spot, completely engaged and absorbed him. And relief from which, if relief was the name, he could find only by getting away and out of reach. What had come to pass within his walls lingered there as an obsession importunate to all his senses. It lived again, as a cluster of pleasant memories, at every hour and in every object. It made everything but itself irrelevant and tasteless. It remained, in a word, a conscious watchful presence, active on its own side, forever to be reckoned with, in face of which the effort at detachment was scarcely less futile than frivolous. Kate had come to him, it was only once, and this not from any failure of their need, but from such impossibilities, for bravery alike and for subtlety, as there was at the last no blinking. Yet she had come, that once, to stay, as people called it, and what survived of her, what reminded and insisted, was something he couldn't have banished if he had wished. Luckily he didn't wish, even though there might be for a man almost a shade of the awful in so unqualified a consequence of his act. It had simply worked, his idea, the idea he had made her accept. And all erect before him, really covering the ground as far as he could see, was the fact of the gained success that this represented. It was, otherwise, but the fact of the idea as directly applied, as converted from a luminous conception into an historic truth. He had known it before but as desired and urged, as convincingly insisted on for the help it would render. So that at present, with the help rendered, it seemed to acknowledge its office and to set up, for memory and faith, an insistence of its own. He had in fine judged his friend's pledge in advance as an inestimable value, and what he must now know his case for was that of a possession of the value to the full. Wasn't it perhaps even rather the value that possessed him, kept him thinking of it and waiting on it, turning round and round it and making sure of it again from this side and that? It played for him, certainly in this prime afterglow, the part of a treasure kept at home in safety and sanctity, something he was sure of finding in its place when, with each return, he worked his heavy old key in the lock. The door had but to open for him to be with it again and for it to be all there. So intensely there that, as we say, no other act was possible to him than the renewed act, almost the hallucination, of intimacy. Wherever he looked or sat or stood, to whatever aspect he gave for the instant the advantage, it was in view as nothing of the moment, nothing begotten of time or of chance could be, or ever would. It was in view as, when the curtain has risen, the play on the stage is in view, night after night, for the fiddlers. He remained thus, in his own theatre, in his single person, perpetual orchestra to the ordered drama, the confirmed run. Playing low and slow, moreover, in the regular way, for the situations of most importance. No other visitor was to come to him. He bumped occasionally, in the piazza or in his walks, against claimants to acquaintance, remembered or forgotten, at present mostly effusive, sometimes even inquisitive. But he gave no address and encouraged no approach. He couldn't for his life, he felt, have opened his door to a third person. Such a person would have interrupted him, would have profaned his secret or perhaps have guessed it. Would at any rate have broken the spell of what he conceived himself, in the absence of anything, to show, to be inwardly doing. He was giving himself up, that was quite enough, to the general feeling of his renewed engagement to fidelity. The force of the engagement, the quantity of the article to be supplied, the special solidity of the contract, the way, above all, as a service for which the price named by him had been magnificently paid. His equivalent office was to take effect. Such items might well fill his consciousness when there was nothing from outside to interfere. Never was a consciousness more rounded and fastened down over what filled it. Which is precisely what we have spoken of as, in its degree, the oppression of success, the somewhat chilled state, tending to the solitary, of supreme recognition. If it was slightly awful to feel so justified, this was by the loss of the warmth of the element of mystery. The lucid reigned instead of it, and it was into the lucid that he sat and stared. He shook himself out of it a dozen times a day, tried to break by his own act his constant still communion. It wasn't still communion she had meant to bequeath him. It was the very different business of that kind of fidelity of which the other name was careful action. Nothing, he perfectly knew, was less like careful action than the immersion he enjoyed at home. The actual grand queerness was that to be faithful to Kate he had positively to take his eyes, his arms, his lips straight off her. He had to let her alone. He had to remember it was time to go to the palace, which in truth was a mercy, since the check was not less effectual than imperative. What it came to, fortunately, as yet, was that when he closed the door behind him for an absence he always shut her in. Shut her out, it came to that rather, when once he had got a little away. And before he reached the palace, much more after hearing at his heels the bang of the greater port one, he felt free enough not to know his position as oppressively false. As Kate was all in his poor rooms, and not a ghost of her left for the grandeur, it was only on reflection that the falseness came out. So long as he left it to the mercy of beneficent chance it offered him no face and made of him no claim that he couldn't meet without aggravation of his inward sense. This aggravation had been his original horror, yet what, in Milly's presence, each day, was horror doing with him but virtually letting him off? He shouldn't perhaps get off to the end. There was time enough still for the possibility of shame to pounce. Still, however, he did constantly a little more what he liked best, and that kept him for the time more safe. What he liked best was, in any case, to know why things were as he felt them, and he knew it pretty well, in this case, 10 days after the retreat of his other friends. He then fairly perceived that, even putting their purity of motive at its highest, it was neither Kate nor he who made his strange relation to Milly, who made her own, so far as it might be, innocent. It was neither of them who practically purged it, if practically purged it was. Milly herself did everything, so far at least as he was concerned, Milly herself, and Milly's house, and Milly's hospitality, and Milly's manner, and Milly's character, and, perhaps still more than anything else, Milly's imagination, Mrs. Stringham and Sir Luke indeed a little aiding, whereby he knew the blessing of a fair pretext to ask himself what more he had to do. Something incalculable wrought for them, for him and Kate. Something outside, beyond, above themselves, and doubtless ever so much better than they, which wasn't a reason, however, its being so much better, for them not to profit by it. Not to profit by it, so far as profit could be reckoned, would have been to go directly against it. And the spirit of generosity at present engendered in Densher could have felt no greater pang than by his having to go directly against Milly. To go with her was the thing, so far as she could herself go, which, from the moment her tenure of her loved palace stretched on, was possible but by his remaining near her. This remaining was of course on the face of it the most marked of demonstrations, which was exactly why Kate had required it. It was so marked that on the very evening of the day it had taken effect Milly herself hadn't been able not to reach out to him, with an exquisite awkwardness, for some account of it. It was as if she had wanted from him some name that, now they were to be almost alone together, they could, for their further ease, know it and call it by, it being, after all, almost rudimentary that his presence, of which the absence of the others made quite a different thing, couldn't but have for himself some definite basis. She only wondered about the basis it would have for himself, and how he would describe it. That would quite do for her, it even would have done for her, he could see, had he produced some reason merely trivial, had he said he was waiting for money or clothes, for letters or for orders from Fleet Street, without which, as she might have heard, newspaper men never took a step. He hadn't in the event quite sunk to that, but he had none the less had there with her, that night, on Mrs. Stringham's leaving them alone. Mrs. Stringham proved really prodigious, his acquaintance with a shade of awkwardness darker than any Milly could know. He had supposed himself beforehand, on the question of what he was doing or pretending, in possession of some tone that would serve. But there were 3 minutes of his feeling incapable of promptness quite in the same degree in which a gentleman whose pocket has been picked feels incapable of purchase. It even didn't help him, oddly, that he was sure Kate would in some way have spoken for him, or rather not so much in some way as in one very particular way. He hadn't asked her, at the last, what she might, in the connection, have said. Nothing would have induced him to put such a question after she had been to see him, his lips were so sealed by that passage, his spirit in fact so hushed, in respect to any charge upon her freedom. There was something he could only therefore read back into the probabilities, and when he left the palace an hour afterwards it was with a sense of having breathed there, in the very air. The truth he had been guessing. Just this perception it was, however, that had made him for the time ugly to himself in his awkwardness. It was horrible, with this creature, to be awkward. It was odious to be seeking excuses for the relation that involved it. Any relation that involved it was by the very fact as much discredited as a dish would be at dinner if one had to take medicine as a sauce. What Kate would have said in one of the young women's last talks was that, if Milly absolutely must have the truth about it, Mr. Densher was staying because she had really seen no way but to require it of him. If he stayed he didn't follow her, or didn't appear to her aunt to be doing so. And when she kept him from following her, Mrs. Lowder couldn't pretend, in scenes, the renewal of which at this time of day was painful, that she after all didn't snub him as she might. She did nothing in fact but snub him. Wouldn't that have been part of the story? Only Aunt Maude's suspicions were of the sort that had repeatedly to be dealt with. He had been, by the same token, reasonable enough, as he now, for that matter, well might. He had consented to oblige them, aunt and niece, by giving the plainest sign possible that he could exist away from London. To exist away from London was to exist away from Kate Croy, which was again, much appreciated, to the latter's comfort. There was a minute, at this hour, out of Densher's 3, during which he knew the terror of Milly's uttering some such allusion to their friend's explanation as he must meet with words that wouldn't destroy it. To destroy it was to destroy everything, to destroy probably Kate herself, to destroy in particular by a breach of faith still uglier than anything else the beauty of their own last passage. He had given her his word of honor that if she would come to him he would act absolutely in her sense, and he had done so with a full enough vision of what her sense implied. What it implied for one thing was that tonight in the great saloon, noble in its half-lighted beauty, and straight in the white face of his young hostess, divine in her trust, or at any rate inscrutable in her mercy, what it implied was that he should lie with his lips. The single thing, of all things, that could save him from it would be Milly's letting him off after having thus scared him. What made her mercy inscrutable was that if she had already more than once saved him it was yet apparently without knowing how nearly he was lost. These were transcendent motions, not the less blessed for being obscure, whereby yet once more he was to feel the pressure lighten. He was kept on his feet in short by the felicity of her not presenting him with Kate's version as a version to adopt. He couldn't stand up to lie, he felt as if he should have to go down on his knees. As it was he just sat there shaking a little for nervousness the leg he had crossed over the other. She was sorry for his suffered snub, but he had nothing more to subscribe to perjure himself about, than the 3 or 4 inanities he had, on his own side, feebly prepared for the crisis. He scrambled a little higher than the reference to money and clothes, letters and directions from his manager. But he brought out the beauty of the chance for him, there before him like a temptress painted by Titian, to do a little quiet writing. He was vivid for a moment on the difficulty of writing quietly in London, and he was precipitate, almost explosive, on his idea, long cherished, of a book. The explosion lighted her face. "You'll do your book here?" "I hope to begin it." "It's something you haven't begun?" "Well, only just." "And since you came?" She was so full of interest that he shouldn't perhaps after all be too easily let off. "I tried to think a few days ago that I had broken ground." Scarcely anything, it was indeed clear, could have let him in deeper. "I'm afraid we've made an awful mess of your time." "Of course you have. But what I'm hanging on for now is precisely to repair that ravage." "Then you mustn't mind me, you know." "You'll see," he tried to say with ease, "how little I shall mind anything. You'll want," Milly had thrown herself into it, "the best part of your days." He thought a moment, he did what he could to wreathe it in smiles. "Oh, I shall make shift with the worst part. The best will be for you." And he wished Kate could hear him. It didn't help him moreover that he visibly, even pathetically, imaged to her by such touches his quest for comfort against discipline. He was to bury Kate's so signal snub, and also the hard law she had now laid on him, under a high intellectual effort. This at least was his crucifixion, that Milly was so interested. She was so interested that she presently asked him if he found his rooms propitious, while he felt that in just decently answering her he put on a brazen mask. He should need it quite particularly were she to express again her imagination of coming to tea with him, an extremity that he saw he was not to be spared. "We depend on you, Susie and I, you know, not to forget we're coming." The extremity was but to face that remainder, yet it demanded all his tact. Facing their visit itself, to that, no matter what he might have to do, he would never consent, as we know, to be pushed. And this even though it might be exactly such a demonstration as would figure for him at the top of Kate's list of his proprieties. He could wonder freely enough, deep within, if Kate's view of that especial propriety had not been modified by a subsequent occurrence. But his deciding that it was quite likely not to have been had no effect on his own preference for tact. It pleased him to think of tact as his present prop in doubt. That glossed his predicament over, for it was of application among the sensitive and the kind. He wasn't inhuman, in fine, so long as it would serve. It had to serve now, accordingly, to help him not to sweeten Milly's hopes. He didn't want to be rude to them, but he still less wanted them to flower again in the particular connection. So that, casting about him in his anxiety for a middle way to meet her, he put his foot, with unhappy effect, just in the wrong place. "Will it be safe for you to break into your custom of not leaving the house?" Safe? She had for 20 seconds an exquisite pale glare. Oh, but he didn't need it, by that time, to wince. He had winced for himself as soon as he had made his mistake. He had done what, so unforgettably, she had asked him in London not to do. He had touched, all alone with her here, the supersensitive nerve of which she had warned him. He had not, since the occasion in London, touched it again till now. But he saw himself freshly warned that it was able to bear still less. So for the moment he knew as little what to do as he had ever known it in his life. He couldn't emphasize that he thought of her as dying, yet he couldn't pretend he thought of her as indifferent to precautions. Meanwhile too she had narrowed his choice. "You suppose me so awfully bad?" He turned, in his pain, within himself, but by the time the color had mounted to the roots of his hair he had found what he wanted. "I'll believe whatever you tell me." "Well then, I'm splendid." "Oh, I don't need you to tell me that. I mean I'm capable of life. I've never doubted it. I mean," she went on, "that I want so to live." "Well?" he asked while she paused with the intensity of it. "Well, that I know I can. Whatever you do." He shrank from solemnity about it. "Whatever I do. If I want to." "If you want to do it?" "If I want to live." "I can," Milly repeated. He had clumsily brought it on himself, but he hesitated with all the pity of it. "Ah, then that I believe." I will," she declared, yet with the weight of it somehow turned for him to mere light and sound. He felt himself smiling through a mist. "You simply must." It brought her straight again to the fact. "Well then, if you say it, why mayn't we pay you our visit? Will it help you to live?" "Every little helps," she laughed. "And it's very little for me, in general, to stay at home. Only I shan't want to miss it." "Yes?" She had dropped again. "Well, on the day you give us a chance." It was amazing what so brief an exchange had at this point done with him. His great scruples suddenly broke, giving way to something inordinately strange, something of a nature to become clear to him only when he had left her. "You can come," he said, "when you like." What had taken place for him, however, the drop, almost with violence, of everything but a sense of her own reality, apparently showed in his face or his manner. And even so vividly that she could take it for something else. "I see how you feel, that I'm an awful bore about it and that, sooner than have any such upset, you'll go. So it's no matter." "No matter?" "Oh." He quite protested now. "If it drives you away to escape us. We want you not to go." It was beautiful how she spoke for Mrs. Stringham. Whatever it was, at any rate, he shook his head. "I won't go." Then I won't go. She brightly declared. You mean you won't come to me? No, never now. It's over. But it's all right. I mean, apart from that, she went on, that I won't do anything I oughtn't or that I'm not forced to. Oh, who can ever force you? He asked with his hand-to-mouth way, at all times, of speaking for her encouragement. You're the least coercible of creatures. Because, you think, I'm so free? The freest person probably now in the world. You've got everything. Well, she smiled, call it so. I don't complain. On which again, in spite of himself, it let him in. No, I know you don't complain. As soon as he had said it he had himself heard the pity in it. His telling her she had everything was extravagant kind humor, whereas his knowing so tenderly that she didn't complain was terrible kind gravity. Milly felt, he could see, the difference. He might as well have praised her outright for looking death in the face. This was the way she just looked him again, and it was of no attenuation that she took him up more gently than ever. It isn't a merit, when one sees one's way to peace and plenty? Well, I dare say not. I mean to keeping what one has. Oh, that's success. If what one has is good, Densher said at random, it's enough to try for. Well, it's my limit. I'm not trying for more. To which then she added with a change, and now about your book. My book? He had got in a moment so far from it. The one you're now to understand that nothing will induce either Susie or me to run the risk of spoiling. He cast about, but he made up his mind. I'm not doing a book. Not what you said, she asked in a wonder. You're not writing? He already felt relieved. I don't know, upon my honor, what I'm doing. It made her visibly grave, so that, disconcerted in another way, he was afraid of what she would see in it. She saw in fact exactly what he feared, but again his honor, as he called it, was saved even while she didn't know she had threatened it. Taking his words for a betrayal of the sense that he, on his side, might complain. What she clearly wanted was to urge on him some such patience as he should be perhaps able to arrive at with her indirect help. Still more clearly, however, she wanted to be sure of how far she might venture, and he could see her make out in a moment that she had a sort of test. Then if it's not for your book? What am I staying for? I mean with your London work, with all you have to do. Isn't it rather empty for you? Empty for me? He remembered how Kate had held that she might propose marriage, and he wondered if this were the way she would naturally begin it. It would leave him, such an incident, he already felt, at a loss, and the note of his finest anxiety might have been in the vagueness of his reply. Oh well. I ask too many questions? She settled it for herself before he could protest. You stay because you've got to. He grasped at it. I stay because I've got to. And he couldn't have said when he had uttered it if it were loyal to Kate or disloyal. It gave her, in a manner, away, it showed the tip of the ear of her plan. Yet Milly took it, he perceived, but as a plain statement of his truth. He was waiting for what Kate would have told her of, the permission from Lancaster Gate to come any nearer. To remain friends with either niece or aunt he mustn't stir without it. All this Densher read in the girl's sense of the spirit of his reply. So that it made him feel he was lying, and he had to think of something to correct that. What he thought of was, in an instant, isn't it enough, whatever may be one's other complications, to stay after all for you? Oh, you must judge. He was by this time on his feet to take leave, and was also at last too restless. The speech in question at least wasn't disloyal to Kate, that was the very tone of their bargain. So was it, by being loyal, another kind of lie, the lie of the uncandid profession of a motive. He was staying so little for Milly that he was staying positively against her. He didn't, none the less, know, and at last, thank goodness, didn't care. The only thing he could say might make it either better or worse. Well then, so long as I don't go, you must think of me all as judging. Chapter 2. He didn't go home, on leaving her, he didn't want to. He walked instead, through his narrow ways and his campi with Gothic arches, to a small and comparatively sequestered café where he had already more than once found refreshment and comparative repose, together with solutions that consisted mainly and pleasantly of further indecisions. It was a literal fact that those awaiting him there tonight, while he leaned back on his velvet bench with his head against a florid mirror and his eyes not looking further than the fumes of his tobacco, might have been regarded by him as a little less limp than usual. This wasn't because, before getting to his feet again, there was a step he had seen his way to. It was simply because the acceptance of his position took sharper effect from his sense of what he had just had to deal with. When half an hour before, at the palace, he had turned about to Milly on the question of the impossibility so inwardly felt, turned about on the spot and under her eyes, he had acted by the sudden force of his seeing much further, seeing how little, how not at all, impossibilities mattered. It wasn't a case for pedantry. When people were at her pass everything was allowed. And her pass was now, as by the sharp click of a spring, just completely his own, to the extent, as he felt, of her deep dependence on him. Anything he should do or shouldn't would have close reference to her life, which was thus absolutely in his hands, and ought never to have reference to anything else. It was on the cards for him that he might kill her. That was the way he read the cards as he sat in his customary corner. The fear in this thought made him let everything go, kept him there actually, all motionless, for 3 hours on end. He renewed his consumption and smoked more cigarettes than he had ever done in the time. What had come out for him had come out, with this first intensity, as a terror. So that action itself, of any sort, the right as well as the wrong, if the difference even survived, had heard in it a vivid hush, the injunction to keep from that moment intensely still. He thought in fact while his vigil lasted of several different ways for his doing so, and the hour might have served him as a lesson in going on tiptoe. What he finally took home, when he ventured to leave the place, was the perceived truth that he might on any other system go straight to destruction. Destruction was represented for him by the idea of his really bringing to a point, on Milly's side, anything whatever. Nothing so brought, he easily argued, but must be in one way or another a catastrophe. He was mixed up in her fate, or her fate, if that should be better, was mixed up in him, so that a single false motion might either way snap the coil. They helped him, it was true, these considerations, to a degree of eventual peace, for what they luminously amounted to was that he was to do nothing. And that fell in after all with the burden laid on him by Kate. He was only not to budge without the girl's leave, not, oddly enough at the last, to move without it, whether further or nearer, any more than without Kate's. It was to this his wisdom reduced itself, to the need again simply to be kind. That was the same as being still, as studying to create the minimum of vibration. He felt himself as he smoked shut up to a room on the wall of which something precious was too precariously hung. A false step would bring it down, and it must hang as long as possible. He was aware when he walked away again that even Fleet Street wouldn't at this juncture successfully touch him. His manager might wire that he was wanted, but he could easily be deaf to his manager. His money for the idle life might be none too much. Happily, however, Venice was cheap, and it was moreover the queer fact that Milly in a manner supported him. The greatest of his expenses really was to walk to the palace to dinner. He didn't want, in short, to give that up, and he should probably be able, he felt, to stay his breath and his hand. He should be able to be still enough through everything. He tried that for 3 weeks, with the sense after a little of not having failed. There had to be a delicate art in it, for he wasn't trying, quite the contrary, to be either distant or dull. That would not have been being nice, which in its own form was the real law. That too might just have produced the vibration he desired to avert. So that he best kept everything in place by not hesitating or fearing, as it were, to let himself go in the direction, that is to say, of staying. It depended on where he went. Which was what he meant by taking care. When one went on tiptoe one could turn off for retreat without betraying the maneuver. Perfect tact, the necessity for which he had from the first, as we know, happily recognized, was to keep all intercourse in the key of the absolutely settled. It was settled thus for instance that they were indissoluble good friends, and settled as well that her being the American girl was just in time and for the relation they found themselves concerned in, a boon inappreciable. If, at least, as the days went on, she was to fall short of her prerogative of the great national, the great maidenly ease. If she didn't diviningly and responsively desire and labor to record herself as possessed of it, this wouldn't have been for want of Densher's keeping her, with his idea well up to it, wouldn't have been in fine for want of his encouragement and reminder. He didn't perhaps in so many words speak to her of the quantity itself as of the thing she was least to intermit. But he talked of it, freely, in what he flattered himself was an impersonal way, and this held it there before her, since he was careful also to talk pleasantly. It was at once their idea, when all was said, and the most marked of their conveniences. The type was so elastic that it could be stretched to almost anything. And yet, not stretched, it kept down, remained normal, remained properly within bounds. And he had meanwhile, thank goodness, without being too much disconcerted, the sense, for the girl's part of the business, of the queerest conscious compliance, of her doing very much what he wanted. Even though without her quite seeing why. She fairly touched this once in saying, "Oh yes. You like us to be as we are because it's a kind of facilitation to you that we don't quite measure. I think one would have to be English to measure it." And that too, strangely enough, without prejudice to her good nature. She might have been conceived as doing, that is of being, what he liked in order perhaps only to judge where it would take them. They really as it went on saw each other at the game, she knowing he tried to keep her in tune with his conception, and he knowing she thus knew it. Add that he again knew she knew, and yet that nothing was spoiled by it, and we get a fair impression of the line they found most completely workable. The strangest fact of all for us must be that the success he himself thus promoted was precisely what figured to his gratitude as the something above and beyond him, above and beyond Kate. That made for daily decency. There would scarce have been felicity, certainly too little of the right lubricant, had not the national character so invoked been, not less inscrutably than entirely, in Milly's chords. It made up her unity and was the one thing he could unlimitedly take for granted. He did so then, daily, for 20 days, without deepened fear of the undue vibration that was keeping him watchful. He knew in his nervousness that he was living at best from day to day and from hand to mouth, yet he had succeeded, he believed, in avoiding a mistake. All women had alternatives, and Milly's would doubtless be shaky too, but the national character was firm in her, whether as all of her, practically, by this time, or but as a part. The national character that, in a woman still so young, made of the air breathed a virtual non-conductor. It wasn't till a certain occasion when the 20 days had passed that, going to the palace at tea-time, he was met by the information that the Signorina Padrona was not receiving. The announcement met him, in the court, on the lips of one of the gondoliers, met him, he thought, with such a conscious eye as the knowledge of his freedoms of access, hitherto conspicuously shown, could scarce fail to beget. Densher had not been at Palazzo Leporelli among the mere receivable, but had taken his place once for all among the involved and included. So that on being so flagrantly braved he recognized after a moment the propriety of a further appeal. Neither of the two ladies, it appeared, received, and yet Pasquale was not prepared to say that either was poco bene. He was yet not prepared to say that either was anything, and he would have been blank, Densher mentally noted, if the term could ever apply to members of a race in whom vacancy was but a nest of darknesses, not a vain surface, but a place of withdrawal in which something obscure, something always ominous, indistinguishably lived. He felt afresh indeed at this hour the force of the veto laid within the palace on any mention, any cognition, of the liabilities of its mistress. The state of her health was never confessed to there as a reason. How much it might deeply be taken for one was another matter, of which he grew fully aware on carrying his question further. This appeal was to his friend Eugenio, whom he immediately sent for, with whom, for 3 rich minutes, protected from the weather. He was confronted in the gallery that led from the water steps to the court, and whom he always called, in meditation, his friend. Seeing it was so elegantly presumable, he would have put an end to him if he could. That produced a relation which required a name of its own, an intimacy of consciousness in truth for each, an intimacy of eye, of ear, of general sensibility, of everything but tongue. It had been, in other words, for the 5 weeks, far from a cult to our young man that Eugenio took a view of him not less finely formal than essentially vulgar. But which at the same time he couldn't himself raise an eyebrow to prevent. It was all in the air now again, it was as much between them as ever while Eugenio waited on him in the court. The weather, from early morning, had turned to storm, the first sea storm of the autumn, and Densher had almost invidiously brought him down the outer staircase, the massive ascent. The great feature of the court, to Milly's piano nobile. This was to pay him, it was the one chance, for all imputations. The imputation in particular that, clever, tanto bello and not rich, the young man from London was, by the obvious way, pressing Miss Theale's fortune hard. It was to pay him for the further ineffable intimation that a gentleman must take the young lady's most devoted servant, interested scarcely less in the high attraction, for a strangely casual appendage if he counted in such a connection on impunity and prosperity. These interpretations were odious to Densher for the simple reason that they might have been so true of the attitude of an inferior man, and 3 things alone, accordingly, had kept him from writing himself. One of these was that his critic sought expression only in an impersonality, a positive inhumanity, of politeness. The second was that refinements of expression in a friend-servant were not a thing a visitor could take action on. And the third was the fact that the particular attribution of motive did him after all no wrong. It was his own fault if the vulgar view, the view that might have been taken of an inferior man, happened so incorrigibly to fit him. He apparently wasn't so different from inferior men as that came to. If therefore, in fine, Eugenio figured to him as my friend, because he was conscious of his seeing so much of him. What he made him see on the same lines in the course of their present interview was ever so much more. Densher felt that he marked himself, no doubt, as insisting, by dissatisfaction with the gondolier's answer, on the pursuit taken for granted in him. And yet felt it only in the augmented, the exalted distance that was by this time established between them. Eugenio had of course reflected that a word to Miss Theale from such a pair of lips would cost him his place. But he could also bethink himself that, so long as the word never came, and it was, on the basis he had arranged, impossible, he enjoyed the imagination of mounting guard. He had never so mounted guard, Densher could see, as during these minutes in the damp loggia where the storm gusts were strong. And there came in fact for our young man, as a result of his presence, a sudden sharp sense that everything had turned to the dismal. Something had happened, he didn't know what. And it wasn't Eugenio who would tell him. What Eugenio told him was that he thought the ladies, as if their liability had been equal, were a leetle fatigued, just a leetle, and without any cause named for it. It was one of the signs of what Densher felt in him that, by a profundity, a true deviltry of resource, he always met the latter's Italian with English and his English with Italian. He now, as usual, slightly smiled at him in the process, but ever so slightly this time, his manner also being attuned, our young man made out, to the thing, whatever it was. That constituted the rupture of peace. This manner, while they stood a long minute facing each other over all they didn't say, played a part as well in the sudden jar to Densher's protected state. It was a Venice all of evil that had broken out for them alike, so that they were together in their anxiety, if they really could have met on it. A Venice of cold lashing rain from a low black sky, of wicked wind raging through narrow passes, of general arrest and interruption, with the people engaged in all the water life huddled, stranded and wageless, bored and cynical, under archways and bridges. Our young man's mute exchange with his friend contained meanwhile such a depth of reference that, had the pressure been but slightly prolonged, they might have reached a point at which they were equally weak. Each had verily something in mind that would have made a hash of mutual suspicion and in presence of which, as a possibility, they were more united than disjoined. But it was to have been a moment for Densher that nothing could ease off, not even the formal propriety with which his interlocutor finally attended him to the port one and bowed upon his retreat. Nothing had passed about his coming back, and the air had made itself felt as a non-conductor of messages. Densher knew of course, as he took his way again, that Eugenio's invitation to return was not what he missed, yet he knew at the same time that what had happened to him was part of his punishment. Out in the square beyond the fondamenta that gave access to the land gate of the palace, out where the wind was higher, he fairly, with the thought of it, pulled his umbrella closer down. It couldn't be, his consciousness, unseen enough by others, the base predicament of having, by a concatenation. Just to take such things as the fact that one very acute person in the world, whom he couldn't dispose of as an interested scoundrel, enjoyed an opinion of him that there was no attacking, no disproving, no, what was worst of all, even noticing. One had come to a queer pass when a servant's opinion so mattered. Eugenio's would have mattered even if, as founded on a low vision of appearances, it had been quite wrong. It was the more disagreeable accordingly that the vision of appearances was quite right, and yet was scarcely less low. Such as it was, at any rate, Densher shook it off with the more impatience that he was independently restless. He had to walk in spite of weather, and he took his course, through crooked ways, to the piazza, where he should have the shelter of the galleries. Here, in the high arcade, half Venice was crowded close, while, on the Molo, at the limit of the expanse, the old columns of the St. Theodore and of the Lion were the frame of a door wide open to the storm. It was odd for him, as he moved, that it should have made such a difference, if the difference wasn't only that the palace had for the first time failed of a welcome. There was more, but it came from that gave the harsh note and broke the spell. The wet and the cold were now to reckon with, and it was to Densher precisely as if he had seen the obliteration, at a stroke, of the margin on a faith in which they were all living. The margin had been his name for it, for the thing that, though it had held out, could bear no shock. The shock, in some form, had come, and he wondered about it while, threading his way among loungers as vague as himself, he dropped his eyes sightlessly on the rubbish in shops. There were stretches of the gallery paved with squares of red marble, greasy now with the salt spray. And the whole place, in its huge elegance, the grace of its conception and the beauty of its detail, was more than ever like a great drawing room, the drawing room of Europe. Profaned and bewildered by some reverse of fortune, he brushed shoulders with brown men whose hats askew, and the loose sleeves of whose pendant jackets, made them resemble melancholy maskers. The tables and chairs that overflowed from the cafés were gathered, still with a pretense of service, into the arcade, and here and there a spectacled German, with his coat collar up, partook publicly of food and philosophy. These were impressions for Densher too, but he had made the whole circuit thrice before he stopped short, in front of Florian's, with the force of his sharpest. His eye had caught a face within the café, he had spotted an acquaintance behind the glass. The person he had thus paused long enough to look at twice was seated, well within range, at a small table on which a tumbler, half emptied and evidently neglected, still remained. And though he had on his knee, as he leaned back, a copy of a French newspaper, the heading of the Figaro was visible, he stared straight before him at the little opposite rococo wall. Densher had him for a minute in profile, had him for a time during which his identity produced, however quickly, all the effect of establishing connections startling and direct. And then, as if it were the one thing more needed, seized the look, determined by a turn of the head, that might have been a prompt result of the sense of being noticed. This wider view showed him all Lord Mark as encountered, several weeks before, the day of the first visit of each to Palazzo Leporelli. For it had been all Lord Mark that was going out, on that occasion, as he came in, he had felt it, in the hall, at the time. And he was accordingly the less at a loss to recognize in a few seconds, as renewed meeting brought it to the surface, the same potential quantity. It was a matter, the whole passage, it could only be, but of a few seconds. For as he might neither stand there to stare nor on the other hand make any advance from it, he had presently resumed his walk, this time to another pace. It had been for all the world, during his pause, as if he had caught his answer to the riddle of the day. Lord Mark had simply faced him, as he had faced him, not placed by him, not at first, as one of the damp shuffling crowd. Recognition, though hanging fire, had then clearly come. Yet no light of salutation had been struck from these certainties. Acquaintance between them was scant enough for neither to take it up. That neither had done so was not, however, what now mattered, but that the gentleman at Florian's should be in the place at all. He couldn't have been in it long. Densher, as inevitably a haunter of the great meeting ground, would in that case have seen him before. He paid short visits, he was on the wing. The question for him even as he sat there was of his train or of his boat. He had come back for something, as a sequel to his earlier visit. And whatever he had come back for it had had time to be done. He might have arrived but last night or that morning, he had already made the difference. It was a great thing for Densher to get this answer. He held it close, he hugged it, quite leaned on it as he continued to circulate. It kept him going and going, it made him no less restless. But it explained, and that was much, for with explanations he might somehow deal. The vice in the air, otherwise, was too much like the breath of fate. The weather had changed, the rain was ugly, the wind wicked, the sea impossible, because of Lord Mark. It was because of him, a fortiori, that the palace was closed. Densher went round again twice. He found the visitor each time as he had found him first. Once, that is, he was staring before him, the next time he was looking over his Figaro, which he had opened out. Densher didn't again stop, but left him apparently unconscious of his passage, on another repetition of which Lord Mark had disappeared. He had spent but the day, he would be off that night. He had now gone to his hotel for arrangements. These things were as plain to Densher as if he had had them in words. The obscure had cleared for him, if cleared it was. There was something he didn't see, the great thing, but he saw so round it and so close to it that this was almost as good. He had been looking at a man who had done what he had come for, and for whom, as done, it temporarily sufficed. The man had come again to see Milly, and Milly had received him. His visit would have taken place just before or just after luncheon, and it was the reason why he himself had found her door shut. He said to himself that evening, he still said even on the morrow, that he only wanted a reason, and that with this perception of one he could now mind, as he called it, his business. His business, he had settled, as we know, was to keep thoroughly still, and he asked himself why it should prevent this that he could feel, in connection with the crisis, so remarkably blameless. He gave the appearances before him all the benefit of being critical, so that if blame were to accrue he shouldn't feel he had dodged it. But it wasn't a bit he who, that day, had touched her, and if she was upset it wasn't a bit his act. The ability so to think about it amounted for Densher during several hours to a kind of exhilaration. The exhilaration was heightened fairly, besides, by the visible conditions, sharp, striking, ugly to him, of Lord Mark's return. His constant view of it, for all the next hours, of which there were many, was as a demonstration on the face of it sinister even to his own actual ignorance. He didn't need, for seeing it as evil, seeing it as, to a certainty, in a high degree, nasty, to know more about it than he had so easily and so wonderfully picked up. You couldn't drop on the poor girl that way without, by the fact, being brutal. Such a visit was a descent, an invasion, an aggression, constituting precisely one or other of the stupid shocks he himself had so decently sought to spare her. Densher had indeed drifted by the next morning to the reflection, which he positively, with occasion, might have brought straight out, that the only delicate and honorable way of treating a person in such a state was to treat her as he, Merton Densher, did. With time, actually, for the impression but deepened, this sense of the contrast, to the advantage of Merton Densher, became a sense of relief, and that in turn a sense of escape. It was for all the world, and he drew a long breath on it, as if a special danger for him had passed. Lord Mark had, without in the least intending such a service, got it straight out of the way. It was he, the brute, who had stumbled into just the wrong inspiration and who had therefore produced, for the very person he had wished to hurt, an impunity that was comparative innocence. That was almost like purification. The person he had wished to hurt could only be the person so unaccountably hanging about. To keep still meanwhile was, for this person, more comprehensively, to keep it all up. And to keep it all up was, if that seemed on consideration best, not, for the day or two, to go back to the palace. The day or two passed, stretched to 3 days. And with the effect, extraordinarily, that Densher felt himself in the course of them washed but the more clean. Some sign would come if his return should have the better effect. And he was at all events, in absence, without the particular scruple. It wouldn't have been meant for him by either of the women that he was to come back but to face Eugenio. That was impossible, the being again denied, for it made him practically answerable, and answerable was what he wasn't. There was no neglect either in absence, inasmuch as, from the moment he didn't get in, the one message he could send up would be some hope on the score of health. Since accordingly that sort of expression was definitely forbidden him, he had only to wait, which he was actually helped to do by his feeling with the lapse of each day more and more wound up to it. The days in themselves were anything but sweet, the wind and the weather lasted, the fireless cold hinted at worse, the broken charm of the world about was broken into smaller pieces. He walked up and down his rooms and listened to the wind, listened also to tinkles of bells and watched for some servant of the palace. He might get a note, but the note never came. There were hours when he stayed at home not to miss it. When he wasn't at home he was in circulation again as he had been at the hour of his seeing Lord Mark. He strolled about the square with the herd of refugees, he raked the approaches and the cafés on the chance the brute, as he now regularly imaged him, might be still there. He could only be there, he knew, to be received afresh, and that, one had but to think of it, would be indeed stiff. He had gone, however, it was proved. Though Densher's care for the question either way only added to what was most acrid in the taste of his present ordeal. It all came round to what he was doing for Milly, spending days that neither relief nor escape could purge of a smack of the abject. What was it but abject for a man of his parts to be reduced to such pastimes? What was it but sordid for him, shuffling about in the rain, to have to peep into shops and to consider possible meetings? What was it but odious to find himself wondering what, as between him and another man, a possible meeting would produce? There recurred moments when in spite of everything he felt no straighter than another man. And yet even on the third day, when still nothing had come, he more than ever knew that he wouldn't have budged for the world. He thought of the two women, in their silence, at last, he at all events thought of Milly, as probably, for her reasons, now intensely wishing him to go. The cold breath of her reasons was, with everything else, in the air. But he didn't care for them any more than for her wish itself, and he would stay in spite of her, stay in spite of odium, stay in spite perhaps of some final experience that would be, for the pain of it, all but unbearable. That would be his one way, purified though he was, to mark his virtue beyond any mistake. It would be accepting the disagreeable, and the disagreeable would be a proof. A proof of his not having stayed for the thing, the agreeable, as it were, that Kate had named. The thing Kate had named was not to have been the odium of staying in spite of hints. It was part of the odium as actual too that Kate was, for her comfort, just now well aloof. These were the first hours since her flight in which his sense of what she had done for him on the eve of that event was to incur a qualification. It was strange, it was perhaps base, to be thinking such things so soon, but one of the intimations of his solitude was that she had provided for herself. She was out of it all, by her act, as much as he was in it, and this difference grew, positively, as his own intensity increased. She had said in their last sharp snatch of talk, sharp though thickly muffled, and with every word in it final and deep, unlike even the deepest words they had ever yet spoken, letters? Never, now. Think of it. Impossible. So that as he had sufficiently caught her sense, into which he read, all the same, a strange inconsequence, they had practically wrapped their understanding in the breach of their correspondence. He had moreover, on losing her, done justice to her law of silence. For there was doubtless a finer delicacy in his not writing to her than in his writing as he must have written had he spoken of themselves. That would have been a turbid strain, and her idea had been to be noble, which, in a degree, was a manner. Only it left her, for the pinch, comparatively at ease. And it left him, in the conditions, peculiarly alone. He was alone, that is, till, on the afternoon of his third day, in gathering dusk and renewed rain, with his shabby rooms looking doubtless, in their confirmed dreariness. For the mere eyes of others, at their worst, the grinning padrona threw open the door and introduced Mrs. Stringham. That made at a bound a difference, especially when he saw that his visitor was weighted. It appeared part of her weight that she was in a wet waterproof, that she allowed her umbrella to be taken from her by the good woman without consciousness or care, and that her face, under her veil, richly rosy with the driving wind, was, and the veil too, as splashed as if the rain were her tears. Chapter 3. They came to it almost immediately. He was to wonder afterwards at the fewness of their steps. She has turned her face to the wall. You mean she's worse? The poor lady stood there as she had stopped. Densher had, in the instant flare of his eagerness, his curiosity, all responsive at sight of her, waved away, on the spot, the padrona, who had offered to relieve her of her mackintosh. She looked vaguely about through her wet veil, intensely alive now to the step she had taken and wishing it not to have been in the dark, but clearly, as yet, seeing nothing. I don't know how she is, and it's why I've come to you. I'm glad enough you've come, he said, and it's quite, you make me feel, as if I had been wretchedly waiting for you. She showed him again her blurred eyes, she had caught at his word. Have you been wretched? Now, however, on his lips, the word expired. It would have sounded for him like a complaint, and before something he already made out in his visitor he knew his own trouble as small. Hers, under her damp draperies, which shamed his lack of a fire, was great, and he felt she had brought it all with her. He answered that he had been patient and above all that he had been still. As still as a mouse, you'll have seen it for yourself. Stiller, for 3 days together, than I've ever been in my life. It has seemed to me the only thing. This qualification of it as a policy or a remedy was straightway for his friend, he saw, a light that her own light could answer. It has been best. I've wondered for you. But it has been best, she said again. Yet it has done no good? I don't know. I've been afraid you were gone. Then as he gave a headshake which, though slow, was deeply mature, you won't go? Is to go, he asked, to be still? Oh, I mean if you'll stay for me. I'll do anything for you. Isn't it for you alone now I can? She thought of it, and he could see even more of the relief she was taking from him. His presence, his face, his voice, the old rooms themselves, so meager yet so charged, where Kate had admirably been to him, these things counted for her, now she had them. As the help she had been wanting, so that she still only stood there taking them all in. With it however popped up characteristically a throb of her conscience. What she thus tasted was almost a personal joy. It told Densher of the 3 days she on her side had spent. Well, anything you do for me, is for her too. Only nothing now matters? She looked at him a minute as if he were the fact itself that he expressed. Then you know? Is she dying? He asked for all answer. Mrs. Stringham waited, her face seemed to sound him. Then her own reply was strange. She hasn't so much as named you. We haven't spoken. Not for 3 days? No more, she simply went on, than if it were all over. Not even by the faintest allusion. Oh, said Densher with more light, you mean you haven't spoken about me? About what else? No more than if you were dead. Well, he answered after a moment, I am dead. Then I am, said Susan Shepherd with a drop of her arms on her waterproof. It was a tone that, for the minute, imposed itself in its dry despair. It represented, in the bleak place, which had no life of its own, none but the life Kate had left, the sense of which, for that matter, by mystic channels, might fairly be reaching the visitor, the very impotence of their extinction. And Densher had nothing to oppose it withal, nothing but again, is she dying? It made her, however, as if these were crudities, almost material pangs, only say as before, then you know? Yes, he at last returned, I know. But the marvel to me is that you do. I've no right in fact to imagine or to assume that you do. You may, said Susan Shepherd, all the same. I know. Everything? Her eyes, through her veil, kept pressing him. No, not everything. That's why I've come. That I shall really tell you? With which, as she hesitated and it affected him, he brought out in a groan a doubting, oh, oh. It turned him from her to the place itself, which was a part of what was in him, was the abode, the worn shrine more than ever, of the fact in possession, the fact, now a thick association, for which he had hired it. That was not for telling, but Susan Shepherd was, none the less, so decidedly wonderful that the sense of it might really have begun, by an effect already operating, to be a part of her knowledge. He saw, and it stirred him, that she hadn't come to judge him, had come rather, so far as she might dare, to pity. This showed him her own abasement, that, at any rate, of grief. And made him feel with a rush of friendliness that he liked to be with her. The rush had quickened when she met his groan with an attenuation. We shall at all events, if that's anything, be together. It was his own good impulse in herself. It's what I've ventured to feel. It's much. She replied in effect, silently, that it was whatever he liked, on which, so far as he had been afraid for anything, he knew his fear had dropped. The comfort was huge, for it gave back to him something precious, over which, in the effort of recovery, his own hand had too imperfectly closed. Kate, he remembered, had said to him, with her sole and single boldness, and also on grounds he hadn't then measured, that Mrs. Stringham was a person who wouldn't, at a pinch, in a stretch of confidence, wince. It was but another of the cases in which Kate was always showing. You don't think then very horridly of me? And her answer was the more valuable that it came without nervous effusion, quite as if she understood what he might conceivably have believed. She turned over in fact what she thought, and that was what helped him. Oh, you've been extraordinary. It made him aware the next moment of how they had been planted there. She took off her cloak with his aid, though when she had also, accepting a seat, removed her veil. He recognized in her personal ravage that the words she had just uttered to him were the one flower she had to throw. They were all her consolation for him, and the consolation even still depended on the event. She sat with him at any rate in the grey clearance, as sad as a winter dawn, made by their meeting. The image she again evoked for him loomed in it but the larger. She has turned her face to the wall. He saw with the last vividness, and it was as if, in their silences, they were simply so leaving what he saw. She doesn't speak at all? I don't mean not of me. Of nothing, of no one. And she went on, Susan Shepherd, giving it out as she had had to take it. She doesn't want to die. Think of her age. Think of her goodness. Think of her beauty. Think of all she is. Think of all she has. She lies there stiffening herself and clinging to it all. So I thank God, the poor lady wound up with a wan inconsequence. He wondered. You thank God? That she's so quiet. He continued to wonder. Is she so quiet? She's more than quiet. She's grim. It's what she has never been. So you see, all these days. I can't tell you, but it's better so. It would kill me if she were to tell me. To tell you? He was still at a loss. How she feels. How she clings. How she doesn't want it. How she doesn't want to die. Of course she doesn't want it. He had a long pause, and they might have been thinking together of what they could even now do to prevent it. This, however, was not what he brought out. Milly's grimness and the great hushed palace were present to him. Present with the little woman before him as she must have been waiting there and listening. Only, what harm have you done her? Mrs. Stringham looked about in her darkness. I don't know. I come and talk of her here with you. It made him again hesitate. Does she utterly hate me? I don't know. How can I? No one ever will. She'll never tell. She'll never tell. Once more he thought. She must be magnificent. She is magnificent. His friend, after all, helped him, and he turned it, so far as he could, all over. Would she see me again? It made his companion stare. Should you like to see her? You mean as you describe her? He felt her surprise, and it took him some time. No. Ah then. Mrs. Stringham sighed. But if she could bear it, I'd do anything. She had for the moment her vision of this, but it collapsed. I don't see what you can do. I don't either. But she might. Mrs. Stringham continued to think. It's too late. Too late for her to see. Too late. The very decision of her despair, it was after all so lucid, kindled in him a heat. But the doctor, all the while? Tacchini? Oh, he's kind. He comes. He's proud of having been approved and coached by a great London man. He hardly in fact goes away. So that I scarce know what becomes of his other patients. He thinks her, justly enough, a great personage, he treats her like royalty, he's waiting on events. But she has barely consented to see him, and, though she has told him, generously, for she thinks of me, dear creature, that he may come, that he may stay, for my sake. He spends most of his time only hovering at her door, prowling through the rooms, trying to entertain me, in that ghastly saloon, with the gossip of Venice, and meeting me, in doorways, in the sala. On the staircase, with an agreeable intolerable smile. We don't, said Susan Shepherd, talk of her. By her request? Absolutely. I don't do what she doesn't wish. We talk of the price of provisions. By her request too? Absolutely. She named it to me as a subject when she said, the first time, that if it would be any comfort to me he might stay as much as we liked. Densher took it all in. But he isn't any comfort to you. None whatever. That, however, she added, isn't his fault. Nothing's any comfort. Certainly, Densher observed, as I but too horribly feel, I'm not. No. But I didn't come for that. You came for me. Well then call it that. But she looked at him a moment with eyes filled full, and something came up in her the next instant from deeper still. I came at bottom of course. You came at bottom of course for our friend herself. But if it's, as you say, too late for me to do anything? She continued to look at him, and with an irritation, which he saw grow in her, from the truth itself. So I did say. But, with you here, and she turned her vision again strangely about her, with you here, and with everything, I feel we mustn't abandon her. God forbid we should abandon her. Then you won't? His tone had made her flush again. How do you mean I won't, if she abandons me? What can I do if she won't see me? But you said just now you wouldn't like it. I said I shouldn't like it in the light of what you tell me. I shouldn't like it only to see her as you make me. I should like it if I could help her. But even then, Densher pursued without faith, she would have to want it first herself. And there, he continued to make out, is the devil of it. She won't want it herself. She can't. He had got up in his impatience of it, and she watched him while he helplessly moved. There's one thing you can do. There's only that, and even for that there are difficulties. But there is that. He stood before her with his hands in his pockets, and he had soon enough, from her eyes, seen what was coming. She paused as if waiting for his leave to utter it, and as he only let her wait they heard in the silence, on the canal, the renewed downpour of rain. She had at last to speak, but, as if still with her fear, she only half spoke. "I think you really know yourself what it is." He did know what it was, and with it even, as she said, rather. There were difficulties. He turned away on them, on everything, for a moment. He moved to the other window and looked at the sheeted channel, wider, like a river, where the houses opposite, blurred and belittled, stood at twice their distance. Mrs. Stringham said nothing, was as mute in fact, for the minute, as if she had him, and he was the first again to speak. When he did so, however, it was not in straight answer to her last remark, he only started from that. He said, as he came back to her, "Let me, see, one must understand," almost as if he had for the time accepted it. And what he wished to understand was where, on the essence of the question, was the voice of Sir Luke Strett. If they talked of not giving her up, shouldn't he be the one least of all to do it? Aren't we, at the worst, in the dark without him? "Oh," said Mrs. Stringham, "it's he who has kept me going. I wired the first night, and he answered like an angel. He'll come like one. Only he can't arrive, at the nearest, till Thursday afternoon." "Well then that's something." She considered. "Something, yes. She likes him." "Rather. I can see it still, the face with which, when he was here in October, that night when she was in white, when she had people there and those musicians, she committed him to my care. It was beautiful for both of us, she put us in relation. She asked me, for the time, to take him about, I did so, and we quite hit it off. That proved," Densher said with a quick sad smile, "that she liked him." "He liked you," Susan Shepherd presently risked. "Ah, I know nothing about that." "You ought to then. He went with you to galleries and churches. You saved his time for him, showed him the choicest things, and you perhaps will remember telling me myself that if he hadn't been a great surgeon he might really have been a great judge. I mean of the beautiful." "Well," the young man admitted, "that's what he is, in having judged her. He hasn't," he went on, "judged her for nothing. His interest in her, which we must make the most of, can only be supremely beneficent." He still roamed, while he spoke, with his hands in his pockets, and she saw him, on this, as her eyes sufficiently betrayed, trying to keep his distance from the recognition he had a few moments before partly confessed to. "I'm glad," she dropped, "you like him." There was something for him in the sound of it. "Well, I do no more, dear lady, than you do yourself. Surely you like him." "Surely, when he was here, we all liked him." "Yes, but I seem to feel I know what he thinks." "And I should think, with all the time you spent with him, you'd know it," she said, "yourself." Densher stopped short, though at first without a word. "We never spoke of her. Neither of us mentioned her, even to sound her name, and nothing whatever in connection with her passed between us." Mrs. Stringham stared up at him, surprised at this picture. But she had plainly an idea that after an instant resisted it. That was his professional propriety. "Precisely. But it was also my sense of that virtue in him, and it was something more besides." And he spoke with sudden intensity. "I couldn't talk to him about her." "Oh," said Susan Shepherd. "I can't talk to anyone about her." "Except to me," his friend continued. "Except to you." The ghost of her smile, a gleam of significance, had waited on her words, and it kept him, for honesty, looking at her. For honesty too, that is for his own words, he had quickly colored, he was sinking so, at a stroke, the burden of his discourse with Kate. His visitor, for the minute, while their eyes met, might have been watching him hold it down. And he had to hold it down, the effort of which, precisely, made him red. He couldn't let it come up. At least not yet. She might make what she would of it. He attempted to repeat his statement, but he really modified it. Sir Luke, at all events, had nothing to tell me, and I had nothing to tell him. Make-believe talk was impossible for us, Anne. And real, she had taken him right up with a huge emphasis, was more impossible still. No doubt, he didn't deny it. And she had straightway drawn her conclusion. Then that proves what I say, that there were immensities between you. Otherwise you'd have chattered. I dare say, Densher granted, we were both thinking of her. You were neither of you thinking of anyone else. That's why you kept together. Well, that too, if she desired, he took from her. But he came straight back to what he had originally said. I haven't a notion, all the same, of what he thinks. She faced him, visibly, with the question into which he had already observed that her special shade of earnestness was perpetually flowering, right and left. Are you very sure? And he could only note her apparent difference from himself. You, I judge, believe that he thinks she's gone. She took it, but she bore up. It doesn't matter what I believe. Well, we shall see, and he felt almost basely superficial. More and more, for the last 5 minutes, had he known she had brought something with her, and never in respect to anything had he had such a wish to postpone. He would have liked to put everything off till Thursday, he was sorry it was now Tuesday, he wondered if he were afraid. Yet it wasn't of Sir Luke, who was coming, nor of Milly, who was dying. Nor of Mrs. Stringham, who was sitting there. It wasn't, strange to say, of Kate either, for Kate's presence affected him suddenly as having swooned or trembled away. Susan Shepherd's, thus prolonged, had cast on it some influence under which it had ceased to act. She was as absent to his sensibility as she had constantly been, since her departure, absent, as an echo or a reference, from the palace. And it was the first time, among the objects now surrounding him, that his sensibility so noted her. He knew soon enough that it was of himself he was afraid, and that even, if he didn't take care, he should infallibly be more so. Meanwhile, he added for his companion, it has been everything for me to see you. She slowly rose at the words, which might almost have conveyed to her the hint of his taking care. She stood there as if she had in fact seen him abruptly move to dismiss her. But the abruptness would have been in this case so marked as fairly to offer ground for insistence to her imagination of his state. It would take her moreover, she clearly showed him she was thinking, but a minute or two to insist. Besides, she had already said it. Will you do it if he asks you? I mean if Sir Luke himself puts it to you. And will you give him, oh she was earnest now, the opportunity to put it to you? The opportunity to put what? That if you deny it to her, that may still do something. Densher felt himself, as had already once befallen him in the quarter of an hour, turn red to the top of his forehead. Turning red had, however, for him, as a sign of shame, been, so to speak, discounted. His consciousness of it at the present moment was rather as a sign of his fear. It showed him sharply enough of what he was afraid. If I deny what to her? Hesitation, on the demand, revived in her, for hadn't he all along been letting her see that he knew? Why, what Lord Mark told her. And what did Lord Mark tell her? Mrs. Stringham had a look of bewilderment, of seeing him as suddenly perverse. I've been judging that you yourself know. And it was she who now blushed deep. It quickened his pity for her, but he was beset too by other things. Then you know. Of his dreadful visit? She stared. Why, it's what has done it. Yes, I understand that. But you also know. He had faltered again, but all she knew she now wanted to say. I'm speaking, she said soothingly, of what he told her. It's that I've taken you as knowing. Oh, he sounded in spite of himself. It appeared to have for her, he saw the next moment, the quality of relief, as if he had supposed her thinking of something else. Thereupon, straightway, that lightened it. Oh, you thought I've known it for true. Her light had heightened her flush, and he saw that he had betrayed himself. Not, however, that it mattered, as he immediately saw still better. There it was now, all of it at last, and this at least there was no postponing. They were left with her idea, the one she was wishing to make him recognize. He had expressed 10 minutes before his need to understand, and she was acting after all but on that. Only what he was to understand was no small matter, it might be larger even than as yet appeared. He took again one of his turns, not meeting what she had last said. He mooned a minute, as he would have called it, at a window, and of course she could see that she had driven him to the wall. She did clearly, without delay, see it, on which her sense of having caught him became as promptly a scruple, which she spoke as if not to press. "What I mean is that he told her you've been all the while engaged to Miss Croy." He gave a jerk round, it was almost, to hear it, the touch of a lash. And he said, idiotically, as he afterwards knew, the first thing that came into his head. "All what while? Oh, it's not I who say it." She spoke in gentleness. "I only repeat to you what he told her." Densher, from whom an impatience had escaped, had already caught himself up. "Pardon my brutality. Of course I know what you're talking about. I saw him, toward the evening," he further explained, "in the piazza, only just saw him, through the glass at Florian's, without any words. In fact I scarcely know him, there wouldn't have been occasion. It was but once, moreover, he must have gone that night. But I knew he wouldn't have come for nothing, and I turned it over, what he would have come for." Oh, so had Mrs. Stringham. He came for exasperation. Densher approved. He came to let her know that he knows better than she, for whom it was she had a couple of months before, in her fool's paradise, refused him. "How you do know?" And Mrs. Stringham almost smiled. "I know that, but I don't know the good it does him. The good, he thinks, if he has patience, not too much, may be to come. He doesn't know what he has done to her. Only we, you see, do that." He saw, but he wondered. She kept from him what she felt. She was able, I'm sure of it, not to show anything. He dealt her his blow, and she took it without a sign. Mrs. Stringham, it was plain, spoke by book, and it brought into play again her appreciation of what she related. "She's magnificent." Densher again gravely assented. "Magnificent. And he," she went on, "is an idiot of idiots. An idiot of idiots." For a moment, on it all, on the stupid minute, they looked at each other. "Yet he's thought so awfully clever. So awfully, it's Maude Lowder's own view. And he was nice, in London," said Mrs. Stringham, "to me. One could almost pity him, he has had such a good conscience." "That's exactly the inevitable ass." "Yes, but it wasn't, I could see from the only few things she first told me, that he meant her the least harm. He intended none whatever." "That's always the ass at his worst," Densher returned. "He only of course meant harm to me. And good to himself, he thought that would come." He had been unable to swallow. Mrs. Stringham pursued, what had happened on his other visit. He had been then too sharply humiliated. "Oh, I saw that." "Yes, and he also saw you. He saw you received, as it were, while he was turned away." "Perfectly," Densher said, "I've filled it out. And also that he has known meanwhile for what I was then received. For a stay of all these weeks. He had had it to think of." "Precisely, it was more than he could bear." "But he has it," said Mrs. Stringham, "to think of still." "Only, after all," asked Densher, who himself somehow, at this point, was having more to think of even than he had yet had, "only, after all, how has he happened to know? That is, to know enough." "What do you call enough?" Mrs. Stringham inquired. "He can only have acted, it would have been his sole safety, from full knowledge." He had gone on without heeding her question. But, face to face as they were, something had none the less passed between them. It was this that, after an instant, made her again interrogative. What do you mean by full knowledge? Densher met it indirectly. Where has he been since October? I think he has been back to England. He came, in fact, I've reason to believe, straight from there. Straight to do this job? All the way for his half hour? Well, to try again, with the help perhaps of a new fact. To make himself possibly right with her, a different attempt from the other. He had at any rate something to tell her, and he didn't know his opportunity would reduce itself to half an hour. Or perhaps indeed half an hour would be just what was most effective. It has been, said Susan Shepherd. Her companion took it in, understanding but too well. Yet as she lighted the matter for him more, really, than his own courage had quite dared, putting the absent dots on several i's, he saw new questions swarm. They had been till now in a bunch, entangled and confused, and they fell apart, each showing for itself. The first he put to her was at any rate abrupt. Have you heard of late from Mrs. Lowder? Oh yes, 2 or 3 times. She depends naturally upon news of Milly. He hesitated. And does she depend, naturally, upon news of me? His friend matched for an instant his deliberation. I've given her none that hasn't been decently good. This will have been the first. This? Densher was thinking. Lord Mark's having been here, and her being as she is. He thought a moment longer. What has Mrs. Lowder written about him? Has she written that he has been with them? She has mentioned him but once, it was in her letter before the last. Then she said something. And what did she say? Mrs. Stringham produced it with an effort. Well, it was in reference to Miss Croy. That she thought Kate was thinking of him. Or perhaps I should say rather that he was thinking of her, only it seemed this time to have struck Maude that he was seeing the way more open to him. Densher listened with his eyes on the ground, but he presently raised them to speak, and there was that in his face which proved him aware of a queerness in his question. Does she mean he has been encouraged to propose to her niece? I don't know what she means. Of course not, he recovered himself. And I oughtn't to seem to trouble you to piece together what I can't piece myself. Only I'd guess, he added, I can piece it. She spoke a little timidly, but she risked it. I dare say I can piece it too. It was one of the things in her, and his conscious face took it from her as such, that from the moment of her coming in had seemed to mark for him, as to what concerned him. The long jump of her perception. They had parted 4 days earlier with many things, between them, deep down. But these things were now on their troubled surface, and it wasn't he who had brought them so quickly up. Women were wonderful, at least this one was. But so, not less, was Milly, was Aunt Maude, so, most of all, was his very Kate. Well, he already knew what he had been feeling about the circle of petticoats. They were all such petticoats. It was just the fineness of his tangle. The sense of that, in its turn, for us too, might have been not unconnected with his putting to his visitor a question that quite passed over her remark. Has Miss Croy meanwhile written to our friend? Oh, Mrs. Stringham amended, her friend also. But not a single word that I know of. He had taken it for certain she hadn't, the thing being after all but a shade more strange than his having himself, with Milly, never for 6 weeks mentioned the young lady in question. It was for that matter but a shade more strange than Milly's not having mentioned her. In spite of which, and however inconsequently, he blushed anew for Kate's silence. He got away from it in fact as quickly as possible, and the furthest he could get was by reverting for a minute to the man they had been judging. How did he manage to get at her? She had only, with what had passed between them before, to say she couldn't see him. Oh, she was disposed to kindness. She was easier, the good lady explained with a slight embarrassment, than at the other time. Easier? She was off her guard. There was a difference. Yes. But exactly not the difference. Exactly not the difference of her having to be harsh. Perfectly. She could afford to be the opposite. With which, as he said nothing, she just impatiently completed her sentence. She had had you here for 6 weeks. Oh. Densher softly groaned. Besides, I think he must have written her first, written I mean in a tone to smooth his way. That it would be a kindness to himself. Then on the spot. On the spot, Densher broke in, he unmasked. The horrid little beast. It made Susan Shepherd turn slightly pale, though quickening, as for hope, the intensity of her look at him. Oh, he went off without an alarm. And he must have gone off also without a hope. Ah, that, certainly. Then it was mere base revenge. Hasn't he known her, into the bargain, the young man asked, didn't he, weeks before, see her, judge her, feel her, as having for such a suit as his not more perhaps than a few months to live? Mrs. Stringham at first, for reply, but looked at him in silence, and it gave more force to what she then remarkably added. He has doubtless been aware of what you speak of, just as you have yourself been aware. He has wanted her, you mean, just because? Just because, said Susan Shepherd. The hound. Merton Densher brought out. He moved off, however, with a hot face, as soon as he had spoken, conscious again of an intention in his visitor's reserve. Dusk was now deeper, and after he had once more taken counsel of the dreariness without, he turned to his companion. Shall we have lights, a lamp or the candles? Not for me. Nothing? Not for me. He waited at the window another moment and then faced his friend with a thought. He will have proposed to Miss Croy. That's what has happened. Her reserve continued. It's you who must judge. Well, I do judge. Mrs. Lowder will have done so too, only she, poor lady, wrong. Miss Croy's refusal of him will have struck him, Densher continued to make it out, as a phenomenon requiring a reason. And you've been clear to him as the reason? Not too clear, since I'm sticking here and since that has been a fact to make his descent on Miss Theale relevant. But clear enough. He has believed, said Densher bravely, that I may have been a reason at Lancaster Gate, and yet at the same time have been up to something in Venice. Mrs. Stringham took her courage from his own. Up to something? Up to what? God knows. To some game, as they say. To some deviltry. To some duplicity. Which of course, Mrs. Stringham observed, is a monstrous supposition. Her companion, after a stiff minute, sensibly long for each, fell away from her again, and then added to it another minute, which he spent once more looking out with his hands in his pockets. This was no answer, he perfectly knew, to what she had dropped, and it even seemed to state for his own ears that no answer was possible. She left him to himself, and he was glad she had declined, for their further colloquy, the advantage of lights. These would have been an advantage mainly to herself. Yet she got her benefit too even from the absence of them. It came out in her very tone when at last she addressed him, so differently, for confidence, in words she had already used. If Sir Luke himself asks it of you as something you can do for him, will you deny to Milly herself what she has been made so dreadfully to believe? Oh, how he knew he hung back. But at last he said, You're absolutely certain then that she does believe it? Certain? She appealed to their whole situation. Judge. He took his time again to judge. Do you believe it? He was conscious that his own appeal pressed her hard, it eased him a little that her answer must be a pain to her discretion. She answered none the less, and he was truly the harder pressed. What I believe will inevitably depend more or less on your action. You can perfectly settle it, if you care. I promise to believe you down to the ground if, to save her life, you consent to a denial. But a denial, when it comes to that, confound the whole thing, don't you see, of exactly what? It was as if he were hoping she would narrow, but in fact she enlarged. Of everything. Everything had never even yet seemed to him so incalculably much. Oh, he simply moaned into the gloom. Chapter 4. The near Thursday, coming nearer and bringing Sir Luke Strett, brought also blessedly an abatement of other rigors. The weather changed, the stubborn storm yielded, and the autumn sunshine, baffled for many days, but now hot and almost vindictive, came into its own again and, with an almost audible paean, a suffusion of bright sound that was one with the bright color, took large possession. Venice glowed and plashed and called and chimed again. The air was like a clap of hands, and the scattered pinks, yellows, blues, sea greens, were like a hanging out of vivid stuffs, a laying down of fine carpets. Densher rejoiced in this on the occasion of his going to the station to meet the great doctor. He went after consideration, which, as he was constantly aware, was at present his imposed, his only, way of doing anything. That was where the event had landed him, where no event in his life had landed him before. He had thought, no doubt, from the day he was born, much more than he had acted. Except indeed that he remembered thoughts, a few of them, which at the moment of their coming to him had thrilled him almost like adventures. But anything like his actual state he had not, as to the prohibition of impulse, accident, range, the prohibition in other words of freedom, hitherto known. The great oddity was that if he had felt his arrival, so few weeks back, especially as an adventure, nothing could now less resemble one than the fact of his staying. It would be an adventure to break away, to depart, to go back, above all, to London, and tell Kate Croy he had done so. But there was something of the merely, the almost meanly, obliged and involved sort in his going on as he was. That was the effect in particular of Mrs. Stringham's visit, which had left him as with such a taste in his mouth of what he couldn't do. It had made this quantity clear to him, and yet had deprived him of the sense, the other sense, of what, for a refuge, he possibly could. It was but a small make-believe of freedom, he knew, to go to the station for Sir Luke. Nothing equally free, at all events, had he yet turned over so long. What then was his odious position but that again and again he was afraid? He stiffened himself under this consciousness as if it had been a tax levied by a tyrant. He hadn't at any time proposed to himself to live long enough for fear to preponderate in his life. Such was simply the advantage it had actually got of him. He was afraid for instance that an advance to his distinguished friend might prove for him somehow a pledge or a committal. He was afraid of it as a current that would draw him too far. Yet he thought with an equal aversion of being shabby, being poor, through fear. What finally prevailed with him was the reflection that, whatever might happen, the great man had, after that occasion at the palace, their young woman's brief sacrifice to society, and the hour of Mrs. Stringham's appeal had brought it well to the surface, shown him marked benevolence. Mrs. Stringham's comments on the relation in which Milly had placed them made him, it was unmistakable, feel things he perhaps hadn't felt. It was in the spirit of seeking a chance to feel again adequately whatever it was he had missed, it was, no doubt, in that spirit, so far as it went a stroke for freedom, that Densher, arriving betimes, paced the platform before the train came in. Only, after it had come and he had presented himself at the door of Sir Luke's compartment with everything that followed, only, as the situation developed. The sense of an anticlimax to so many intensities deprived his apprehensions and hesitations even of the scant dignity they might claim. He could scarce have said if the visitor's manner less showed the remembrance that might have suggested expectation, or made shorter work of surprise in presence of the fact. Sir Luke had clean forgotten, so Densher read, the rather remarkable young man he had formerly gone about with, though he picked him up again, on the spot, with one large quiet look. The young man felt himself so picked, and the thing immediately affected him as the proof of a splendid economy. Opposed to all the waste with which he was now connected, the exhibition was of a nature quite nobly to admonish him. The eminent pilgrim, in the train, all the way, had used the hours as he needed, thinking not a moment in advance of what finally awaited him. An exquisite case awaited him, of which, in this queer way, the remarkable young man was an outlying part. But the single motion of his face, the motion into which Densher, from the platform, lightly stirred its stillness, was his first renewed cognition. If, however, he had suppressed the matter by leaving Victoria, he would at once suppress now, in turn, whatever else suited. The perception of this became as a symbol of the whole pitch, so far as one might one's self be concerned, of his visit. One saw, our friend further meditated, everything that, in contact, he appeared to accept, if only, for much, not to trouble to sink it. What one missed was the inward use he made of it. Densher began wondering, at the great water steps outside, what use he would make of the anomaly of their having there to separate. Eugenio had been on the platform, in the respectful rear, and the gondola from the palace, under his direction, bestirred itself, with its attaching mixture of alacrity and dignity. On their coming out of the station together, Densher didn't at all mind now that, he himself of necessity refusing a seat on the deep black cushions beside the guest of the palace, he had Milly's 3 emissaries for spectators. And this susceptibility, he also knew, it was something to have left behind. All he did was to smile down vaguely from the steps. They could see him, the donkeys, as shut out as they would. "I don't," he said with a sad headshake, "go there now." "Oh." Sir Luke Strett returned, and made no more of it. So that the thing was splendid, Densher fairly thought, as an inscrutability quite inevitable and unconscious. His friend appeared not even to make of it that he supposed it might be for respect to the crisis. He didn't moreover afterwards make much more of anything, after the classic craft, that is, obeying in the main Pasquale's inimitable stroke from the poop. Had performed the maneuver by which it presented, receding, aback, so to speak, rendered positively graceful by the high black hump of its fells. Densher watched the gondola out of sight. He heard Pasquale's cry, borne to him across the water, for the sharp firm swerve into a side canal, a shortcut to the palace. He had no gondola of his own. It was his habit never to take one, and he humbly, as in Venice it is humble, walked away, though not without having for some time longer stood as if fixed where the guest of the palace had left him. It was strange enough, but he found himself as never yet, and as he couldn't have reckoned, in presence of the truth that was the truest about Milly. He couldn't have reckoned on the force of the difference instantly made, for it was all in the air as he heard Pasquale's cry and saw the boat disappear, by the mere visibility, on the spot, of the personage summoned to her aid. He hadn't only never been near the facts of her condition, which counted so as a blessing for him. He hadn't only, with all the world, hovered outside an impenetrable ring fence, within which there reigned a kind of expensive vagueness made up of smiles and silences and beautiful fictions and priceless arrangements, all strained to breaking. But he had also, with everyone else, as he now felt, actively fostered suppressions which were in the direct interest of everyone's good manner, everyone's pity, everyone's really quite generous ideal. It was a conspiracy of silence, as the cliché went, to which no one had made an exception, the great smudge of mortality across the picture, the shadow of pain and horror, finding in no quarter a surface of spirit or of speech that consented to reflect it. The mere aesthetic instinct of mankind, our young man had more than once, in the connection, said to himself. Letting the rest of the proposition drop, but touching again thus sufficiently on the outrage even to taste involved in one's having to see. So then it had been, a general conscious fool's paradise, from which the specified had been chased like a dangerous animal. What therefore had at present befallen was that the specified, standing all the while at the gate, had now crossed the threshold as in Sir Luke Strett's person and quite on such a scale as to fill out the whole precinct. Densher's nerves, absolutely his heartbeats too, had measured the change before he on this occasion moved away. The facts of physical suffering, of incurable pain, of the chance grimly narrowed, had been made, at a stroke, intense, and this was to be the way he was now to feel them. The clearance of the air, in short, making vision not only possible but inevitable, the one thing left to be thankful for was the breadth of Sir Luke's shoulders, which, should one be able to keep in line with them, might in some degree interpose. It was, however, far from plain to Densher for the first day or two that he was again to see his distinguished friend at all. That he couldn't, on any basis actually serving, return to the palace, this was as solid to him, every whit, as the other feature of his case. The fact of the publicity attaching to his proscription through his not having taken himself off. He had been seen often enough in the Leporelli gondola. As, accordingly, he was not on any presumption destined to meet Sir Luke about the town, where the latter would have neither time nor taste to lounge. Nothing more would occur between them unless the great man should surprisingly wait upon him. His doing that, Densher further reflected, wouldn't even simply depend on Mrs. Stringham's having decided to, as they might say, turn him on. It would depend as well, for there would be practically some difference to her, on her actually attempting it, and it would depend above all on what Sir Luke would make of such an overture. Densher had for that matter his own view of the amount, to say nothing of the particular sort of response it might expect from him. He had his own view of the ability of such a personage even to understand such an appeal. To what extent could he be prepared, and what importance in fine could he attach? Densher asked himself these questions, in truth, to put his own position at the worst. He should miss the great man completely unless the great man should come to see him, and the great man could only come to see him for a purpose unsupposable. Therefore he wouldn't come at all, and consequently there was nothing to hope. It wasn't in the least that Densher invoked this violence to all probability. But it pressed on him that there were few possible diversions he could afford now to miss. Nothing in his predicament was so odd as that, incontestably afraid of himself, he was not afraid of Sir Luke. He had an impression, which he clung to, based on a previous taste of the visitor's company, that he would somehow let him off. The truth about Milly perched on his shoulders and sounded in his tread, became by the fact of his presence the name and the form, for the time, of everything in the place. But it didn't, for the difference, sit in his face, the face so squarely and easily turned to Densher at the earlier season. His presence on the first occasion, not as the result of a summons, but as a friendly whim of his own, had had quite another value. And though our young man could scarce regard that value as recoverable, he yet reached out in imagination to a renewal of the old contact. He didn't propose, as he privately and forcibly phrased the matter, to be a hog, but there was something he after all did want for himself. It was something, this stuck to him, that Sir Luke would have had for him if it hadn't been impossible. These were his worst days, the 2 or 3. Those on which even the sense of the tension at the palace didn't much help him not to feel that his destiny made but light of him. He had never been, as he judged it, so down. In mean conditions, without books, without society, almost without money, he had nothing to do but to wait. His main support really was his original idea, which didn't leave him, of waiting for the deepest depth his predicament could sink him to. Fate would invent, if he but gave it time, some refinement of the horrible. It was just inventing meanwhile this suppression of Sir Luke. When the third day came without a sign he knew what to think. He had given Mrs. Stringham during her call on him no such answer as would have armed her faith. And the ultimatum she had described as ready for him when he should be ready was therefore, if on no other ground than her want of this power to answer for him, not to be presented. The presentation, heaven knew, was not what he desired. That was not, either, we hasten to declare, as Densher then soon enough saw, the idea with which Sir Luke finally stood before him again. For stand before him again he finally did, just when our friend had gloomily embraced the belief that the limit of his power to absent himself from London obligations would have been reached. 4 or 5 days, exclusive of journeys, represented the largest supposable sacrifice, to a head not crowned, on the part of one of the highest medical lights in the world. So that really when the personage in question, following up a tinkle of the bell, solidly rose in the doorway, it was to impose on Densher a vision that for the instant cut like a knife. It spoke, the fact, and in a single dreadful word, of the magnitude, he shrank from calling it anything else, of Milly's case. The great man had not gone then, and an immense surrender to her immense need was so expressed in it that some effect, some help, some hope, were flagrantly part of the expression. It was for Densher, with his reaction from disappointment, as if he were conscious of 10 things at once, the foremost being that just conceivably, since Sir Luke was still there, she had been saved. Close upon its heels, however, and quite as sharply, came the sense that the crisis, plainly even now to be prolonged for him, was to have none of that sound simplicity. Not only had his visitor not dropped in to gossip about Milly, he hadn't dropped in to mention her at all. He had dropped in fairly to show that during the brief remainder of his stay, the end of which was now in sight, as little as possible of that was to be looked for. The demonstration, such as it was in the key of their previous acquaintance, and it was their previous acquaintance that had made him come. He was not to stop longer than the Saturday next at hand, but there were things of interest he should like to see again meanwhile. It was for these things of interest, for Venice and the opportunity of Venice, for a prowl or two, as he called it, and a turnabout, that he had looked his young man up, producing on the latter's part, as soon as the case had, with the lapse of a further 24 hours, so defined itself, the most incongruous, yet most beneficent revulsion. Nothing could in fact have been more monstrous on the surface, and Densher was well aware of it, than the relief he found during this short period in the tacit drop of all reference to the palace. In neither hearing news nor asking for it. That was what had come out for him, on his visitor's entrance, even in the very seconds of suspense that were connecting the fact also directly and intensely with Milly's state. He had come to say he had saved her, he had come, as from Mrs. Stringham, to say how she might be saved, he had come, in spite of Mrs. Stringham, to say she was lost, the distinct throbs of hope, of fear, simultaneous for all their distinctness, merged their identity in a bound of the heart just as immediate and which remained after they had passed. It simply did wonders for him, this was the truth, that Sir Luke was, as he would have said, quiet. The result of it was the oddest consciousness as of a blessed calm after a storm. He had been trying for weeks, as we know, to keep superlatively still, and trying it largely in solitude and silence, but he looked back on it now as on the heat of fever. The right stillness was this particular form of society. They walked together and they talked, looked up pictures again and recovered impressions. Sir Luke knew just what he wanted. Haunted a little the dealers in old wares, sat down at Florian's for rest and mild drinks, blessed above all the grand weather, a bath of warm air, a pageant of autumn light. Once or twice while they rested the great man closed his eyes, keeping them so for some minutes while his companion, the more easily watching his face for it, made private reflections on the subject of lost sleep. He had been up at night with her, he in person, for hours, but this was all he showed of it and was apparently to remain his nearest approach to an illusion. The extraordinary thing was that Densher could take it in perfectly as evidence, could turn cold at the image looking out of it. And yet that he could at the same time not intermit a throb of his response to accepted liberation. The liberation was an experience that held its own, and he continued to know why, in spite of his deserts, in spite of his folly, in spite of everything, he had so fondly hoped for it. He had hoped for it, had sat in his room there waiting for it, because he had thus divined in it, should it come, some power to let him off. He was being let off. Dealt with in the only way that didn't aggravate his responsibility. The beauty was also that this wasn't on system or on any basis of intimate knowledge. It was just by being a man of the world and by knowing life, by feeling the real, that Sir Luke did him good. There had been in all the case too many women. A man's sense of it, another man's, changed the air, and he wondered what man, had he chosen, would have been more to his purpose than this one. He was large and easy, that was the benediction. He knew what mattered and what didn't, he distinguished between the essence and the shell, the just grounds and the unjust for fussing. One was thus, if one were concerned with him or exposed to him at all, in his hands for whatever he should do, and not much less affected by his mercy than one might have been by his rigor. The grand thing, it did come to that, was the way he carried off, as one might fairly call it, the business of making odd things natural. Nothing, if they hadn't taken it so, could have exceeded the unexplained oddity, between them, of Densher's now complete detachment from the poor ladies at the palace. Nothing could have exceeded the no less marked anomaly of the great man's own abstentions of speech. He made, as he had done when they met at the station, nothing whatever of anything. And the effect of it, Densher would have said, was a relation with him quite resembling that of doctor and patient. One took the cue from him as one might have taken a dose, except that the cue was pleasant in the taking. That was why one could leave it to his tacit discretion, why for the 3 or 4 days Densher again and again did so leave it. Merely wondering a little, at the most, on the eve of Saturday, the announced term of the episode. Waiting once more on this latter occasion, the Saturday morning, for Sir Luke's reappearance at the station, our friend had to recognize the drop of his own borrowed ease, the result, naturally enough, of the prospect of losing a support. The difficulty was that, on such lines as had served them, the support was Sir Luke's personal presence. Would he go without leaving some substitute for that? And without breaking, either, his silence in respect to his errand? Densher was in still deeper ignorance than at the hour of his call. And what was truly prodigious at so supreme a moment was that, as had immediately to appear, no gleam of light on what he had been living with for a week found its way out of him. What he had been doing was proof of a huge interest as well as of a huge fee. Yet when the Leporelli gondola again, and somewhat tardily, approached, his companion, watching from the water steps, studied his fine closed face as much as ever in vain. It was like a lesson, from the highest authority, on the subject of the relevant, so that its blankness affected Densher of a sudden almost as a cruelty, feeling it quite awfully compatible, as he did, with Milly's having ceased to exist. And the suspense continued after they had passed together, as time was short, directly into the station, where Eugenio, in the field early, was mounting guard over the compartment he had secured. The strain, though probably lasting, at the carriage door, but a couple of minutes, prolonged itself so for our poor gentleman's nerves that he involuntarily directed a long look at Eugenio, who met it, however, as only Eugenio could. Sir Luke's attention was given for the time to the right bestowal of his numerous effects, about which he was particular, and Densher fairly found himself, so far as silence could go, questioning the representative of the palace. It didn't humiliate him now, it didn't humiliate him even to feel that that personage exactly knew how little he satisfied him. Eugenio resembled to that extent Sir Luke, to the extent of the extraordinary things with which his facial habit was compatible. By the time, however, that Densher had taken from it all its possessor intended, Sir Luke was free and with a hand out for farewell. He offered the hand at first without speech. Only on meeting his eyes could our young man see that they had never yet so completely looked at him. It was never, with Sir Luke, that they looked harder at one time than at another. But they looked longer, and this, even a shade of it, might mean on his part everything. It meant, Densher for 10 seconds believed, that Milly Theale was dead. So that the word at last spoken made him start. "I shall come back." "Then she's better?" "I shall come back within the month," Sir Luke repeated without heeding the question. He had dropped Densher's hand, but he held him otherwise still. "I bring you a message from Miss Theale," he said as if they hadn't spoken of her. "I'm commissioned to ask you from her to go and see her." Densher's rebound from his supposition had a violence that his stare betrayed. "She asks me?" Sir Luke had got into the carriage, the door of which the guard had closed, but he spoke again as he stood at the window, bending a little but not leaning out. "She told me she'd like it, and I promised that, as I expected to find you here, I'd let you know." Densher, on the platform, took it from him, but what he took brought the blood into his face quite as what he had had to take from Mrs. Stringham. And he was also bewildered. "Then she can receive?" "She can receive you." "And you're coming back?" "Oh, because I must." "She's not to move. She's to stay. I come to her." I see," said Densher, who indeed did see, saw the sense of his friend's words and saw beyond it as well. What Mrs. Stringham had announced, and what he had yet expected not to have to face, had then come. Sir Luke had kept it for the last, but there it was, and the colourless compact form it was now taking, the tone of one man of the world to another, who, after what had happened, would understand, was but the characteristic manner of his appeal. Densher was to understand remarkably much, and the great thing certainly was to show that he did. "I'm particularly obliged, I'll go today." He brought that out, but in his pause, while they continued to look at each other, the train had slowly creaked into motion. There was time but for one more word, and the young man chose it, out of 20, with intense concentration. "Then she's better?" Sir Luke's face was wonderful. "Yes, she's better." And he kept it at the window while the train receded, holding him with it still. It was to be his nearest approach to the utter reference they had hitherto so successfully avoided. If it stood for everything, never had a face had to stand for more. So Densher, held after the train had gone, sharply reflected. So he reflected, asking himself into what abyss it pushed him, even while conscious of retreating under the maintained observation of Eugenio. Book. Chapter 10. Chapter 1. "Then it has been, what do you say? A whole fortnight, without your making a sign?" Kate put that to him distinctly, in the December dusk of Lancaster Gate and on the matter of the time he had been back. But he saw with it straightway that she was as admirably true as ever to her instinct, which was a system as well, of not admitting the possibility between them of small resentments, of trifles to trip up their general trust. That by itself, the renewed beauty of it, would at this fresh sight of her have stirred him to his depths if something else, something no less vivid but quite separate, hadn't stirred him still more. It was in seeing her that he felt what their interruption had been, and that they met across it even as persons whose adventures, on either side, in time and space, of the nature of perils and exiles, had had a peculiar strangeness. He wondered if he were as different for her as she herself had immediately appeared, which was but his way indeed of taking in, with his thrill, that, even going by the mere first look, she had never been so handsome. That fact bloomed for him, in the firelight and lamplight that glowed their welcome through the London fog, as the flower of her difference. Just as her difference itself, part of which was her striking him as older in a degree for which no mere couple of months could account, was the fruit of their intimate relation. If she was different it was because they had chosen together that she should be, and she might now, as a proof of their wisdom, their success, of the reality of what had happened, of what in fact, for the spirit of each, was still happening, been showing it to him for pride. His having returned and yet kept, for numbered days, so still, had been, he was quite aware, the first point he should have to tackle. With which consciousness indeed he had made a clean breast of it in finally addressing Mrs. Lowder a note that had led to his present visit. He had written to Aunt Maude as the finer way. And it would doubtless have been to be noted that he needed no effort not to write to Kate. Venice was 3 weeks behind him, he had come up slowly. But it was still as if even in London he must conform to her law. That was exactly how he was able, with his faith in her steadiness, to appeal to her feeling for the situation and explain his stretched delicacy. He had come to tell her everything, so far as occasion would serve them. And if nothing was more distinct than that his slow journey, his waits, his delay to reopen communication had kept pace with this resolve. So the inconsequence was doubtless at bottom but one of the elements of intensity. He was gathering everything up, everything he should tell her. That took time, and the proof was that, as he felt on the spot, he couldn't have brought it all with him before this afternoon. He had brought it, to the last syllable, and, out of the quantity it wouldn't be hard, as he in fact found, to produce, for Kate's understanding, his first reason. A fortnight, yes, it was a fortnight Friday, but I've only been keeping in, you see, with our wonderful system. He was so easily justified as that this of itself plainly enough prevented her saying she didn't see. Their wonderful system was accordingly still vivid for her. And such a gauge of its equal vividness for himself was precisely what she must have asked. He hadn't even to dot his I's beyond the remark that on the very face of it, she would remember, their wonderful system attached no premium to rapidities of transition. I couldn't quite, don't you know, take my rebound with a rush, and I suppose I've been instinctively hanging off to minimize, for you as well as for myself, the appearances of rushing. There's a sort of fitness. But I knew you'd understand. It was presently as if she really understood so well that she almost appealed from his insistence, yet looking at him too, he was not unconscious. As if this mastery of fitnesses was a strong sign for her of what she had done to him. He might have struck her as expert for contingencies in the very degree of her having in Venice struck him as expert. He smiled over his plea for a renewal with stages and steps, a thing shaded, as they might say, and graduated. Though, finally as she must respond, she met the smile but as she had met his entrance 5 minutes before. Her soft gravity at that moment, which was yet not solemnity, but the look of a consciousness charged with life to the brim and wishing not to overflow, had not qualified her welcome. What had done this being much more the presence in the room, for a couple of minutes, of the footman who had introduced him and who had been interrupted in preparing the tea-table. Mrs. Lowder's reply to Densher's note had been to appoint the tea hour, 5 o'clock on Sunday, for his seeing them. Kate had thereafter wired him, without a signature, "Come on Sunday before tea, about a quarter of an hour, which will help us," and he had arrived therefore scrupulously at 20 minutes to 5. Kate was alone in the room and hadn't delayed to tell him that Aunt Maude, as she had happily gathered, was to be, for the interval, not long but precious, engaged with an old servant. Retired and pensioned, who had been paying her a visit and who was within the hour to depart again for the suburbs. They were to have the scrap of time, after the withdrawal of the footman, to themselves, and there was a moment when, in spite of their wonderful system, in spite of the proscription of rushes and the propriety of shades, it proclaimed itself indeed precious. And all without prejudice, that was what kept it noble, to Kate's high sobriety and her beautiful self-command. If he had his discretion she had her perfect manner, which was her decorum. Mrs. Stringham, he had, to finish with the question of his delay, furthermore observed, Mrs. Stringham would have written to Mrs. Lowder of his having quitted the place. So that it wasn't as if he were hoping to cheat them. They'd know he was no longer there. Yes, we've known it. And you continue to hear? From Mrs. Stringham? Certainly. By which I mean Aunt Maude does. Then you've recent news? Her face showed a wonder. Up to within a day or two I believe. But haven't you? No, I've heard nothing. And it was now that he felt how much he had to tell her. I don't get letters. But I've been sure Mrs. Lowder does. With which he added, then of course you know. He waited as if she would show what she knew, but she only showed in silence the dawn of a surprise that she couldn't control. There was nothing but for him to ask what he wanted. Is Miss Theale alive? Kate's look at this was large. Don't you know? How should I, my dear, in the absence of everything? And he himself stared as for light. She's dead? Then as with her eyes on him she slowly shook her head he uttered a strange, not yet? It came out in Kate's face that there were several questions on her lips, but the one she presently put was, is it very terrible? The manner of her so consciously and helplessly dying? He had to think a moment. Well, yes, since you ask me, very terrible to me, so far as, before I came away, I had any sight of it. But I don't think, he went on, that, though I'll try, I can quite tell you what it was, what it is, for me. That's why I probably just sounded to you, he explained, as if I hoped it might be over. She gave him her quietest attention, but he by this time saw that, so far as telling her all was concerned, she would be divided between the wish and the reluctance to hear it. Between the curiosity that, not unnaturally, would consume her and the opposing scruple of a respect for misfortune. The more she studied him too, and he had never so felt her closely attached to his face, the more the choice of an attitude would become impossible to her. There would simply be a feeling uppermost, and the feeling wouldn't be eagerness. This perception grew in him fast, and he even, with his imagination, had for a moment the quick forecast of her possibly breaking out at him, should he go too far. With a wonderful, What horrors are you telling me? It would have the sound, wouldn't it be open to him fairly to bring that out himself, of a repudiation, for pity and almost for shame, of everything that in Venice had passed between them. Not that she would confess to any return upon herself, not that she would let compunction or horror give her away. But it was in the air for him, yes, that she wouldn't want details, that she positively wouldn't take them, and that, if he would generously understand it from her, she would prefer to keep him down. Nothing, however, was more definite for him than that at the same time he must remain down but so far as it suited him. Something rose strong within him against his not being free with her. She had been free enough about it all, 3 months before, with him. That was what she was at present only in the sense of treating him handsomely. "I can believe," she said with perfect consideration, "how dreadful for you much of it must have been." He didn't however take this up. There were things about which he wished first to be clear. "There's no other possibility, by what you now know? I mean for her life." And he had just to insist, she would say as little as she could. "She is dying? She's dying." It was strange to him, in the matter of Milly, that Lancaster Gate could make him any surer, yet what in the world, in the matter of Milly, wasn't strange? Nothing was so much so as his own behavior, his present as well as his past. He could but do as he must. "Has Sir Luke Strett," he asked, "gone back to her?" "I believe he's there now." "Then," said Densher, "it's the end." She took it in silence for whatever he deemed it to be, but she spoke otherwise after a minute. "You won't know, unless you've perhaps seen him yourself, that Aunt Maude has been to him." "Oh!" Densher exclaimed, with nothing to add to it. "For real news," Kate herself after an instant added. "She hasn't thought Mrs. Stringham's real? It's perhaps only I who haven't. It was on Aunt Maude's trying again 3 days ago to see him that she heard at his house of his having gone. He had started I believe some days before. And won't then by this time be back?" Kate shook her head. "She sent yesterday to know." "He won't leave her then," Densher had turned it over, "while she lives. He'll stay to the end. He's magnificent." "I think she is," said Kate. It had made them again look at each other long. And what it drew from him rather oddly was, "Oh, you don't know? Well, she's after all my friend." It was somehow, with her handsome demur, the answer he had least expected of her. And it fanned with its breath, for a brief instant, his old sense of her variety. "I see. You would have been sure of it." "You were sure of it." "Of course I was sure of it." And a pause again, with this, fell upon them, which Densher, however, presently broke. "If you don't think Mrs. Stringham's news real, what do you think of Lord Mark's?" She didn't think anything. "Lord Mark's? You haven't seen him?" "Not since he saw her." "You've known then of his seeing her?" "Certainly. From Mrs. Stringham." "And have you known," Densher went on, "the rest?" Kate wondered. "What rest?" "Why, everything. It was his visit that she couldn't stand, it was what then took place that simply killed her." "Oh!" Kate seriously breathed. But she had turned pale, and he saw that, whatever her degree of ignorance of these connections, it wasn't put on. "Mrs. Stringham hasn't said that." He observed none the less that she didn't ask what had then taken place, and he went on with his contribution to her knowledge. "The way it affected her was that it made her give up. She has given up beyond all power to care again, and that's why she's dying." "Oh!" Kate once more slowly sighed, but with a vagueness that made him pursue. "One can see now that she was living by will, which was very much what you originally told me of her." "I remember. That was it." "Well then her will, at a given moment, broke down, and the collapse was determined by that fellow's dastardly stroke. He told her, the scoundrel, that you and I are secretly engaged." Kate gave a quick glare. "But he doesn't know it." "That doesn't matter. She did by the time he had left her. Besides," Densher added, he does know it. When, he continued, did you last see him? But she was lost now in the picture before her. That was what made her worse. He watched her take it in, it so added to her somber beauty. Then he spoke as Mrs. Stringham had spoken. She turned her face to the wall. Poor Milly, said Kate. Slight as it was, her beauty somehow gave it style. So that he continued consistently, she learned it, you see, too soon, since of course one's idea had been that she might never even learn it at all. And she had felt sure, through everything we had done, of there not being between us, so far at least as you were concerned, anything she need regard as a warning. She took another moment for thought. It wasn't through anything you did, whatever that may have been, that she gained her certainty. It was by the conviction she got from me. Oh, it's very handsome, Densher said, for you to take your share. Do you suppose, Kate asked, that I think of denying it? Her look and her tone made him for the instant regret his comment. Which indeed had been the first that rose to his lips as an effect absolutely of what they would have called between them her straightness. Her straightness, visibly, was all his own loyalty could ask. Still, that was comparatively beside the mark. Of course I don't suppose anything but that we're together in our recognitions, our responsibilities, whatever we choose to call them. It isn't a question for us of apportioning shares or distinguishing invidiously among such impressions as it was our idea to give. It wasn't your idea to give impressions, said Kate. He met this with a smile that he himself felt, in its strained character, as queer. Don't go into that. It was perhaps not as going into it that she had another idea, an idea born, she showed, of the vision he had just evoked. Wouldn't it have been possible then to deny the truth of the information? I mean of Lord Mark's. Densher wondered. Possible for whom? Why for you? To tell her he lied? To tell her he's mistaken? Densher stared, he was stupefied. The possible, thus glanced at by Kate being exactly the alternative he had had to face in Venice and to put utterly away from him. Nothing was stranger than such a difference in their view of it. And to lie myself, you mean, to do it? We are, my dear child, he said, I suppose, still engaged. Of course we're still engaged. But to save her life. He took in for a little the way she talked of it. Of course, it was to be remembered, she had always simplified, and it brought back his sense of the degree in which, to her energy as compared with his own, many things were easy. The very sense that so often before had moved him to admiration. Well, if you must know, and I want you to be clear about it, I didn't even seriously think of a denial to her face. The question of it, as possibly saving her, was put to me definitely enough, but to turn it over was only to dismiss it. Besides, he added, it wouldn't have done any good. You mean she would have had no faith in your correction? She had spoken with a promptitude that affected him of a sudden as almost glib. But he himself paused with the overweight of all he meant, and she meanwhile went on. Did you try? I hadn't even a chance. Kate maintained her wonderful manner, the manner of at once having it all before her and yet keeping it all at its distance. She wouldn't see you? Not after your friend had been with her. She hesitated. Couldn't you write? It made him also think, but with a difference. She had turned her face to the wall. This again for a moment hushed her, and they were both too grave now for parenthetic pity. But her interest came out for at least the minimum of light. She refused even to let you speak to her? My dear girl, Densher returned, she was miserably, prohibitively ill. Well, that was what she had been before. And it didn't prevent? No, Densher admitted, it didn't. And I don't pretend that she's not magnificent. She's prodigious, said Kate Croy. He looked at her a moment. So are you, my dear. But that's how it is, he wound up, and there we are. His idea had been in advance that she would perhaps sound him much more deeply, asking him above all 2 or 3 specific things. He had fairly fancied her even wanting to know and trying to find out how far, as the odious phrase was, he and Milly had gone, and how near, by the same token, they had come. He had asked himself if he were prepared to hear her do that, and had had to take for answer that he was prepared of course for everything. Wasn't he prepared for her ascertaining if her 2 or 3 prophecies had found time to be made true? He had fairly believed himself ready to say whether or no the overture on Milly's part promised according to the boldest of them had taken place. But what was in fact blessedly coming to him was that so far as such things were concerned his readiness wouldn't be taxed. Kate's pressure on the question of what had taken place remained so admirably general that even her present inquiry kept itself free of sharpness. So then that after Lord Mark's interference you never again met? It was what he had been all the while coming to. No, we met once, so far as it could be called a meeting. I had stayed, I didn't come away. That, said Kate, was no more than decent. Precisely, he felt himself wonderful, and I wanted to be no less. She sent for me, I went to her, and that night I left Venice. His companion waited. Wouldn't that then have been your chance? To refute Lord Mark's story? No, not even if before her there I had wanted to. What did it signify either? She was dying. Well, Kate in a manner persisted, why not just because she was dying? She had however all her discretion. But of course I know that seeing her you could judge. Of course seeing her I could judge. And I did see her. If I had denied you moreover, Densher said with his eyes on her, I'd have stuck to it. She took for a moment the intention of his face. You mean that to convince her you'd have insisted or somehow proved? I mean that to convince you I'd have insisted or somehow proved. Kate looked for her moment at a loss. To convince me? I wouldn't have made my denial, in such conditions, only to take it back afterwards. With this quickly light came for her, and with it also her color flamed. Oh, you'd have broken with me to make your denial a truth? You'd have chucked me, she embraced it perfectly, to save your conscience? I couldn't have done anything else, said Merton Densher. So you see how right I was not to commit myself, and how little I could dream of it. If it ever again appears to you that I might have done so, remember what I say. Kate again considered, but not with the effect at once to which he pointed. You've fallen in love with her. Well then say so, with a dying woman. Why need you mind and what does it matter? It came from him, the question, straight out of the intensity of relation and the face-to-face necessity into which, from the first, from his entering the room, they had found themselves thrown. But it gave them their most extraordinary moment. Wait till she is dead. Mrs. Stringham, Kate added, is to telegraph. After which, in a tone still different, for what then, she asked, did Milly send for you? It was what I tried to make out before I went. I must tell you moreover that I had no doubt of its really being to give me, as you say, a chance. She believed, I suppose, that I might deny. And what, to my own mind, was before me in going to her was the certainty that she'd put me to my test. She wanted from my own lips, so I saw it, the truth. But I was with her for 20 minutes, and she never asked me for it. She never wanted the truth. Kate had a high headshake. She wanted you. She would have taken from you what you could give her and been glad of it, even if she had known it false. You might have lied to her from pity, and she have seen you and felt you lie, and yet, since it was all for tenderness, she would have thanked you and blessed you and clung to you but the more. For that was your strength, my dear man, that she loves you with passion. Oh my strength! Densher coldly murmured. Otherwise, since she had sent for you, what was it to ask of you? And then, quite without irony, as he waited a moment to say, was it just once more to look at you? She had nothing to ask of me, nothing, that is, but not to stay any longer. She did to that extent want to see me. She had supposed at first, after he had been with her, that I had seen the propriety of taking myself off. Then since I hadn't, seeing my propriety as I did in another way, she found, days later, that I was still there. This, said Densher, affected her. Of course it affected her. Again she struck him, for all her dignity, as glib. If it was somehow for her I was still staying, she wished that to end, she wished me to know how little there was need of it. And as a manner of farewell she wished herself to tell me so. And she did tell you so? Face to face, yes. Personally, as she desired. And as you of course did. No, Kate, he returned with all their mutual consideration, not as I did. I hadn't desired it in the least. You only went to oblige her? To oblige her. And of course also to oblige you. Oh, for myself certainly I'm glad. Glad? He echoed vaguely the way it rang out. I mean you did quite the right thing. You did it especially in having stayed. But that was all? Kate went on. That you mustn't wait? That was really all, and in perfect kindness. Ah, kindness naturally, from the moment she asked of you such an effort. That you mustn't wait, that was the point, Kate added, to see her die. That was the point, my dear, Densher said. And it took 20 minutes to make it? He thought a little. I didn't time it to a second. I paid her the visit, just like another. Like another person? Like another visit. Oh, said Kate. Which had apparently the effect of slightly arresting his speech, an arrest she took advantage of to continue. Making with it indeed her nearest approach to an inquiry of the kind against which he had braced himself. Did she receive you, in her condition, in her room? Not she, said Merton Densher. She received me just as usual, in that glorious great salon, in the dress she always wears, from her inveterate corner of her sofa. And his face for the moment conveyed the scene, just as hers equally embraced it. Do you remember what you originally said to me of her? Ah, I've said so many things. That she wouldn't smell of drugs, that she wouldn't taste of medicine. Well, she didn't. So that it was really almost happy? It took him a long time to answer, occupied as he partly was in feeling how nobody but Kate could have invested such a question with the tone that was perfectly right. She meanwhile, however, patiently waited. I don't think I can attempt to say now what it was. Some day, perhaps. For it would be worth it for us. Some day, certainly. She seemed to record the promise. Yet she spoke again abruptly. She'll recover. Well, said Densher, you'll see. She had the air an instant of trying to. Did she show anything of her feeling? I mean, Kate explained, of her feeling of having been misled. She didn't press hard, surely, but he had just mentioned that he would have rather to glide. She showed nothing but her beauty and her strength. Then, his companion asked, what's the use of her strength? He seemed to look about for a use he could name, but he had soon given it up. She must die, my dear, in her own extraordinary way. Naturally. But I don't see then what proof you have that she was ever alienated. I have the proof that she refused for days and days to see me. But she was ill. That hadn't prevented her, as you yourself a moment ago said, during the previous time. If it had been only illness it would have made no difference with her. She would still have received you. She would still have received me. Oh well, said Kate, if you know. Of course I know. I know moreover as well from Mrs. Stringham. And what does Mrs. Stringham know? Everything. She looked at him longer. Everything? Everything. Because you've told her? Because she has seen for herself. I've told her nothing. She's a person who does see. Kate thought. That's by her liking you too. She as well is prodigious. You see what interest in a man does. It does it all round. So you needn't be afraid. I'm not afraid, said Densher. Kate moved from her place then, looking at the clock, which marked 5. She gave her attention to the tea table, where Aunt Maude's huge silver kettle, which had been exposed to its lamp and which she had not soon enough noticed, was hissing too hard. "Well, it's almost wonderful," she exclaimed as she rather too profusely, a sign her friend noticed, ladled tea into the pot. He watched her a moment at this occupation, coming nearer the table while she put in the steaming water. "You'll have some?" He hesitated. "Hadn't we better wait? For Aunt Maude?" She saw what he meant, the deprecation, by their old law, of betrayals of the intimate note. "Oh, you needn't mind now. We've done it. Humbugged her. Squared her. You've pleased her." Densher mechanically accepted his tea. He was thinking of something else, and his thought in a moment came out. "What a brute then I must be." "A brute? To have pleased so many people." "Ah," said Kate with a gleam of gaiety, "you've done it to please me." But she was already, with her gleam, reverting a little. "What I don't understand is, won't you have any sugar?" "Yes, please." "What I don't understand," she went on when she had helped him, "is what it was that had occurred to bring her round again. If she gave you up for days and days, what brought her back to you?" She asked the question with her own cup in her hand, but it found him ready enough in spite of his sense of the ironic oddity of their going into it over the tea-table. It was Sir Luke Strett who brought her back. His visit, his presence there did it. He brought her back then to life. "Well, to what I saw." "And by interceding for you?" "I don't think he interceded. I don't indeed know what he did." Kate wondered. "Didn't he tell you?" "I didn't ask him. I met him again, but we practically didn't speak of her." Kate stared. "Then how do you know?" "I see. I feel. I was with him again as I had been before." "Oh, and you pleased him too?" "That was it?" "He understood," said Densher. "But understood what?" He waited a moment. "That I had meant awfully well." "Ah, and made her understand?" "I see," she went on as he said nothing. "But how did he convince her?" Densher put down his cup and turned away. "You must ask Sir Luke." He stood looking at the fire and there was a time without sound. "The great thing," Kate then resumed, "is that she's satisfied. Which," she continued, looking across at him, "is what I've worked for. Satisfied to die in the flower of her youth? Well, at peace with you." "Oh, peace." He murmured with his eyes on the fire. "The peace of having loved." He raised his eyes to her. "Is that peace?" "Of having been loved," she went on. "That is." "Of having," she wound up, realized her passion. She wanted nothing more. She has had all she wanted. Lucid and always grave, she gave this out with a beautiful authority that he could for the time meet with no words. He could only again look at her, though with the sense in so doing that he made her more than he intended take his silence for assent. Quite indeed as if she did so take it she quitted the table and came to the fire. "You may think it hideous that I should now, that I should yet," she made a point of the word, "pretend to draw conclusions. But we've not failed." "Oh," he only again murmured. She was once more close to him, close as she had been the day she came to him in Venice, the quickly returning memory of which intensified and enriched the fact. He could practically deny in such conditions nothing that she said, and what she said was, with it, visibly, a fruit of that knowledge. "We've succeeded." She spoke with her eyes deep in his own. "She won't have loved you for nothing." It made him wince, but she insisted. "And you won't have loved me." Chapter 2. He was to remain for several days under the deep impression of this inclusive passage, so luckily prolonged from moment to moment, but interrupted at its climax, as may be said, by the entrance of Aunt Maude, who found them standing together near the fire. The bearings of the colloquy, however, sharp as they were less sharp to his intelligence, strangely enough, than those of a talk with Mrs. Lowder alone, for which she soon gave him, or for which perhaps rather Kate gave him, full occasion. What had happened on her at last joining them was to conduce, he could immediately see, to her desiring to have him to herself. Kate and he, no doubt, at the opening of the door, had fallen apart with a certain suddenness, so that she had turned her hard fine eyes from one to the other. But the effect of this lost itself, to his mind, the next minute, in the effect of his companion's rare alertness. She instantly spoke to her aunt of what had first been uppermost for herself, inviting her thereby intimately to join them, and doing it the more happily also, no doubt, because the fact she resentfully named gave her ample support. "Had you quite understood, my dear, that it's full 3 weeks?" And she effaced herself as if to leave Mrs. Lowder to deal from her own point of view with this extravagance. Densher of course straightway noted that his cue for the protection of Kate was to make, no less, all of it he could. And their tracks, as he might have said, were fairly covered by the time their hostess had taken afresh, on his renewed admission, the measure of his scant eagerness. Kate had moved away as if no great showing were needed for her personal situation to be seen as delicate. She had been entertaining their visitor on her aunt's behalf, a visitor she had been at one time suspected of favoring too much and who had now come back to them as the stricken suitor of another person. It wasn't that the fate of the other person, her exquisite friend, didn't, in its tragic turn, also concern herself, it was only that her acceptance of Mr. Densher as a source of information could scarcely help having an awkwardness. She invented the awkwardness under Densher's eyes, and he marveled on his side at the instant creation. It served her as the fine cloud that hangs about a goddess in an epic, and the young man was but vaguely to know at what point of the rest of his visit she had, for consideration, melted into it and out of sight. He was taken up promptly with another matter, the truth of the remarkable difference, neither more nor less, that the events of Venice had introduced into his relation with Aunt Maude, and that these weeks of their separation had caused quite richly to ripen for him. She had not sat down to her tea-table before he felt himself on terms with her that were absolutely new, nor could she press on him a second cup without her seeming herself, and quite wittingly, so to define and establish them. She regretted, but she quite understood, that what was taking place had obliged him to hang off. They had, after hearing of him from poor Susan as gone, been hoping for an early sight of him. They would have been interested, naturally, in his arriving straight from the scene. Yet she needed no reminder that the scene precisely, by which she meant the tragedy that had so detained and absorbed him, the memory, the shadow, the sorrow of it, was what marked him for unsociability. She thus presented him to himself, as it were, in the guise in which she had now adopted him, and it was the element of truth in the character that he found himself, for his own part, adopting. She treated him as blighted and ravaged, as frustrate and already bereft. And for him to feel that this opened for him a new chapter of frankness with her, he scarce had also to perceive how it smoothed his approaches to Kate. It made the latter accessible as she hadn't yet begun to be. It set up for him at Lancaster Gate an association positively hostile to any other legend. It was quickly vivid to him that, were he minded, he could work this association. He had but to use the house freely for his prescribed attitude, and he need hardly ever be out of it. Stranger than anything moreover was to be the way that by the end of a week he stood convicted to his own sense of a surrender to Mrs. Lowder's view. He had somehow met it at a point that had brought him on a distance that he couldn't again retrace. He had private hours of wondering what had become of his sincerity. He had others of simply reflecting that he had it all in use. His only want of candor was Aunt Maude's wealth of sentiment. She was hugely sentimental, and the worst he did was to take it from her. He wasn't so himself, everything was too real, but it was none the less not false that he had been through a mill. It was in particular not false, for instance, that when she had said to him, on the Sunday, almost cosily, from her sofa behind the tea, "I want you not to doubt, you poor dear, that I'm with you to the end." His meeting her halfway had been the only course open to him. She was with him to the end, or she might be, in a way Kate wasn't. And even if it literally made her society meanwhile more soothing, he must just brush away the question of why it shouldn't. Was he professing to her in any degree the possession of an after-sense that wasn't real? How in the world could he, when his after-sense, day by day, was his greatest reality? Such only was at bottom what there was between them, and 2 or 3 times over it made the hour pass. These were occasions, 2 and a scrap, on which he had come and gone without mention of Kate. Now that almost as never yet he had license to ask for her, the queer turn of their affair made it a false note. It was another queer turn that when he talked with Aunt Maude about Milly nothing else seemed to come up. He called upon her almost avowedly for that purpose, and it was the queerest turn of all that the state of his nerves should require it. He liked her better. He was really behaving, he had occasion to say to himself, as if he liked her best. The thing was absolutely that she met him halfway. Nothing could have been broader than her vision, than her loquacity, than her sympathy. It appeared to gratify, to satisfy her to see him as he was, that too had its effect. It was all of course the last thing that could have seemed on the cards, a change by which he was completely free with this lady. And it wouldn't indeed have come about if, for another monstrosity, he hadn't ceased to be free with Kate. Thus it was that on the 3rd time in especial of being alone with her he found himself uttering to the elder woman what had been impossible of utterance to the younger. Mrs. Lowder gave him in fact, on the ground of what he must keep from her, but one uneasy moment. That was when, on the first Sunday, after Kate had suppressed herself, she referred to her regret that he mightn't have stayed to the end. He found his reason difficult to give her, but she came after all to his help. You simply couldn't stand it? I simply couldn't stand it. Besides, you see. But he paused. Besides what? He had been going to say more, then he saw dangers, luckily however she had again assisted him. Besides, oh I know, men haven't, in many relations, the courage of women. They haven't the courage of women. Kate or I would have stayed, she declared, if we hadn't come away for the special reason that you so frankly appreciated. Densher had said nothing about his appreciation, hadn't his behavior since the hour itself sufficiently shown it? But he presently said, he couldn't help going so far, I don't doubt, certainly, that Miss Croy would have stayed. And he saw again into the bargain what a marvel was Susan Shepherd. She did nothing but protect him, she had done nothing but keep it up. In copious communication with the friend of her youth she had yet, it was plain, favored this lady with nothing that compromised him. Milly's act of renouncement she had described but as a change for the worse, she had mentioned Lord Mark's descent, as even without her it might be known, so that she mustn't appear to conceal it. But she had suppressed explanations and connections, and indeed, for all he knew, blessed Puritan soul, had invented commendable fictions. Thus it was absolutely that he was at his ease. Thus it was that, shaking forever, in the unrest that didn't drop, his crossed leg, he leaned back in deep yellow satin chairs and took such comfort as came. She asked, it was true, Aunt Maude, questions that Kate hadn't, but this was just the difference, that from her he positively liked them. He had taken with himself on leaving Venice the resolution to regard Milly as already dead to him, that being for his spirit the only thinkable way to pass the time of waiting. He had left her because it was what suited her, and it wasn't for him to go, as they said in America, behind this, which imposed on him but the sharper need to arrange himself with his interval. Suspense was the ugliest ache to him, and he would have nothing to do with it. The last thing he wished was to be unconscious of her, what he wished to ignore was her own consciousness, tortured, for all he knew, crucified by its pain. Knowingly to hang about in London while the pain went on, what would that do but make his days impossible? His scheme was accordingly to convince himself, and by some art about which he was vague, that the sense of waiting had passed. What in fact, he restlessly reflected, have I any further to do with it? Let me assume the thing actually over, as it at any moment may be, and I become good again for something at least to somebody. I'm good, as it is, for nothing to anybody, least of all to her. He consequently tried, so far as shutting his eyes and stalking grimly about was a trial. But his plan was carried out, it may well be guessed, neither with marked success nor with marked consistency. The days, whether lapsing or lingering, were a stiff reality. The suppression of anxiety was a thin idea, the taste of life itself was the taste of suspense. That he was waiting was in short at the bottom of everything. And it required no great sifting presently to feel that if he took so much more, as he called it, to Mrs. Lowder, this was just for that reason. She helped him to hold out, all the while that she was subtle enough, and he could see her divine it as what he wanted, not to insist on the actuality of their tension. His nearest approach to success was thus in being good for something to Aunt Maude, in default of anyone better. Her company eased his nerves even while they pretended together that they had seen their tragedy out. They spoke of the dying girl in the past tense. They said no worse of her than that she had been stupendous. On the other hand, however, and this was what wasn't for Densher pure peace, they insisted enough that stupendous was the word. It was the thing, this recognition, that kept him most quiet. He came to it with her repeatedly. Talking about it against time and, in particular, we have noted, speaking of his supreme personal impression as he hadn't spoken to Kate. It was almost as if she herself enjoyed the perfection of the pathos. She sat there before the scene, as he couldn't help giving it out to her, very much as a stout citizen's wife might have sat, during a play that made people cry, in the pit or the family circle. What most deeply stirred her was the way the poor girl must have wanted to live. Ah yes indeed, she did, why in pity shouldn't she, with everything to fill her world? The mere money of her, the darling, if it isn't too disgusting at such a time to mention that. Aunt Maude mentioned it, and Densher quite understood, but as fairly giving poetry to the life Milly clung to, a view of the might have been, before which the good lady was hushed anew to tears. She had had her own vision of these possibilities, and her own social use for them, and since Milly's spirit had been after all so at one with her about them. What was the cruelty of the event but a cruelty, of a sort, to herself? That came out when he named, as the horrible thing to know, the fact of their young friend's unapproachable terror of the end, keep it down though she would. Coming out therefore often, since in so naming it he found the strangest of reliefs. He allowed it all its vividness, as if on the principle of his not at least spiritually shirking. Milly had held with passion to her dream of a future, and she was separated from it, not shrieking indeed, but grimly, awfully silent, as one might imagine some noble young victim of the scaffold. In the French Revolution, separated at the prison door from some object clutched for resistance. Densher, in a cold moment, so pictured the case for Mrs. Lowder, but no moment cold enough had yet come to make him so picture it to Kate. And it was the front so presented that had been, in Milly, heroic, presented with the highest heroism, Aunt Maude by this time knew, on the occasion of his taking leave of her. He had let her know, absolutely for the girl's glory, how he had been received on that occasion, with a positive effect, since she was indeed so perfectly the princess that Mrs. Stringham always called her, of princely state. Before the fire in the great room that was all arabesques and cherubs, all gaiety and gilt, and that was warm at that hour too with a wealth of autumn sun. The state in question had been maintained in the situation, well, Densher said for the convenience of exquisite London gossip, sublime. The gossip, for it came to as much at Lancaster Gate, wasn't the less exquisite for his use of the silver veil, nor on the other hand was the veil, so touched, too much drawn aside. He himself for that matter took in the scene again at moments as from the page of a book. He saw a young man far off and in a relation inconceivable, saw him hushed, passive, staying his breath, but half understanding. Yet dimly conscious of something immense and holding himself painfully together not to lose it. The young man at these moments so seen was too distant and too strange for the right identity, and yet, outside, afterwards, it was his own face Densher had known. He had known then at the same time what the young man had been conscious of, and he was to measure after that, day by day, how little he had lost. At present there with Mrs. Lowder he knew he had gathered all, that passed between them mutely as in the intervals of their associated gaze they exchanged looks of intelligence. This was as far as association could go, but it was far enough when she knew the essence. The essence was that something had happened to him too beautiful and too sacred to describe. He had been, to his recovered sense, forgiven, dedicated, blessed, but this he couldn't coherently express. It would have required an explanation, fatal to Mrs. Lowder's faith in him, of the nature of Milly's wrong. So, as to the wonderful scene, they just stood at the door. They had the sense of the presence within, they felt the charged stillness. After which, their association deepened by it, they turned together away. That itself indeed, for our restless friend, became by the end of a week the very principle of reaction, so that he woke up one morning with such a sense of having played a part as he needed self-respect to gainsay. He hadn't in the least stated at Lancaster Gate that, as a haunted man, a man haunted with a memory, he was harmless, but the degree to which Mrs. Lowder accepted, admired and explained his new aspect laid upon him practically the weight of a declaration. What he hadn't in the least stated her own manner was perpetually stating. It was as haunted and harmless that she was constantly putting him down. There offered itself however to his purpose such an element as plain honesty, and he had embraced, by the time he dressed, his proper corrective. They were on the edge of Christmas, but Christmas this year was, as in the London of so many other years, disconcertingly mild. The still air was soft, the thick light was grey, the great town looked empty, and in the park, where the grass was green, where the sheep browsed, where the birds multitudinously twittered, the straight walks lent themselves to slowness and the dim vistas to privacy. He held it fast this morning till he had got out, his sacrifice to honor, and then went with it to the nearest post office and fixed it fast in a telegram. Thinking of it moreover as a sacrifice only because he had, for reasons, felt it as an effort. Its character of effort it would owe to Kate's expected resistance, not less probable than on the occasion of past appeals. Which was precisely why he, perhaps innocently, made his telegram persuasive. It had, as a recall of tender hours, to be, for the young woman at the counter, a trifle cryptic. But there was a good deal of it in one way and another, representing as it did a rich impulse and costing him a couple of shillings. There was also a moment later on, that day, when, in the park, as he measured watchfully one of their old alleys, he might have been supposed by a cynical critic to be reckoning his chance of getting his money back. He was waiting, but he had waited of old. Lancaster Gate as a danger was practically at hand, but she had risked that danger before. Besides it was smaller now, with the queer turn of their affair. In spite of which indeed he was graver as he lingered and looked out. Kate came at last by the way he had thought least likely, came as if she had started from the Marble Arch. But her advent was response, that was the great matter, response marked in her face and agreeable to him, even after Aunt Maude's responses, as nothing had been since his return to London. She had not, it was true, answered his wire, and he had begun to fear, as she was late, that with the instinct of what he might be again intending to press upon her she had decided, though not with ease, to deprive him of his chance. He would have of course, she knew, other chances, but she perhaps saw the present as offering her special danger. This, in fact, Densher could himself feel, was exactly why he had so prepared it, and he had rejoiced, even while he waited, in all that the conditions had to say to him of their simpler and better time. The shortest day of the year though it might be, it was, in the same place, by a whim of the weather, almost as much to their purpose as the days of sunny afternoons when they had taken their first trysts. This and that tree, within sight, on the grass, stretched bare boughs over the couple of chairs in which they had sat of old and in which, for they really could sit down again, they might recover the clearness of their prime. It was to all intents however this very reference that showed itself in Kate's face as, with her swift motion, she came toward him. It helped him, her swift motion, when it finally brought her nearer, helped him, for that matter, at first, if only by showing him afresh how terribly well she looked. It had been all along, he certainly remembered, a phenomenon of no rarity that he had felt her, at particular moments, handsomer than ever before. One of these for instance being still present to him as her entrance, under her aunt's eyes, at Lancaster Gate, the day of his dinner there after his return from America. And another her aspect on the same spot 2 Sundays ago, the light in which she struck the eyes he had brought back from Venice. In the course of a minute or two now he got, as he had got it the other times, his apprehension of the special stamp of the fortune of the moment. Whatever it had been determined by as the different hours recurred to him, it took on at present a prompt connection with an effect produced for him in truth more than once during the past week. Only now much intensified. This effect he had already noted and named, it was that of the attitude assumed by his friend in the presence of the degree of response on his part to Mrs. Lowder's welcome which she couldn't possibly have failed to notice. She had noticed it, and she had beautifully shown him so. Wearing in its honor the finest shade of studied serenity, a shade almost of gaiety over the workings of time. Everything of course was relative, with the shadow they were living under. But her condonation of the way in which he now, for confidence, distinguished Aunt Maude had almost the note of cheer. She had so by her own air consecrated the distinction, invidious in respect to herself though it might be. And nothing, really, more than this demonstration, could have given him had he still wanted it the measure of her superiority. It was doubtless for that matter this superiority alone that on the winter noon gave smooth decision to her step and charming courage to her eyes, a courage that deepened in them when he had presently got to what he did want. He had delayed after she had joined him not much more than long enough for him to say to her, drawing her hand into his arm and turning off where they had turned of old, that he wouldn't pretend he hadn't lately had moments of not quite believing he should ever again be so happy. She answered, passing over the reasons, whatever they had been, of his doubt, that her own belief was in high happiness for them if they would only have patience. Though nothing at the same time could be dearer than his idea for their walk. It was only make-believe of course, with what had taken place for them, that they couldn't meet at home. She spoke of their opportunities as suffering at no point. He had at any rate soon let her know that he wished the present one to suffer at none, and in a quiet spot, beneath a great wintry tree, he let his entreaty come sharp. "We've played our dreadful game and we've lost. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our feeling for ourselves and for each other, not to wait another day. Our marriage will, fundamentally, somehow, don't you see, right everything that's wrong, and I can't express to you my impatience. We've only to announce it, and it takes off the weight." "To announce it?" Kate asked. She spoke as if not understanding, though she had listened to him without confusion. "To accomplish it then, tomorrow if you will, do it and announce it as done. That's the least part of it, after it nothing will matter. We shall be so right," he said, "that we shall be strong, we shall only wonder at our past fear. It will seem an ugly madness. It will seem a bad dream." She looked at him without flinching, with the look she had brought at his call, but he felt now the strange chill of her brightness. "My dear man, what has happened to you?" "Well, that I can bear it no longer. That's simply what has happened. Something has snapped, has broken in me, and here I am. It's as I am that you must have me." He saw her try for a time to appear to consider it, but he saw her also not consider it. Yet he saw her, felt her, further, he heard her, with her clear voice, try to be intensely kind with him. "I don't see, you know, what has changed." She had a large strange smile. "We've been going on together so well, and you suddenly desert me?" It made him helplessly gaze. "You call it so, well? You've touches, upon my soul. I call it perfect, from my original point of view. I'm just where I was, and you must give me some better reason than you do, my dear, for your not being. It seems to me," she continued, "that we're only right as to what has been between us so long as we do wait. I don't think we wish to have behaved like fools." He took in while she talked her imperturbable consistency, which it was quietly, queerly hopeless to see her stand there and breathe into their mild remembering air. He had brought her there to be moved, and she was only immovable, which was not moreover, either, because she didn't understand. She understood everything, and things he refused to. And she had reasons, deep down, the sense of which nearly sickened him. She had too again most of all her strange significant smile. Of course, if it's that you really know something. It was quite conceivable and possible to her, he could see, that he did. But he didn't even know what she meant, and he only looked at her in gloom. His gloom however didn't upset her. You do, I believe, only you've a delicacy about saying it. Your delicacy to me, my dear, is a scruple too much. I should have no delicacy in hearing it, so that if you can tell me you know. Well, he asked as she still kept what depended on it. Why then I'll do what you want. We needn't, I grant you, in that case wait, and I can see what you mean by thinking it nicer of us not to. I don't even ask you, she continued, for a proof. I'm content with your moral certainty. By this time it had come over him, it had the force of a rush. The point she made was clear as that the blood, while he recognized it, mantled in his face. I know nothing whatever. You've not an idea? I've not an idea. I'd consent, she said, I'd announce it tomorrow, today, I'd go home this moment and announce it to Aunt Maude, for an idea, I mean an idea straight from you, I mean as your own. Given me in good faith. There, my dear. And she smiled again. I call that really meeting you. If it was then what she called it, it disposed of his appeal, and he could but stand there with his wasted passion, for it was in high passion that he had from the morning acted, in his face. She made it all out, bent upon her, the idea he didn't have, and the idea he had, and his failure of insistence when it brought up that challenge, and his sense of her personal presence. And his horror, almost, of her lucidity. They made in him a mixture that might have been rage, but that was turning quickly to mere cold thought which led to something else and was like a new dim dawn. It affected her then, and she had one of the impulses, in all sincerity, that had before this, between them, saved their position. When she had come nearer to him, when, putting her hand upon him, she made him sink with her, as she leaned to him, into their old pair of chairs, she prevented irresistibly, she forestalled the waste of his passion. She had an advantage with his passion now. Chapter 3. He had said to her in the park when challenged on it that nothing had happened to him as a cause for the demand he there made of her, happened he meant since the account he had given. After his return, of his recent experience. But in the course of a few days, they had brought him to Christmas morning, he was conscious enough, in preparing again to seek her out, of a difference on that score. Something had in this case happened to him, and, after his taking the night to think of it he felt that what it most, if not absolutely first, involved was his immediately again putting himself in relation with her. The fact itself had met him there, in his own small quarters, on Christmas Eve, and had not then indeed at once affected him as implying that consequence. So far as he on the spot and for the next hours took its measure, a process that made his night mercilessly wakeful, the consequences possibly implied were numerous to distraction. His spirit dealt with them, in the darkness, as the slow hours passed, his intelligence and his imagination, his soul and his sense, had never on the whole been so intensely engaged. It was his difficulty for the moment that he was face to face with alternatives, and that it was scarce even a question of turning from one to the other. They were not in a perspective in which they might be compared and considered. They were, by a strange effect, as close as a pair of monsters of whom he might have felt on either cheek the hot breath and the huge eyes. He saw them at once and but by looking straight before him. He wouldn't for that matter, in his cold apprehension, have turned his head by an inch. So it was that his agitation was still, was not, for the slow hours a matter of restless motion. He lay long, after the event, on the sofa where, extinguishing at a touch the white light of convenience that he hated, he had thrown himself without undressing. He stared at the buried day and wore out the time, with the arrival of the Christmas dawn moreover, late and grey, he felt himself somehow determined. The common wisdom had had its say to him, that safety in doubt was not action, and perhaps what most helped him was this very commonness. In his case there was nothing of that, in no case in his life had there ever been less, which association, from one thing to another, now worked for him as a choice. He acted, after his bath and his breakfast, in the sense of that marked element of the rare which he felt to be the sign of his crisis. And that is why, dressed with more state than usual and quite as if for church, he went out into the soft Christmas day. Action, for him, on coming to the point, it appeared, carried with it a certain complexity. We should have known, walking by his side, that his final prime decision hadn't been to call at the door of Sir Luke Strett, and yet that this step, though subordinate, was none the less urgent. His prime decision was for another matter, to which impatience, once he was on the way, had now added itself. But he remained sufficiently aware that he must compromise with the perhaps excessive earliness. This, and the ferment set up within him, were together a reason for not driving. To say nothing of the absence of cabs in the dusky festal desert. Sir Luke's great square was not near, but he walked the distance without seeing a hansom. He had his interval thus to turn over his view, the view to which what had happened the night before had not sharply reduced itself. But the complexity just mentioned was to be offered within the next few minutes another item to assimilate. Before Sir Luke's house, when he reached it, a brougham was drawn up, at the sight of which his heart had a lift that brought him for the instant to a stand. This pause wasn't long, but it was long enough to flash upon him a revelation in the light of which he caught his breath. The carriage, so possibly at such an hour and on such a day Sir Luke's own, had struck him as a sign that the great doctor was back. This would prove something else, in turn, still more intensely, and it was in the act of the double apprehension that Densher felt himself turn pale. His mind rebounded for the moment like a projectile that has suddenly been met by another. He stared at the strange truth that what he wanted more than to see Kate Croy was to see the witness who had just arrived from Venice. He wanted positively to be in his presence and to hear his voice, which was the spasm of his consciousness that produced the flash. Fortunately for him, on the spot, there supervened something in which the flash went out. He became aware within this minute that the coachman on the box of the brougham had a face known to him, whereas he had never seen before, to his knowledge, the great doctor's carriage. The carriage, as he came nearer, was simply Mrs. Lowder's. The face on the box was just the face that, in coming and going at Lancaster Gate, he would vaguely have noticed, outside, in attendance. With this the rest came. The lady of Lancaster Gate had, on a prompting not wholly remote from his own, presented herself for news. And news, in the house, she was clearly getting, since her brougham had stayed. Sir Luke was then back, only Mrs. Lowder was with him. It was under the influence of this last reflection that Densher again delayed, and it was while he delayed that something else occurred to him. It was all round, visibly, given his own new contribution, a case of pressure, and in a case of pressure Kate, for quicker knowledge, might have come out with her aunt. The possibility that in this event she might be sitting in the carriage, the thing most likely, had had the effect, before he could check it, of bringing him within range of the window. It wasn't there he had wished to see her, yet if she was there he couldn't pretend not to. What he had however the next moment made out was that if someone was there it wasn't Kate Croy. It was, with a sensible shock for him, the person who had last offered him a conscious face from behind the clear plate of a café in Venice. The great glass at Florian's was a medium less obscure, even with the window down, than the air of the London Christmas. Yet at present also, none the less, between the two men, an exchange of recognitions could occur. Densher felt his own look a gaping arrest, which, he disgustedly remembered, his back as quickly turned, appeared to repeat itself as his special privilege. He mounted the steps of the house and touched the bell with a keen consciousness of being habitually looked at by Kate's friend from positions of almost insolent vantage. He forgot for the time the moment when, in Venice, at the palace, the encouraged young man had in a manner assisted at the departure of the disconcerted. Since Lord Mark was not looking disconcerted now any more than he had looked from his bench at his café. Densher was thinking that he seemed to show as vagrant while another was ensconced. He was thinking of the other as, in spite of the difference of situation, more ensconced than ever. He was thinking of him above all as the friend of the person with whom his recognition had, the minute previous, associated him. The man was seated in the very place in which, beside Mrs. Lowder's, he had looked to find Kate, and that was a sufficient identity. Meanwhile, at any rate, the door of the house had opened and Mrs. Lowder stood before him. It was something at least that she wasn't Kate. She was herself, on the spot, in all her affluence. With presence of mind both to decide at once that Lord Mark, in the brougham, didn't matter and to prevent Sir Luke's butler, by a firm word thrown over her shoulder, from standing there to listen to her passage with the gentleman who had rung. "I'll tell Mr. Densher, you needn't wait." And the passage, promptly and richly, took place on the steps. "He arrives, travelling straight, tomorrow early. I couldn't not come to learn." "No more," said Densher simply, "could I. On my way," he added, "to Lancaster Gate." "Sweet of you." She beamed on him dimly, and he saw her face was attuned. It made him, with what she had just before said, know all, and he took the thing in while he met the air of portentous, of almost functional sympathy that had settled itself as her medium with him and that yet had now a fresh glow. "So you have had your message?" He knew so well what she meant, and so equally with it what he had had, no less than what he hadn't, that, with but the smallest hesitation, he strained the point. "Yes, my message. Our dear dove then, as Kate calls her, has folded her wonderful wings." Yes, folded them. It rather racked him, but he tried to receive it as she intended, and she evidently took his formal assent for self-control. "Unless it's more true," she accordingly added, "that she has spread them the wider." He again but formally assented, though, strangely enough, the words fitted a figure deep in his own imagination. "Rather, yes, spread them the wider. For a flight, I trust, to some happiness greater." "Exactly." "Greater," Densher broke in, but now with a look, he feared, that did a little warn her off. "You were certainly," she went on with more reserve, "entitled to direct news. Ours came late last night. I'm not sure otherwise I shouldn't have gone to you." "But you're coming," she asked, "to me?" He had had a minute by this time to think further, and the window of the brougham was still within range. Her rich me, reaching him moreover through the mild damp, had the effect of a thump on his chest. "Squared, Aunt Maude?" She was indeed squared, and the extent of it just now perversely enough took away his breath. His look from where they stood embraced the aperture at which the person sitting in the carriage might have shone, and he saw his interlocutress, on her side, understand the question in it. Which he moreover then uttered. "Shall you be alone?" It was, as an immediate instinctive parley with the image of his condition that now flourished in her, almost hypocritical. It sounded as if he wished to come and overflow to her, yet this was exactly what he didn't. The need to overflow had suddenly, since the night before, dried up in him, and he had never been aware of a deeper reserve. But she had meanwhile largely responded. "Completely alone. I should otherwise never have dreamed, feeling, dear friend, but too much." Failing on her lips what she felt came out for him in the offered hand with which she had the next moment condolingly pressed his own. Dear friend, dear friend. She was deeply with him, and she wished to be still more so, which was what made her immediately continue. "Or wouldn't you this evening, for the sad Christmas it makes us, dine with me tête-à-tête?" It put the thing off, the question of a talk with her, making the difference, to his relief, of several hours, but it also rather mystified him. This however didn't diminish his need of caution. "Shall you mind if I don't tell you at once?" "Not in the least, leave it open, it shall be as you may feel, and you needn't even send me word. I only will mention that today, of all days, I shall otherwise sit there alone." Now at least he could ask. "Without Miss Croy?" "Without Miss Croy." "Miss Croy," said Mrs. Lowder, "is spending her Christmas in the bosom of her more immediate family." He was afraid, even while he spoke, of what his face might show. "You mean she has left you?" Aunt Maude's own face for that matter met the inquiry with a consciousness in which he saw a reflection of events. He was made sure by it, even at the moment and as he had never been before, that since he had known these two women no confessed nor commented tension, no crisis of the cruder sort would really have taken form between them, which was precisely a high proof of how Kate had steered her boat. The situation exposed in Mrs. Lowder's present expression lighted up by contrast that superficial smoothness, which afterwards, with his time to think of it, was to put before him again the art, the particular gift, in the girl, now so placed and classed, so intimately familiar for him, as her talent for life. The peace, within a day or two, since his seeing her last, had clearly been broken. Differences, deep down, kept there by a diplomacy on Kate's part as deep, had been shaken to the surface by some exceptional jar, with which, in addition, he felt Lord Mark's odd attendance at such an hour and season vaguely associated. The talent for life indeed, it at the same time struck him, would probably have shown equally in the breach, or whatever had occurred. Aunt Maude having suffered, he judged, a strain rather than a stroke. Of these quick thoughts, at all events, that lady was already abreast. She went yesterday morning, and not with my approval, I don't mind telling you, to her sister, Mrs. Condrip, if you know who I mean, who lives somewhere in Chelsea. My other niece and her affairs, that I should have to say such things today, are a constant worry, so that Kate, in consequence, well, of events, has simply been called in. My own idea, I'm bound to say, was that with such events she need have, in her situation, next to nothing to do. But she differed with you? She differed with me. And when Kate differs with you? Oh, I can imagine. He had reached the point in the scale of hypocrisy at which he could ask himself why a little more or less should signify. Besides, with the intention he had had he must know. Kate's move, if he didn't know, might simply disconcert him, and of being disconcerted his horror was by this time fairly superstitious. I hope you don't allude to events at all calamitous. No, only horrid and vulgar. Oh, said Merton Densher. Mrs. Lowder's soreness, it was still not obscure, had discovered in free speech to him a momentary balm. They've the misfortune to have, I suppose you know, a dreadful horrible father. Oh, said Densher again. He's too bad almost to name, but he has come upon Marion, and Marion has shrieked for help. Densher wondered at this with intensity, and his curiosity compromised for an instant with his discretion. Come upon her, for money? Oh, for that of course always. But, at this blessed season, for refuge, for safety, for God knows what. He's there, the brute. And Kate's with them. And that, Mrs. Lowder wound up, going down the steps, is her Christmas. She had stopped again at the bottom while he thought of an answer. Yours then is after all rather better. It's at least more decent. And her hand once more came out. But why do I talk of our troubles? Come if you can. He showed a faint smile. Thanks. If I can. And now, I dare say, you'll go to church? She had asked it, with her good intention, rather in the air and by way of sketching for him, in the line of support, something a little more to the purpose than what she had been giving him. He felt it as finishing off their intensities of expression that he found himself to all appearance receiving her hint as happy. Why yes, I think I will, after which, as the door of the brougham, at her approach, had opened from within, he was free to turn his back. He heard the door, behind him, sharply close again and the vehicle move off in another direction than his own. He had in fact for the time no direction. In spite of which indeed he was at the end of 10 minutes aware of having walked straight to the south. That, he afterwards recognized, was, very sufficiently, because there had formed itself in his mind, even while Aunt Maude finally talked, an instant recognition of his necessary course. Nothing was open to him but to follow Kate, nor was anything more marked than the influence of the step she had taken on the emotion itself that possessed him. Her complications, which had fairly, with everything else, an awful sound, what were they, 1,000 times over, but his own? His present business was to see that they didn't escape an hour longer taking their proper place in his life. He accordingly would have held his course hadn't it suddenly come over him that he had just lied to Mrs. Lowder, a term it perversely eased him to keep using, even more than was necessary. To what church was he going? To what church, in such a state of his nerves, could he go? He pulled up short again, as he had pulled up in sight of Mrs. Lowder's carriage, to ask it. And yet the desire queerly stirred in him not to have wasted his word. He was just then however by a happy chance in the Brompton Road, and he bethought himself with a sudden light that the oratory was at hand. He had but to turn the other way and he should find himself soon before it. At the door then, in a few minutes, his idea was really, as it struck him, consecrated. He was pushing in. On the edge of a splendid service, the flocking crowd told of it, which glittered and resounded, from distant depths, in the blaze of altar lights and the swell of organ and choir. It didn't match his own day, but it was much less of a discord than some other things actual and possible. The oratory in short, to make him right, would do. Chapter 4. The difference was thus that the dusk of afternoon, dusk thick from an early hour, had gathered when he knocked at Mrs. Condrip's door. He had gone from the church to his club, wishing not to present himself in Chelsea at luncheon time and also remembering that he must attempt independently to make a meal. This, in the event, he but imperfectly achieved. He dropped into a chair in the great dim void of the club library, with nobody, up or down, to be seen, and there after a while, closing his eyes, recovered an hour of the sleep he had lost during the night. Before doing this indeed he had written, it was the first thing he did, a short note, which, in the Christmas desolation of the place, he had managed only with difficulty and doubt to commit to a messenger. He wished it carried by hand, and he was obliged, rather blindly, to trust the hand, as the messenger, for some reason, was unable to return with a gauge of delivery. When at 4 o'clock he was face to face with Kate in Mrs. Condrip's small drawing-room he found to his relief that his notification had reached her. She was expectant and to that extent prepared. Which simplified a little, if a little, at the present pass, counted. Her conditions were vaguely vivid to him from the moment of his coming in, and vivid partly by their difference, a difference sharp and suggestive, from those in which he had hitherto constantly seen her. He had seen her but in places comparatively great, in her aunt's pompous house, under the high trees of Kensington and the storied ceilings of Venice. He had seen her, in Venice, on a great occasion, as the centre itself of the splendid piazza. He had seen her there, on a still greater one, in his own poor rooms, which yet had consorted with her, having state and ancientry even in their poorness. But Mrs. Condrip's interior, even by this best view of it and though not flagrantly mean, showed itself as a setting almost grotesquely inapt. Pale, grave and charming, she affected him at once as a distinguished stranger, a stranger to the little Chelsea street, who was making the best of a queer episode and a place of exile. The extraordinary thing was that at the end of 3 minutes he felt himself less appointedly a stranger in it than she. A part of the queerness, this was to come to him in glimpses, sprang from the air as of a general large misfit imposed on the narrow room by the scale and mass of its furniture. The objects, the ornaments were, for the sisters, clearly relics and survivals of what would, in the case of Mrs. Condrip at least, have been called better days. The curtains that overdraped the windows, the sofas and tables that stayed circulation, the chimney ornaments that reached to the ceiling and the florid chandelier that almost dropped to the floor, were so many mementos of earlier homes and so many links with their unhappy mother. Whatever might have been in itself the quality of these elements, Densher could feel the effect proceeding from them, as they lumpishly blocked out the decline of the dim day, to be ugly almost to the point of the sinister. They failed to accommodate or to compromise, they asserted their differences without tact and without taste. It was truly having a sense of Kate's own quality thus promptly to see them in reference to it. But that Densher had this sense was no new thing to him, nor did he in strictness need, for the hour, to be reminded of it. He only knew, by one of the tricks his imagination so constantly played him, that he was, so far as her present tension went, very specially sorry for her, which was not the view that had determined his start in the morning. Yet also that he himself would have taken it all, as he might say, less hard. He could have lived in such a place, but it wasn't given to those of his complexion, so to speak, to be exiled anywhere. It was by their comparative grossness that they could somehow make shift. His natural, his inevitable, his ultimate home, left, that is, to itself, wasn't at all unlikely to be as queer and impossible as what was just round them, though doubtless in less ample masses. As he took in moreover how Kate wouldn't have been in the least the creature she was if what was just round them hadn't mismatched her. Hadn't made for her a medium involving compunction in the spectator, so, by the same stroke, that became the very fact of her relation with her companions there, such a fact as filled him at once. Oddly, both with assurance and with suspense. If he himself, on this brief vision, felt her as alien and as ever so unwittingly ironic, how must they not feel her and how above all must she not feel them? Densher could ask himself that even after she had presently lighted the tall candles on the mantel-shelf. This was all their illumination but the fire, and she had proceeded to it with a quiet dryness that yet left play, visibly, to her implication between them. In their trouble and failing anything better, of the presumably genial Christmas hearth. So far as the genial went this had in strictness, given their conditions, to be all their geniality. He had told her in his note nothing but that he must promptly see her and that he hoped she might be able to make it possible. But he understood from the first look at her that his promptitude was already having for her its principal reference. "I was prevented this morning, in the few minutes," he explained, asking Mrs. Lowder if she had let you know, though I rather gathered she had, and it's what I've been in fact since then assuming. It was because I was so struck at the moment with your having, as she did tell me, so suddenly come here. Yes, it was sudden enough. Very neat and fine in the contracted firelight, with her hands in her lap, Kate considered what he had said. He had spoken immediately of what had happened at Sir Luke Strett's door. She has let me know nothing. But that doesn't matter, if it's what you mean. It's part of what I mean, Densher said. But what he went on with, after a pause during which she waited, was apparently not the rest of that. She had had her telegram from Mrs. Stringham, late last night. But to me the poor lady hasn't wired. The event, he added, will have taken place yesterday, and Sir Luke, starting immediately, one can see, and travelling straight, will get back tomorrow morning. So that Mrs. Stringham, I judge, is left to face in some solitude the situation bequeathed to her. But of course, he wound up, Sir Luke couldn't stay. Her look at him might have had in it a vague betrayal of the sense that he was gaining time. Was your telegram from Sir Luke? No, I've had no telegram. She wondered. But not a letter? Not from Mrs. Stringham, no. He failed again however to develop this, for which her forbearance from another question gave him occasion. From whom then had he heard? He might at last, confronted with her, really have been gaining time, and as if to show that she respected this impulse she made her inquiry different. Should you like to go out to her, to Mrs. Stringham? About that at least he was clear. Not at all. She's alone, but she's very capable and very courageous. Besides. He had been going on, but he dropped. Besides, she said, there's Eugenio? Yes, of course one remembers Eugenio. She had uttered the words as definitely to show them for not untender, and he showed equally every reason to assent. One remembers him indeed, and with every ground for it. He'll be of the highest value to her, he's capable of anything. What I was going to say, he went on, is that some of their people from America must quickly arrive. On this, as happened, Kate was able at once to satisfy him. Mr. Someone or other, the person principally in charge of Milly's affairs, her first trustee, I suppose, had just got there at Mrs. Stringham's last writing. Ah, that then was after your aunt last spoke to me. I mean the last time before this morning. I'm relieved to hear it. So, he said, they'll do. Oh, they'll do. And it came from each still as if it wasn't what each was most thinking of. Kate presently got however a step nearer to that. But if you had been wired to by nobody, what then this morning had taken you to Sir Luke? Oh, something else, which I'll presently tell you. It's what made me instantly need to see you. It's what I've come to speak to you of. But in a minute. I feel too many things, he went on, at seeing you in this place. He got up as he spoke, she herself remained perfectly still. His movement had been to the fire, and, leaning a little, with his back to it, to look down on her from where he stood, he confined himself to his point. Is it anything very bad that has brought you? He had now in any case said enough to justify her wish for more, so that, passing this matter by, she pressed her own challenge. Do you mean, if I may ask, that she, dying? Her face, wondering, pressed it more than her words. Certainly you may ask, he after a moment said. What has come to me is what, as I say, I came expressly to tell you. I don't mind letting you know, he went on, that my decision to do this took for me last night and this morning a great deal of thinking of. But here I am. And he indulged in a smile that couldn't, he was well aware, but strike her as mechanical. She went straighter with him, she seemed to show, than he really went with her. You didn't want to come? It would have been simple, my dear, and he continued to smile, if it had been, one way or the other, only a question of wanting. It took, I admit it, the idea of what I had best do, all sorts of difficult and portentous forms. It came up for me really, well, not at all for my happiness. This word apparently puzzled her, she studied him in the light of it. You look upset, you've certainly been tormented. You're not well. Oh, well enough. But she continued without heeding. You hate what you're doing. My dear girl, you simplify, and he was now serious enough. It isn't so simple even as that. She had the air of thinking what it then might be. I of course can't, with no clue, know what it is. She remained none the less patient and still. If at such a moment she could write you, one's inevitably quite at sea. One doesn't, with the best will in the world, understand. And then as Densher had a pause which might have stood for all the involved explanation that, to his discouragement, loomed before him, you haven't decided what to do. She had said it very gently, almost sweetly, and he didn't instantly say otherwise. But he said so after a look at her. Oh yes, I have. Only with this sight of you here and what I seem to see in it for you. And his eyes, as at suggestions that pressed, turned from one part of the room to another. Horrible place, isn't it? Said Kate. It brought him straight back to his inquiry. Is it for anything awful you've had to come? Oh, that will take as long to tell you as anything you may have. Don't mind, she continued, the sight of me here, nor whatever, which is more than I yet know myself, may be, in it, for me. And kindly consider too that, after all, if you're in trouble I can a little wish to help you. Perhaps I can absolutely even do it. My dear child, it's just because of the sense of your wish. I suppose I'm in trouble, I suppose that's it. He said this with so odd a suddenness of simplicity that she could only stare for it, which he as promptly saw. So he turned off as he could his vagueness. And yet I oughtn't to be. Which sounded indeed vaguer still. She waited a moment. Is it, as you say for my own business, anything very awful? Well, he slowly replied, you'll tell me if you find it so. I mean if you find my idea. He was so slow that she took him up. Awful? A sound of impatience, the form of a laugh, at last escaped her. I can't find it anything at all till I know what you're talking about. It brought him then more to the point, though it did so at first but by making him, on the hearthrug before her, with his hands in his pockets, turn a while to and fro. There rose in him even with this movement a recall of another time, the hour in Venice, the hour of gloom and storm. When Susan Shepherd had sat in his quarters there very much as Kate was sitting now, and he had wondered, in pain even as now, what he might say and mightn't. Yet the present occasion after all was somehow the easier. He tried at any rate to attach that feeling to it while he stopped before his companion. The communication I speak of can't possibly belong, so far as its date is concerned, to these last days. The postmark, which is legible, does. But it isn't thinkable, for anything else, that she wrote. He dropped, looking at her as if she'd understand. It was easy to understand. On her deathbed? But Kate took an instant's thought. Aren't we agreed that there was never anyone in the world like her? Yes. And looking over her head he spoke clearly enough. There was never anyone in the world like her. Kate, from her chair, always without a movement, raised her eyes to the unconscious reach of his own. Then when the latter again dropped to her she added a question. And won't it further depend a little on what the communication is? A little perhaps, but not much. It's a communication, said Densher. Do you mean a letter? Yes, a letter. Addressed to me in her hand, in hers unmistakably. Kate thought. Do you know her hand very well? Oh, perfectly. It was as if his tone for this prompted, with a slight strangeness, her next demand. Have you had many letters from her? No. Only 3 notes. He spoke looking straight at her. And very, very short ones. Ah, said Kate, the number doesn't matter. 3 lines would be enough if you're sure you remember. I'm sure I remember. Besides, Densher continued, I've seen her hand in other ways. I seem to recall how you once, before she went to Venice, showed me one of her notes precisely for that. And then she once copied me something. Oh, said Kate almost with a smile, I don't ask you for the detail of your reasons. One good one's enough. To which however she added as if precisely not to speak with impatience or with anything like irony, and the writing has its usual look? Densher answered as if even to better that description of it. It's beautiful. Yes, it was beautiful. Well, Kate, to defer to him still, further remarked, it's not news to us now that she was stupendous. Anything's possible. Yes, anything's possible, he appeared oddly to catch at it. That's what I say to myself. It's what I've been believing you, he a trifle vaguely explained, still more certain to feel. She waited for him to say more, but he only, with his hands in his pockets, turned again away, going this time to the single window of the room, where in the absence of lamplight the blind hadn't been drawn. He looked out into the lamplit fog, lost himself in the small sordid London street, for sordid, with his other association, he felt it, as he had lost himself, with Mrs. Stringham's eyes on him, in the vista of the Grand Canal. It was present then to his recording consciousness that when he had last been driven to such an attitude the very depth of his resistance to the opportunity to give Kate away was what had so driven him. His waiting companion had on that occasion waited for him to say he would, and what he had meantime glowered forth at was the inanity of such a hope. Kate's attention, on her side, during these minutes, rested on the back and shoulders he thus familiarly presented, rested as with a view of their expression, a reference to things unimparted. Links still missing and that she must ever miss, try to make them out as she would. The result of her tension was that she again took him up. You received, what you spoke of, last night? It made him turn round. Coming in from Fleet Street, earlier by an hour than usual, I found it with some other letters on my table. But my eyes went straight to it, in an extraordinary way, from the door. I recognized it, knew what it was, without touching it. One can understand. She listened with respect. His tone however was so singular that she presently added, You speak as if all this while you hadn't touched it. Oh yes, I've touched it. I feel as if, ever since, I'd been touching nothing else. I quite firmly, he pursued as if to be plainer, took hold of it. Then where is it? Oh, I have it here. And you've brought it to show me? I've brought it to show you. So he said with a distinctness that had, among his other oddities, almost a sound of cheer, yet making no movement that matched his words. She could accordingly but offer again her expectant face, while his own, to her impatience, seemed perversely to fill with another thought. But now that you've done so you feel you don't want to. I want to immensely, he said. Only you tell me nothing. She smiled at him with this, finally, as if he were an unreasonable child. It seems to me I tell you quite as much as you tell me. You haven't yet even told me how it is that such explanations as you require don't come from your document itself. Then as he answered nothing she had a flash. You mean you haven't read it? I haven't read it. She stared. Then how am I to help you with it? Again leaving her while she never budged he paced 5 strides, and again he was before her. By telling me this. It's something, you know, that you wouldn't tell me the other day. She was vague. The other day? The first time after my return, the Sunday I came to you. What's he doing, Densher went on, at that hour of the morning with her? What does his having been with her there mean? Of whom are you talking? Of that man, Lord Mark, of course. What does it represent? Oh, with Aunt Maude? Yes, my dear, and with you. It comes more or less to the same thing, and it's what you didn't tell me the other day when I put you the question. Kate tried to remember the other day. You asked me nothing about any hour. I asked you when it was you last saw him, previous, I mean, to his second descent at Venice. You wouldn't say, and as we were talking of a matter comparatively more important I let it pass. But the fact remains, you know, my dear, that you haven't told me. 2 things in this speech appeared to have reached Kate more distinctly than the others. I wouldn't say, and you let it pass. She looked just coldly blank. You really speak as if I were keeping something back. Well, you see, Densher persisted, you're not even telling me now. All I want to know, he nevertheless explained, is whether there was a connection between that proceeding on his part, which was practically, beyond all doubt, the shock precipitating for her what has now happened, and anything that had occurred with him previously for yourself. How in the world did he know we're engaged? Chapter 5. Kate slowly rose. It was, since she had lighted the candles and sat down, the first movement she had made. Are you trying to fix it on me that I must have told him? She spoke not so much in resentment as in pale dismay, which he showed he immediately took in. My dear child, I'm not trying to fix anything. But I'm extremely tormented and I seem not to understand. What has the brute to do with us anyway? What has he indeed? Kate asked. She shook her head as if in recovery, within the minute, of some mild allowance for his unreason. There was in it, and for his reason really, one of those half-inconsequent sweetnesses by which she had often before made, over some point of difference, her own terms with him. Practically she was making them now, and essentially he was knowing it, yet inevitably, all the same, he was accepting it. She stood there close to him, with something in her patience that suggested her having supposed, when he spoke more appealingly, that he was going to kiss her. He hadn't been, it appeared. But his continued appeal was none the less the quieter. What's he doing, from 10 o'clock on Christmas morning, with Mrs. Lowder? Kate looked surprised. Didn't she tell you he's staying there? At Lancaster Gate? Densher's surprise met it. Staying, since when? Since day before yesterday. He was there before I came away. And then she explained, confessing it in fact anomalous. It's an accident, like Aunt Maude's having herself remained in town for Christmas, but it isn't after all so monstrous. We stayed, and, with my having come here, she's sorry now, because we neither of us, waiting from day to day for the news you brought, seemed to want to be with a lot of people. You stayed for thinking of Venice? Of course we did. For what else? And even a little, Kate wonderfully added, it's true at least of Aunt Maude, for thinking of you. He appreciated. I see. Nice of you every way. But whom, he inquired, has Lord Mark stayed for thinking of? His being in London, I believe, is a very commonplace matter. He has some rooms which he has had suddenly some rather advantageous chance to let, such as, with his confessed, his decidedly proclaimed want of money, he hasn't had it in him. In spite of everything, not to jump at. Densher's attention was entire. In spite of everything? In spite of what? Well, I don't know. In spite, say, of his being scarcely supposed to do that sort of thing. To try to get money? To try at any rate in little thrifty ways. Apparently, however, he has had for some reason to do what he can. He turned at a couple of days' notice out of his place, making it over to his tenant. And Aunt Maude, who's deeply in his confidence about all such matters, said, "Come then to Lancaster Gate, to sleep at least, till, like all the world, you go to the country." He was to have gone to the country, I think to Matcham, yesterday afternoon, Aunt Maude, that is, told me he was. Kate had been somehow, for her companion, through this statement, beautifully, quite soothingly, suggestive. Told you, you mean, so that you needn't leave the house? Yes, so far as she had taken it into her head that his being there was part of my reason. And was it part of your reason? A little if you like. Yet there's plenty here, as I knew there would be, without it. So that, she said candidly, doesn't matter. I'm glad I am here, even if for all the good I do. She implied, however, that that didn't matter either. He didn't, as you tell me, get off then to Matcham, though he may possibly, if it is possible, be going this afternoon. But what strikes me as most probable, and it's really, I'm bound to say, quite amiable of him, is that he has declined to leave Aunt Maude, as I've been so ready to do, to spend her Christmas alone. If moreover he has given up Matcham for her, it's a proceed that won't please her less. It's small wonder therefore that she insists, on a dull day, in driving him about. I don't pretend to know, she wound up, what may happen between them, but that's all I see in it. You see in everything, and you always did, Densher returned, something that, while I'm with you at least, I always take from you as the truth itself. She looked at him as if consciously and even carefully extracting the sting of his reservation, then she spoke with a quiet gravity that seemed to show how fine she found it. Thank you. It had for him, like everything else, its effect. They were still closely face to face, and, yielding to the impulse to which he hadn't yielded just before, he laid his hands on her shoulders, held her hard a minute and shook her a little. Far from untenderly, as if in expression of more mingled things, all difficult, than he could speak. Then bending his head he applied his lips to her cheek. He fell, after this, away for an instant, resuming his unrest, while she kept the position in which, all passive and as a statue, she had taken his demonstration. It didn't prevent her, however, from offering him, as if what she had had was enough for the moment, a further indulgence. She made a quiet lucid connection and as she made it sat down again. I've been trying to place exactly, as to its date, something that did happen to me while you were in Venice. I mean a talk with him. He spoke to me, spoke out. Ah, there you are, said Densher, who had wheeled round. Well, if I'm there, as you so gracefully call it, by having refused to meet him as he wanted, as he pressed, I plead guilty to being so. Would you have liked me, she went on, to give him an answer that would have kept him from going? It made him a little awkwardly think. Did you know he was going? Never for a moment. But I'm afraid that, even if it doesn't fit your strange suppositions, I should have given him just the same answer if I had known. If it's a matter I haven't, since your return, thrust upon you, that's simply because it's not a matter in the memory of which I find a particular joy. I hope that if I've satisfied you about it, she continued, it's not too much to ask of you to let it rest. Certainly, said Densher kindly, I'll let it rest. But the next moment he pursued, he saw something. He guessed. If you mean, she presently returned, that he was unfortunately the one person we hadn't deceived, I can't contradict you. No, of course not. But why, Densher still risked, was he unfortunately the one person? He's not really a bit intelligent. Intelligent enough apparently to have seen a mystery, a riddle, in anything so unnatural as, all things considered and when it came to the point, my attitude. So he gouged out his conviction, and on his conviction he acted. Densher seemed for a little to look at Lord Mark's conviction as if it were a blot on the face of nature. Do you mean because you had appeared to him to have encouraged him? Of course I had been decent to him. Otherwise where were we? Where? You and I. What I appeared to him, however, hadn't mattered. What mattered was how I appeared to Aunt Maude. Besides, you must remember that he has had all along his impression of you. You can't help it, she said, but you're after all, well, yourself. As much myself as you please. But when I took myself to Venice and kept myself there, what, Densher asked, did he make of that? Your being in Venice and liking to be, which is never on anyone's part a monstrosity, was explicable for him in other ways. He was quite capable moreover of seeing it as dissimulation. In spite of Mrs. Lowder? No, said Kate, not in spite of Mrs. Lowder now. Aunt Maude, before what you call his second descent, hadn't convinced him, all the more that my refusal of him didn't help. But he came back convinced. And then as her companion still showed a face at a loss, I mean after he had seen Milly, spoken to her and left her. Milly convinced him. Milly? Densher again but vaguely echoed. That you were sincere. That it was her you loved. It came to him from her in such a way that he instantly, once more, turned, found himself yet again at his window. Aunt Maude, on his return here, she meanwhile continued, had it from him. And that's why you're now so well with Aunt Maude. He only for a minute looked out in silence, after which he came away. And why you are. It was almost, in its extremely affirmative effect between them, the note of recrimination, or it would have been perhaps rather if it hadn't been so much more the note of truth. It was sharp because it was true, but its truth appeared to impose it as an argument so conclusive as to permit on neither side a sequel. That made, while they faced each other over it without speech, the gravity of everything. It was as if there were almost danger, which the wrong word might start. Densher accordingly at last acted to better purpose. He drew, standing there before her, a pocketbook from the breast of his waistcoat, and he drew from the pocketbook a folded letter to which her eyes attached themselves. He restored then the receptacle to its place and, with a movement not the less odd for being visibly instinctive and unconscious, carried the hand containing his letter behind him. What he thus finally spoke of was a different matter. Did I understand from Mrs. Lowder that your father's in the house? If it never had taken her long in such excursions to meet him, it was not to take her so now. In the house, yes. But we needn't fear his interruption, she spoke as if he had thought of that. He's in bed. Do you mean with illness? She sadly shook her head. Father's never ill. He's a marvel. He's only, endless. Densher thought. Can I in any way help you with him? Yes. She perfectly, wearily, almost serenely, had it all. By our making your visit as little of an affair as possible for him, and for Marion too. I see. They hate so you're seeing me. Yet I couldn't, could I, not have come? No, you couldn't not have come. But I can only, on the other hand, go as soon as possible? Quickly it almost upset her. Ah, don't, today, put ugly words into my mouth. I've enough of my trouble without it. I know, I know. He spoke in instant pleading. It's all only that I'm as troubled for you. When did he come? 3 days ago, after he hadn't been near her for more than a year, after he had apparently, and not regrettably, ceased to remember her existence. And in a state which made it impossible not to take him in. Densher hesitated. Do you mean in such want? No, not of food, of necessary things, not even, so far as his appearance went, of money. He looked as wonderful as ever. But he was, well, in terror. In terror of what? I don't know. Of somebody, of something. He wants, he says, to be quiet. But his quietness is awful. She suffered, but he couldn't not question. What does he do? It made Kate herself hesitate. He cries. Again for a moment he hung fire, but he risked it. What has he done? It made her slowly rise, and they were once more fully face to face. Her eyes held his own and she was paler than she had been. If you love me, now, don't ask me about father. He waited again a moment. I love you. It's because I love you that I'm here. It's because I love you that I've brought you this. And he drew from behind him the letter that had remained in his hand. But her eyes only, though he held it out, met the offer. Why, you've not broken the seal. If I had broken the seal, exactly, I should know what's within. It's for you to break the seal that I bring it. She looked, still not touching the thing, inordinately grave. To break the seal of something to you from her? Ah, precisely because it's from her. I'll abide by whatever you think of it. I don't understand, said Kate. What do you yourself think? And then as he didn't answer, it seems to me I think you know. You have your instinct. You don't need to read. It's the proof. Densher faced her words as if they had been an accusation for which he was prepared and which there was but one way to face. I have indeed my instinct. It came to me, while I worried it out, last night. It came to me as an effect of the hour. He held up his letter and seemed now to insist more than to confess. This thing had been timed. For Christmas Eve. For Christmas Eve. Kate had suddenly a strange smile. The season of gifts. After which, as he said nothing, she went on, and had been written, you mean, while she could write and kept to be so timed? Only meeting her eyes while he thought, he again didn't reply. What do you mean by the proof? Why, of the beauty with which you've been loved. But I won't, she said, break your seal. You positively decline? Positively. Never. To which she added oddly, I know without. He had another pause. And what is it you know? That she announces to you she has made you rich. His pause this time was longer. Left me her fortune? Not all of it, no doubt, for it's immense. But money to a large amount. I don't care, Kate went on, to know how much. And her strange smile recurred. I trust her. Did she tell you? Densher asked. Never. Kate visibly flushed at the thought. That wouldn't, on my part, have been playing fair with her. And I did, she added, play fair. Densher, who had believed her, he couldn't help it, continued, holding his letter, to face her. He was much quieter now, as if his torment had somehow passed. You played fair with me, Kate. And that's why, since we talk of proofs, I want to give you one. I've wanted to let you see, and in preference even to myself, something I feel as sacred. She frowned a little. I don't understand. I've asked myself for a tribute, for a sacrifice by which I can peculiarly recognize. Peculiarly recognize what? She demanded as he dropped. The admirable nature of your own sacrifice. You were capable in Venice of an act of splendid generosity. And the privilege you offer me with that document is my reward? He made a movement. It's all I can do as a symbol of my attitude. She looked at him long. Your attitude, my dear, is that you're afraid of yourself. You've had to take yourself in hand. You've had to do yourself violence. So it is then you meet me? She bent her eyes hard a moment to the letter, from which her hand still stayed itself. You absolutely desire me to take it? I absolutely desire you to take it. To do what I like with it? Short of course of making known its terms. It must remain, pardon my making the point, between you and me." She had a last hesitation, but she presently broke it. "Trust me." Taking from him the sacred script, she held it a little while her eyes again rested on those fine characters of Milly's that they had shortly before discussed. "To hold it," she brought out, "is to know." "Oh, I know," said Merton Densher. "Well then, if we both do." She had already turned to the fire, nearer to which she had moved, and with a quick gesture had jerked the thing into the flame. He started, but only half, as to undo her action. His arrest was as prompt as the latter had been decisive. He only watched, with her, the paper burn, after which their eyes again met. "You'll have it all," Kate said, "from New York." It was after he had in fact, 2 months later, heard from New York that she paid him a visit one morning at his own quarters, coming not as she had come in Venice, under his extreme solicitation, but as a need recognized in the first instance by herself, even though also as the prompt result of a missive delivered to her. This had consisted of a note from Densher accompanying a letter, just to hand, addressed him by an eminent American legal firm. A firm of whose high character he had become conscious while in New York as of a thing in the air itself, and whose head and front, the principal executor of Milly Theale's copious will, had been duly identified at Lancaster Gate as the gentleman hurrying out, by the straight southern course, before the girl's death, to the support of Mrs. Stringham. Densher's act on receipt of the document in question, an act as to which and to the bearings of which his resolve had had time to mature, constituted in strictness, singularly enough, the first reference to Milly, or to what Milly might or might not have done, that had passed between our pair since they had stood together watching the destruction, in the little vulgar grate at Chelsea, of the undisclosed work of her hand. They had at the time, and in due deference now, on his part, to Kate's mention of her responsibility for his call, immediately separated. And when they met again the subject was made present to them, at all events till some flare of new light, only by the intensity with which it mutely expressed its absence. They were not moreover in these weeks to meet often, in spite of the fact that this had, during January and a part of February, actually become for them a comparatively easy matter. Kate's stay at Mrs. Condrip's prolonged itself under allowances from her aunt which would have been a mystery to Densher had he not been admitted, at Lancaster Gate, really in spite of himself, to the esoteric view of them. "It's her idea," Mrs. Lowder had there said to him as if she really despised ideas, which she didn't, "and I've taken up with my own, which is to give her her head till she has had enough of it." She has had enough of it, she had that soon enough. But as she's as proud as the deuce she'll come back when she has found some reason, having nothing in common with her disgust, of which she can make a show. She calls it her holiday, which she's spending in her own way, the holiday to which, once a year or so, as she says, the very maids in the scullery have a right. So we're taking it on that basis. But we shall not soon, I think, take another of the same sort. Besides, she's quite decent, she comes often, whenever I make her a sign. And she has been good, on the whole, this year or two, so that, to be decent myself, I don't complain. She has really been, poor dear, very much what one hoped. Though I needn't, you know, Aunt Maude wound up, tell you, after all, you clever creature, what that was. It had been partly in truth to keep down the opportunity for this that Densher's appearances under the good lady's roof markedly, after Christmas, interspaced themselves. The phase of his situation that on his return from Venice had made them for a short time almost frequent was at present quite obscured, and with it the impulse that had then acted. Another phase had taken its place, which he would have been painfully at a loss as yet to name or otherwise set on its feet, but of which the steadily rising tide left Mrs. Lowder, for his desire, quite high and dry. There had been a moment when it seemed possible that Mrs. Stringham, returning to America under convoy, would pause in London on her way and be housed with her old friend, in which case he was prepared for some apparent zeal of attendance. But this danger passed, he had felt it a danger, and the person in the world whom he would just now have most valued seeing on his own terms sailed away westward from Genoa. He thereby only wrote to her, having broken, in this respect, after Milly's death, the silence as to the sense of which, before that event, their agreement had been so deep. She had answered him from Venice twice, and had had time to answer him twice again from New York. The last letter of her 4 had come by the same post as the document he sent on to Kate, but he hadn't gone into the question of also enclosing that. His correspondence with Milly's companion was somehow already presenting itself to him as a feature, as a factor, he would have said in his newspaper, of the time whatever it might be, long or short, in store for him. But one of his acutest current thoughts was apt to be devoted to his not having yet mentioned it to Kate. She had put him no question, no, don't you ever hear? So that he hadn't been brought to the point. This he described to himself as a mercy, for he liked his secret. It was as a secret that, in the same personal privacy, he described his transatlantic commerce, scarce even wincing while he recognized it as the one connection in which he wasn't straight. He had in fact for this connection a vivid mental image. He saw it as a small emergent rock in the waste of waters, the bottomless grey expanse of straightness. The fact that he had on several recent occasions taken with Kate an out-of-the-way walk that was each time to define itself as more remarkable for what they didn't say than for what they did, this fact failed somehow to mitigate for him a strange consciousness of exposure. There was something deep within him that he had absolutely shown to no one, to the companion of these walks in particular not a bit more than he could help. But he was none the less haunted, under its shadow, with a dire apprehension of publicity. It was as if he had invoked that ugliness in some stupid good faith. And it was queer enough that on his emergent rock, clinging to it and to Susan Shepherd, he should figure himself as hidden from view. That represented no doubt his belief in her power, or in her delicate disposition to protect him. Only Kate at all events knew, what Kate did know, and she was also the last person interested to tell it. In spite of which it was as if his act, so deeply associated with her and never to be recalled nor recovered, was abroad on the winds of the world. His honesty, as he viewed it with Kate, was the very element of that menace, to the degree that he saw at moments, as to their final impulse or their final remedy. The need to bury in the dark blindness of each other's arms the knowledge of each other that they couldn't undo. Save indeed that the sense in which it was in these days a question of arms was limited, this might have been the intimate expedient to which they were actually resorting. It had its value, in conditions that made everything count, that thrice over, in Battersea Park, where Mrs. Lowder now never drove, he had adopted the usual means, in sequestered alleys, of holding her close to his side. She could make absences, on her present footing, without having too inordinately to account for them at home, which was exactly what gave them for the first time an appreciable margin. He supposed she could always say in Chelsea, though he didn't press it, that she had been across the town, in decency, for a look at her aunt. Whereas there had always been reasons at Lancaster Gate for her not being able to plead the look at her other relatives. It was therefore between them a freedom of a purity as yet untasted, which for that matter also they made in various ways no little show of cherishing as such. They made the show indeed in every way but the way of a large use, and in consequence that they almost equally gave time to helping each other to regard as natural. He put it to his companion that the kind of favor he now enjoyed at Lancaster Gate, the wonderful warmth of his reception there, cut in a manner the ground from under their feet. He was too horribly trusted, they had succeeded too well. He couldn't in short make appointments with her without abusing Aunt Maude, and he couldn't on the other hand haunt that lady without tying his hands. Kate saw what he meant just as he saw what she did when she admitted that she was herself, to a degree scarce less embarrassing, in the enjoyment of Aunt Maude's confidence. It was special at present, she was handsomely used, she confessed accordingly to a scruple about misapplying her license. Mrs. Lowder then finally had found, and all unconsciously now, the way to baffle them. It wasn't however that they didn't meet a little, none the less, in the southern quarter, to point for their common benefit the moral of their defeat. They crossed the river. They wandered in neighborhoods sordid and safe, the winter was mild, so that, mounting to the top of trams, they could rumble together to Clapham or to Greenwich. If at the same time their minutes had never been so counted, it struck Densher that by a singular law their tone, he scarce knew what to call it, had never been so bland. Not to talk of what they might have talked of drove them to other ground. It was as if they used a perverse insistence to make up what they ignored. They concealed their pursuit of the irrelevant by the charm of their manner, they took precautions for the courtesy they had formerly left to come of itself. Often, when he had quitted her, he stopped short, walking off, with the aftersense of their change. He would have described their change, had he so far faced it as to describe it, by their being so damned civil. That had even, with the intimate, the familiar at the point to which they had brought them, a touch almost of the droll. What danger had there ever been of their becoming rude, after each had long since made the other so tremendously tender? Such were the things he asked himself when he wondered what in particular he most feared. Yet all the while too the tension had its charm, such being the interest of a creature who could bring one back to her by such different roads. It was her talent for life again, which found in her a difference for the differing time. She didn't give their tradition up, she but made of it something new. Frankly, moreover, she had never been more agreeable, nor in a way, to put it prosaically, better company. He felt almost as if he were knowing her on that defined basis, which he even hesitated whether to measure as reduced or as extended. As if at all events he were admiring her as she was probably admired by people she met out. He hadn't in fine reckoned that she would still have something fresh for him. Yet this was what she had, that on the top of a tram in the Borough he felt as if he were next her at dinner. What a person she would be if they had been rich, with what a genius for the so-called great life, what a presence for the so-called great house, what a grace for the so-called great positions. He might regret at once, while he was about it, that they weren't princes or billionaires. She had treated him on their Christmas to a softness that had struck him at the time as of the quality of fine velvet, meant to fold thick, but stretched a little thin. At present, however, she gave him the impression of a contact multitudinous as only the superficial can be. She had throughout never a word for what went on at home. She came out of that and she returned to it, but her nearest reference was the look with which, each time, she bade him goodbye. The look was her repeated prohibition: "It's what I have to see and to know, so don't touch it. That but wakes up the old evil, which I keep still, in my way, by sitting by it. I go now, leave me alone, to sit by it again. The way to pity me, if that's what you want, is to believe in me. If we could really do anything it would be another matter." He watched her, when she went her way, with the vision of what she thus a little stiffly carried. It was confused and obscure, but how, with her head high, it made her hold herself. He really in his own person might at these moments have been swaying a little aloft as one of the objects in her poised basket. It was doubtless thanks to some such consciousness as this that he felt the lapse of the weeks, before the day of Kate's mounting of his stair, almost swingingly rapid. They contained for him the contradiction that, whereas periods of waiting are supposed in general to keep the time slow, it was the wait, actually, that made the pace trouble him. The secret of that anomaly, to be plain, was that he was aware of how, while the days melted, something rare went with them. This something was only a thought, but a thought precisely of such freshness and such delicacy as made the precious, of whatever sort, most subject to the hunger of time. The thought was all his own, and his intimate companion was the last person he might have shared it with. He kept it back like a favorite pang. Left it behind him, so to say, when he went out, but came home again the sooner for the certainty of finding it there. Then he took it out of its sacred corner and its soft wrappings. He undid them one by one, handling it, as a father, baffled and tender, might handle a maimed child. But so it was before him, in his dread of who else might see it. Then he took to himself at such hours, in other words, that he should never know what had been in Milly's letter. The intention announced in it he should but too probably know. Only that would have been, but for the depths of his spirit, the least part of it. The part of it missed forever was the turn she would have given her act. This turn had possibilities that, somehow, by wondering about them, his imagination had extraordinarily filled out and refined. It had made of them a revelation the loss of which was like the sight of a priceless pearl cast before his eyes, his pledge given not to save it, into the fathomless sea. Or rather even it was like the sacrifice of something sentient and throbbing, something that, for the spiritual ear, might have been audible as a faint far wail. This was the sound he cherished when alone in the stillness of his rooms. He sought and guarded the stillness, so that it might prevail there till the inevitable sounds of life, once more, comparatively coarse and harsh, should smother and deaden it, doubtless by the same process with which they would officiously heal the ache in his soul that was somehow one with it. It moreover deepened the sacred hush that he couldn't complain. He had given poor Kate her freedom. The great and obvious thing, as soon as she stood there on the occasion we have already named, was that she was now in high possession of it. This would have marked immediately the difference, had there been nothing else to do it, between their actual terms and their other terms, the character of their last encounter in Venice. That had been his idea, whereas her present step was her own. The few marks they had in common were, from the first moment, to his conscious vision, almost pathetically plain. She was as grave now as before, she looked around her, to hide it, as before. She pretended, as before, in an air in which her words at the moment itself fell flat, to an interest in the place and a curiosity about his things. There was a recall in the way in which, after she had failed a little to push up her veil symmetrically and he had said she had better take it off altogether, she had acceded to his suggestion before the glass. It was just these things that were vain. And what was real was that his fancy figured her after the first few minutes as literally now providing the element of reassurance which had previously been his care. It was she, supremely, who had the presence of mind. She made indeed for that matter very prompt use of it. You see, I've not hesitated this time to break your seal. She had laid on the table from the moment of her coming in the long envelope, substantially filled, which he had sent her enclosed in another of still ampler make. He had however not looked at it, his belief being that he wished never again to do so, besides which it had happened to rest with its addressed side up. So he saw nothing, and it was only into her eyes that her remark made him look, declining any approach to the object indicated. It's not my seal, my dear. And my intention, which my note tried to express, was all to treat it to you as not mine. Do you mean that it's to that extent mine then? Well, let us call it, if we like, theirs, that of the good people in New York, the authors of our communication. If the seal is broken, well and good. But we might, you know, he presently added, have sent it back to them intact and inviolate. Only accompanied, he smiled with his heart in his mouth, by an absolutely kind letter. Kate took it with the mere brave blink with which a patient of courage signifies to the exploring medical hand that the tender place is touched. He saw on the spot that she was prepared, and with this signal sign that she was too intelligent not to be, came a flicker of possibilities. She was, merely to put it at that, intelligent enough for anything. Is it what you're proposing we should do? Ah, it's too late to do it, well, ideally. Now, with that sign that we know. But you don't know, she said very gently. I refer, he went on without noticing it, to what would have been the handsome way. It's being dispatched again, with no cognizance taken but one's assurance of the highest consideration, and the proof of this in the state of the envelope, that would have been really satisfying. She thought an instant. The state of the envelope proving refusal, you mean, not to be based on the insufficiency of the sum? Densher smiled again as for the play, however whimsical, of her humor. Well, yes, something of that sort. So that if cognizance has been taken, so far as I'm concerned, it spoils the beauty? It makes the difference that I'm disappointed in the hope, which I confess I entertained, that you'd bring the thing back to me as you had received it. You didn't express that hope in your letter. I didn't want to. I wanted to leave it to yourself. I wanted, oh yes, if that's what you wish to ask me, to see what you'd do. You wanted to measure the possibilities of my departure from delicacy? He continued steady now. A kind of ease, from the presence, as in the air, of something he couldn't yet have named, had come to him. Well, I wanted, in so good a case, to test you. She was struck, it showed in her face, by his expression. It is a good case. I doubt whether a better, she said with her eyes on him, has ever been known. The better the case then the better the test. How do you know, she asked in reply to this, what I'm capable of? I don't, my dear. Only with the seal unbroken I should have known sooner. I see, she took it in. But I myself shouldn't have known at all. And you wouldn't have known, either, what I do know. Let me tell you at once, he returned, that if you've been moved to correct my ignorance I very particularly request you not to. She just hesitated. Are you afraid of the effect of the corrections? Can you only do it by doing it blindly? He waited a moment. What is it that you speak of my doing? Why, the only thing in the world that I take you as thinking of. Not accepting what she has done. Isn't there some regular name in such cases? Not taking up the bequest. There's something you forget in it, he said after a moment. My asking you to join with me in doing so. Her wonder but made her softer, yet at the same time didn't make her less firm. How can I join in a matter with which I've nothing to do? How? By a single word. And what word? Your consent to my giving up. My consent has no meaning when I can't prevent you. You can perfectly prevent me. Understand that well, he said. She seemed to face a threat in it. You mean you won't give up if I don't consent? Yes. I do nothing. That, as I understand, is accepting. Densher paused. I do nothing formal. You won't, I suppose you mean, touch the money. I won't touch the money. It had a sound, though he had been coming to it, that made for gravity. Who then in such an event will? Anyone who wants or who can. Again a little she said nothing, she might say too much. But by the time she spoke he had covered ground. How can I touch it but through you? You can't. Any more, he added, than I can renounce it except through you. Oh, ever so much less. There's nothing, she explained, in my power. I'm in your power, Merton Densher said. In what way? In the way I show, and the way I've always shown. When have I shown, he asked as with a sudden cold impatience, anything else? You surely must feel, so that you needn't wish to appear to spare me in it, how you have me. It's very good of you, my dear, she nervously laughed, to put me so thoroughly up to it. I put you up to nothing. I didn't even put you up to the chance that, as I said a few moments ago, I saw for you in forwarding that thing. Your liberty is therefore in every way complete. It had come to the point really that they showed each other pale faces, and that all the unspoken between them looked out of their eyes in a dim terror of their further conflict. Something even rose between them in one of their short silences, something that was like an appeal from each to the other not to be too true. Their necessity was somehow before them, but which of them must meet it first? Thank you, Kate said for his word about her freedom, but taking for the minute no further action on it. It was blessed at least that all ironies failed them, and during another slow moment their very sense of it cleared the air. There was an effect of this in the way he soon went on. You must intensely feel that it's the thing for which we work together. She took up the remark, however, no more than if it were commonplace. She was already again occupied with a point of her own. Is it absolutely true, for if it is, you know, it's tremendously interesting, that you haven't so much as a curiosity about what she has done for you? Would you like, he asked, my formal oath on it? No, but I don't understand. It seems to me in your place. Ah, he couldn't help breaking in, what do you know of my place? Pardon me, he at once added, my preference is the one I express. She had in an instant nevertheless a curious thought. But won't the facts be published? Published? He winced. I mean, won't you see them in the papers? Ah, never. I shall know how to escape that. It seemed to settle the subject, but she had the next minute another insistence. Your desire is to escape everything? Everything. And do you need no more definite sense of what it is you ask me to help you to renounce? My sense is sufficient without being definite. I'm willing to believe that the amount of money's not small. Ah, there you are, she exclaimed. If she was to leave me a remembrance, he quietly pursued, it would inevitably not be meager. Kate waited as for how to say it. It's worthy of her. It's what she was herself, if you remember what we once said that was. He hesitated, as if there had been many things. But he remembered one of them. Stupendous? Stupendous. A faint smile for it, ever so small, had flickered in her face, but had vanished before the omen of tears, a little less uncertain, had shown themselves in his own. His eyes filled, but that made her continue. She continued gently. I think that what it really is must be that you're afraid. I mean, she explained, that you're afraid of all the truth. If you're in love with her without it, what indeed can you be more? And you're afraid, it's wonderful, to be in love with her. I never was in love with her, said Densher. She took it, but after a little she met it. I believe that now, for the time she lived. I believe it at least for the time you were there. But your change came, as it might well, the day you last saw her, she died for you then that you might understand her. From that hour you did. With which Kate slowly rose. And I do now. She did it for us. Densher rose to face her, and she went on with her thought. I used to call her, in my stupidity, for want of anything better, a dove. Well, she stretched out her wings, and it was to that they reached. They cover us. They cover us, Densher said. That's what I give you, Kate gravely wound up. That's what I've done for you. His look at her had a slow strangeness that had dried, on the moment, his tears. Do I understand then? That I do consent? She gravely shook her head. No, for I see. You'll marry me without the money, you won't marry me with it. If I don't consent you don't. You lose me. He showed, though naming it frankly, a sort of awe of her high grasp. Well, you lose nothing else. I make over to you every penny. Prompt was his own clearness, but she had no smile this time to spare. Precisely, so that I must choose. You must choose. Strange it was for him then that she stood in his own rooms doing it, while, with an intensity now beyond any that had ever made his breath come slow, he waited for her act. There's but one thing that can save you from my choice. From your choice of my surrender to you? Yes, and she gave a nod at the long envelope on the table, your surrender of that. What is it then? Your word of honor that you're not in love with her memory. Oh, her memory. Ah, she made a high gesture, don't speak of it as if you couldn't be. I could in your place. And you're one for whom it will do. Her memory's your love. You want no other. He heard her out in stillness, watching her face but not moving. Then he only said, I'll marry you, mind you, in an hour. As we were? As we were. But she turned to the door, and her headshake was now the end. We shall never be again as we were.